StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Fire King Nerid. The leather-trimmed wood-grained holographic projector on the table has been with Augustus for 4 years. The golden wolf head emblem on its dust cover has also developed tiny cracks like scars from its battles on various planets. This durable instrument was given to him by Augustus's brother Arcturus, and it has stood the test of time just like the latter's vision. At this moment, the holographic projector is flashing a clear three-dimensional image, in which 2 soldiers of the United Earth Council in neat dark uniforms are standing, and another white-haired old man is standing at the edge of the image, looking anxious. Drive Emil Nerid, you are our highly paid special military advisor to the Korhal sector, and you have the right to know more confidential information. Lieutenant General Stukov looked elegant and easygoing, and the initial impression he gave Augustus was at least acceptable. I don't want our advisor to ask me after the war is over. General, should we set off? I'm honored. So, the doctor named Nerid didn't look so scared anymore, and even raised his head inadvertently to get a good look at Augustus's appearance. Then, Dr. Nerid, with his snow-white beard and sideburns and a bitter and vengeful expression, overlapped with an image in Augustus' memory. Emil Nerid, another Vest of Samidaran. In the story of StarCraft II, this Dr. Nerid was the mastermind behind everything, and he was not discovered until the end, and he hid very well. Of course, Dr. Nerid would never have thought that Augustus would strip off his vest completely just by looking at him. Augustus knew Nerid's overall plan. Different paths lead to the same end. Everything Nerid did, perhaps these things seemed unrelated at first glance, but the ultimate goal was to resurrect his master, the fallen Zelnagaraman. However, Nerid and Duran had very different personalities. Augustus was sure that it was because he appeared as arbitrator Duran too early that he used the name Nerid in advance. Next time, he might also change his identity to Ramas. Okay, let's talk now. Admiral Jared Dugas stood in the center of the holographic image and nodded his long, shriveled chin. Marshal Augustus Mengsk, I know you are the leader of the rebellion. To be frank, I have been fighting against people like you for most of my life. Maybe you are a great hero in this star region, but Korhal is just a speck of stardust in the universe. I have seen too many people like you, self-proclaimed people's fighters with a sense of justice, passionate revolutionary heroes, or brave iron-blooded warriors. His expression was colder than the snow and wind in Blaxis. Apart from my position, I have always admired such people, but I hope you are not a liar who only wants the halo of a revolutionary leader to seek power and money for yourself. It is people like that who bring meaningless turmoil, and they are only pursuing their own desires. In Jared Dugas' eyes, Augustus is really too young, even too young. If Augustus is self-made, then only a young genius can describe him. Most of the leaders of the Earth rebels sat in oil-stained sheds to command their passionate young people who were hastily armed with revolutionary ideas, hoping that they would use their flesh and blood to resist the ruthless bullets. So, what kind of person are you? Are you worth wasting our time here? Stukov took over Admiral Dugas' words. General, I'm just a person who speaks out for justice for the exploited and oppressed people of the Terran Federation. Augustus said calmly. I hate the ugliness hidden behind the scenes of the federal government, and I have heard enough of the lies of politicians and nobles. What I want to do is to overthrow the Federation and let the truth come to light. Lieutenant General, as a local, I must say a few words from my heart about Marshal Augustus Mengsk. At this time, Dr. Nerid, who was listening nearby, spoke. What shocked Augustus was that the words were all praises. Augustus Mengsk is the greatest revolutionary, thinker, philosopher, and military strategist of this century. He is the king among us, a fighter for freedom, and the savior of the people. He is also the spiritual pillar of our federal resistance army. It was after hearing Korhal's revolutionary declaration that I and my old friends who had served in the Guild War decided to rise up. Thank you, Dr. Nerid. I have also heard about your outstanding contributions to the scientific community. Augustus thought to himself, that Nerad, you bastard, don't expect to make me feel proud with a few rainbow words. These words are definitely ulterior motives. Of course, Augustus had to admit that what Nerad said was not wrong. Seeing is worse than hearing. I have been in spiritual contact with Marshal Augustus for many days. Dr. Nerad took out a handkerchief from his blue suit pocket and wiped the sweat on his forehead imperceptibly, muttering to himself that he didn't seem to have published any works with his identity. Of course, Dr. Nerad would never have thought that there was someone in this world who could see through his identity. How could he be exposed as soon as he appeared? This can only be explained as Augustus's humble words, based on his noble upbringing. If a doctor who can be reused by the Earthlings has not made any outstanding contributions, it seems unreasonable. You are famous, Marshal Augustus. Duga's face is still cold, and it is unknown whether he has heard a few words in Nerad's words. Admirable. Stukov raised his chin and paid more attention to Augustus. What is your purpose in looking for us? In the past few weeks, you don't even know who we are, or what we are here for. My warriors and I swear to overthrow the tyranny of the Terran Federation. Since the Earth United Council is attacking the Federation, I'm sure we may be on the same side. Augustus' words made Dr. Nerad's wrinkled face tremble, as if he had just said something similar when he surrendered to the Earthlings not long ago. So, you are willing to help us deal with the Terran Federation? Obviously, Dougal was the supreme commander of the Earth Expeditionary Force, but it was always his deputy, Lieutenant General Stukov, who spoke. It must be said that Augustus's neither humble nor arrogant attitude attracted the attention of Dougal and Stukov. If this man was just a humble lackey, then the generals of the Earth Council could easily let their officers send him away at will. Of course, I would be happy to do so. Augustus smiled. When the Terran Federation is about to collapse, I will definitely give it a push. What can you provide us? Personnel, supplies or fleet support? Dougal asked Augustus. Everything. Augustus narrated very calmly, and his calm demeanor would make people believe what he said. As long as we have it, we can provide it to you within our capacity. The power of the Revolutionary Army is well known in the Korhal sector, and this little material support is just a piece of cake. Dr. Nerad added the recognition of professionals to Augustus' promise in a timely manner. Very generous, Marshal Augustus. Stukov certainly didn't believe that Augustus would do his best to practice what he said, not to mention how powerful a local rebel organization in the Korhal sector could be. Earth has been monitoring the colonists in the Korhal sector for centuries, but has never intervened effectively. Stukov and other senior generals of the Earth Expeditionary Force had read the information of the Terran Federation, the Zerg, and the Protoss in detail before entering the hibernation chamber of the Expeditionary Fleet. The Augustus Revolutionary Army was also among them, and the length was not small. However, neither the intelligence personnel who collected intelligence nor the generals who read the information believed that this rebel army could threaten the Earth Expeditionary Force or become a stumbling block on their road to conquest. Augustus's Revolutionary Army is indeed the largest rebel army in the territory of the Terran Federation, but there is not much information about their specific strength. Since Korhal became rich, this rebel army seems to have been carrying out guerrilla warfare and sabotage operations. To put it bluntly, Augustus's people have been chased around by the Terran Federation's government forces. The true strength of the Korhal Revolutionary Army is still a mystery. Generally speaking, the Terran Federation's naval high command always exaggerates the power of the Revolutionary Army, while politicians in the Federation Parliament emphasize that the rebellion has been resolved once and for all. After all, the intelligence department of the Earth United Council is so far away from the Korhal sector, and the news is always delayed by several years. They are often deceived by the misleading news released by the Terran Federation. I believe we can have further cooperation, Stukov said to Augustus. It seems that we all think that it is an unimaginable disaster and a complete tragedy for the Terran Federation's bureaucrats to continue to rule this star region. In this case, you and your people can still help us a little, he said. When we attack the Terran Federation, you can wreak havoc in the rear of the Federation. When the Federation surrenders, the Council will definitely record your merits. Stukov's words were almost the same as what he said to other Terrans who surrendered to the Earth Expeditionary Force, and the actual situation was not much different from what he said. According to the plan of the members of the Earth United Council, the Korhal sector will become the bridgehead for the Earth to resist the Zerg and the Protoss, a protruding nail inserted between the Protoss and the Zerg. As for whether this nail is hard enough, it all depends on the skill of the expeditionary commander. Indeed, if the immigrants in the Korhal sector can accept the rule of the Earth, then their lives will at least not be worse than before. The real unlucky ones are the human seekers and genetic modifiers in Korhal, who are likely to be liquidated and cleansed by the Earth after the war. In order to maintain the purity of human genes, the witch hunting purge has claimed the lives of 400 million Earthlings. Of course, even if you don't say so, my warriors and I have always been doing this, Augustus said. But I also want to know whether Admiral Duga's Earth Expeditionary Force has the power to defeat the Federation fleet from the front. If so, we can agree on the time of attack and attack from both sides. It is only a matter of time before the Earth's fleet destroys the Federation. I think, Marshal Augustus, you must be worrying too much. Dr. Narad added at the right time, and it seems that he is quite confident in the strength of the Earth Expeditionary Force. Very good, we will contact you then. Duga's face twitched, and his sharp eyes became more deterrent. However, he could not say that his fleet was not sure of victory. Narad may have exaggerated and put Duga on the fire, but there is nothing wrong with what he said. However, based on the position of an ally, I must remind you in the end, General Duga, Augustus said at last. Tarsinus Prime is the heart of the entire Terran Federation. The officials of the Federal Parliament and the creation families who truly rule the entire Federation regarded as their foundation. If you want to completely defeat the Terran Federation, you must attack Tarsinus, he said. However, Tarsinus is the most heavily defended planet in the entire Terran Federation. According to reliable intelligence, the Federation has strengthened the firepower of orbital defense platforms and planetary defense systems several times during the Zerg invasion. It is not an easy task to attack Tarsinus. Augustus's kind reminder must have won some favor from Earth's allies, but the intelligence personnel of the Earth Expeditionary Force must have already roughly figured out the defense strength of Tarsinus. Just as Augustus said, as an expeditionary force far away from its homeland, the Earth Expeditionary Force must fight quickly and avoid being dragged into the quagmire of war by the Federation. Even considering the worst case scenario, the Earth Expeditionary Force must defeat the Federation within a few months, otherwise it will fall into decline and be gradually dragged down. Then, directly attacking the heart of the Terran Federation or completely defeating its proud military strength became one of the few options for the expeditionary commander. As long as Duga and Stukov are not fools like Edmund Duke, they should have figured out the defense strength before attacking Tarsinus. However, after Augustus's revolutionary army invaded Tarsinus a few years ago and frightened the elders of the Federation Council and the people of the creation family, the Federation further strengthened Tarsinus' orbital defense system. This project has never stopped. It has lasted for 4 years so far, and Tarsinus has almost been built into an impregnable fortress planet. Marshal Augustus is right. As I said, Tarsinus Prime may be the most heavily defended place in the entire Korhal sector. Dr. Narad said, the greedy and cowardly Federation nobles have used the wealth they got from the people to strengthen the fortresses and ring-shaped space-based defense systems of Tarsinus defense. Even with the military strength of the Earth Expeditionary Force, it is not easy to take down the heart of the Federation. Of course I know this. Admiral Duga was not surprised by the words of Augustus and Narad. His voice was still serious and unshakable. The Federation is just piling up their pathetic graves. Chapter 427 The Curtain. By June 2493, the UED Expeditionary Force's attack on the Braxis and other star systems had gradually evolved into an unprecedented full-scale war, and countless Federation worlds were once again shrouded in the ominous cloud of war. From Braxis to New Trinidad, 7/13 of the Terran Federation worlds were affected. On the central connecting bridge of the Hyperion, the image of the mechanical adjutant was projected on the tactical console. Bacchus Moon, Asteria, Chos, Altheon, Onyuru Sigma, Artesia Prime, Laundale 12, Charaxus 2nd, Eridus, Tamil 4th, Tarkosha, Norris 6th. Many images of the Federation territories flashed before Augustus' eyes, and his face changed color due to the colorful flashes on those planets. None of these planets in the Federation territories are the same. Their positions in their respective stars and many factors have created very different natural environments. The environment and resource distribution of each planet also derive completely different cultural landscapes, and some planets are even very different. The Bacchus satellite is a planet with a vast dark ocean. All its land areas have been transformed into waterfront cities. The lights of countless ports, holiday hotels and commercial streets create one shining point after another on the deep blue planet's surface. Jos is a desert planet with continuous mountains. The residents there came to this planet during the last wave of colonization. The vast and sparsely populated natural environment makes each town far apart. The residents there are more similar to Mexico in the era of Earth countries. Many of these planets survived the invasion of the Zerg in the First Total War, but the war seems to have never stopped. Augustus can touch the planets on the holographic screen with just his hand, and click on it to see detailed values. Some celestial systems orbiting their respective stars or planets are flashing red, which means that they are on the marching route of the UED Expeditionary Force. Of course, most of these planets may not even see the shadow of the Earthling spacecraft, but the planetary governor still announced that he was attacked. These attacks may come from local Federation rebel forces, pirates or a few drunks holding beer bottles. Just like in the First Total War, the Terran Federation Navy does not have enough troops to guard the colonies that are far apart. The people in the colonies hope that the Federation fleet will be nearby when their homes are attacked, so they have to ask Tartarus for help. The turmoil caused by the invasion of the UED Expeditionary Force is no less than that of the Zerg, and the Terran Federation also realizes that this is another total war that may overthrow its rule. From the perspective of the Augustus Revolutionary Army, they cannot help the Edge worlds fight against the UED fleet at this time. After all, the destruction caused by the Earth Expeditionary Force is far less than that of the Zerg. They don't care about the gains and losses of a place at all, and they don't have much time to plunder the people in the occupied areas. We intercepted the distress signals from multiple colonies, and the farthest of these colonies is more than 8,000 light years away. The mechanical adjutant finally said. Even Seleucid reported that they were attacked by the Terrans. A deep voice came from behind Augustus, and the sound of the power armor combat boots stepping on the bridge deck was extremely heavy. That planet is far away on the other side of the Caprulu sector. I think that, even if the Terrans really have billions of troops, they don't have to rush to attack that barren land. Even if the Terrans have 1,000 warships, they can't deploy them on so many worlds. The Terrans must have used classic psychological warfare and deception tactics to make the multiple worlds of the Terran Federation in chaos. As far as we know, the scale of the Earth UED Expeditionary Force is definitely not as large as they claim. Long time no see, Lieutenant General Horace Warfield. Augustus turned his head and looked at his old friend behind him. Now even we can't figure out where the Terran fleet is. Horace Warfield wore a heavy grey-white power armor, and the golden Capricorn was cast on the broad shoulder armor on both sides. That was the symbol of Warfield's army. Compared to the past, Warfield's skin has obviously become much darker. His beard is also whiter, only the deep eyes are still staring with great majesty. General Warfield was originally stationed on Antigua Prime, guarding the multiple edge worlds with Antigua Prime as the core in the hands of the Revolutionary Army, and was the mainstay of that starfield. After the Earth United Council began to invade the Caprulu sector, Augustus recalled Warfield's fleet. A week ago, the Federation's Epsilon Squadron, Deep Blue Squadron, Delta Squadron and ITA Squadron formed a large fleet and launched a counterattack against Blacksis to regain lost territory. Augustus said, "No one knows how the Blacksis battle went, but the Federation seems to have suffered a great loss there again. The Federation knows nothing about the military leaders of the UED, but they know the information of every naval fleet of the Federation." Warfield stood beside Augustus. "The only thing we know is that the UED Expeditionary Fleet has been in non-stop motion. The advanced warp engine technology and powerful frigates they brought from Earth are the key factors for this fleet to shake off the Federation's pursuit fleet. If the commanders of the Federation are not stupid, they should know that the Earthlings are determined to defeat them completely. He said, the riots caused by Duga's people on various planets are just a cover-up. Their ultimate goal must be the federal government of Tarsinus. Earth is 60,000 light years away from here. Once the UED expeditionary force is defeated, they can only be buried in this desolate universe. As the first senior federal officer to follow Augustus in the uprising, Warfield can be said to have been entrusted with important tasks by the revolutionary marshal in the past few years. Few people can gain Augustus' unreserved trust like Warfield and Raynor. Augustus knows the truth, that he does not use people he doubts, and his trust has also won the loyalty and trust of his subordinates. It seems that the Federation doesn't seem to be worried about the possible fall of Tarsinus. Augustus retrieved the information of Tarsinus Prime on the tactical console. Standing behind Augustus, Warfield could naturally see the magnificent alloy steel fortresses and orbital defense platforms in the outer orbit of Tarsinus Prime. So many steel fortresses guarded Tarsinus Prime, and the glory of the nebula was obscured by these space-based defense platforms that humans were proud of. At least 4 full-strength Federation fleets formed during the First Total War guarded Tarsinus, and cruised back and forth on the trade routes leading to various prime worlds. At the same time, Tarsinus was also a fully self-sufficient developed world. Hydroponic farms and food synthesis factories were enough to meet the Tarsinus population that soared to nearly 4 billion after the Zerg invasion. The federal government of Tarsinus had long been prepared to fight a protracted war of attrition with the Zerg and the Protoss, and the Earthlings were not to be feared. Tarsinus has now truly become the most impregnable human planet in the Korhal sector. The leader of the creation family who is responsible for the construction of the defense system claims that it will be a line of defense that will never be crossed. Even the Zerg will have to return home in frustration in front of Tarsinus' orbital defense network, and the Protoss fleet will also be defeated here. Augustus put his hands behind his back. Until now, the Federation has thought that they can sit back and relax and command the Federation fleet to wipe out the Earth invaders in the fortress of Tarsinus. It seems that Tarsinus is indeed an impossible fortress to capture. Warfield also said, our fleet is completely helpless against those steel plates that are strong enough to withstand naval guns and the powerful orbital guns. Only the main gun of the Hyperion can be tried. He said, now, the only worry of the Federation is that this UED expeditionary force is just a reconnaissance fleet sent by the Earth, and the real solar system fleet that covers the sky and the sun may be on the way. But if that's the case, there is no need for this advanced fleet to alert the enemy, Augustus said. But Earth's technology is definitely superior to ours. It took the Tarsinus 70 years just to research the warp drive technology of the colony carrier and get back into space. The gap in technology cannot be ignored. I have already told you about the Earth United Council general named Alexei Stukov. He is a visionary general. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a god in using troops. He said to Warfield, I believe Stukov is the brain of the Earth Expeditionary Force. He will definitely be able to find a way to break through the Federation's defense line. What we have to do is wait for the Korhal sector to really change suddenly. Even the Zerg couldn't defeat the Terran Federation. You overestimate the Earth guys, Marshal. At this time, the bridge door of the Hyperion opened. Several completely different footsteps came in, and the first one was General Edmund Duke, the commander of the Alpha Squadron who was now loyal to the Revolutionary Army. General Duke clenched his fists, as if he was pinching the neck of a soldier of the Earth Expeditionary Force, and he was only a little short of strangling him to death. The country bumpkins on Earth are just so-so, and their warships are not that scary. Give me a fleet, and I can destroy those small mud planets of the Earthlings in a few standard months. I never know who gave you this confidence, General. Or, in the eyes of the Earthlings, we are the real country bumpkins. A magnetic voice made Augustus turn around. Big Mengsk is right, you are a country bumpkin. Colonel Hannock Hank's exaggerated voice followed. Shut up, you country bumpkin, I will send you, the arsonist, to jail. Duke's temper was always bad. Actors, brother, you are here. Augustus' cold grey eyes lit up. I have a feeling that the final moment of our overthrow of the Terran Federation is coming. Augustus Mengsk wore a black square-collared cloak with bronze epaulets and copper buckles. The red cape was painted with the pattern of Mengsk's golden wolf in gold thread. Augustus walked forward and hugged his brother. Miss me? Arcturus was already 32 years old this year. He was even stronger than Augustus, like an upright lion, and there seemed to be a storm between his grey brows. Over the years, Arcturus has been running his mine outside the Korhal sector. Arcturus is a person who can share the joys and sorrows with his subordinates to achieve goals. He often participates in the daily work of the mine, and even presides over the work of digging the mine himself. Arcturus has never stopped training his body. It is said that no one in the mine has ever been able to beat him in swordsmanship, gunmanship, fighting and chess. Of course. Augustus thought for a while. Probably, a little bit. How are Mom and Dorothy? Augustus asked. Why don't you ask me how I am? Arcturus asked back. Brother, you look as strong as a lion. Augustus thought for a moment. Have you decided to marry Juliana? How will Valerian tell others about his parents? No, the revolution is at its climax. How can I get married? Arcturus made an excuse, using the words he had read in the ancient books on Earth. I have pledged my life to the revolution. Haha, I know what you fear most is being bound. Augustus smiled. Whether it is your father or the family represented by Juliana and Valerian. Okay, this matter must come to an end, but not now. Arcturus thought to himself that I didn't mind to support your army for you to bury me. But based on Arcturus' deep love for his brother, he didn't care about this at all. I brought the sons of Korhal with me. They vowed to be the first to land on Tarsinus and avenge Korhal. He said, you have been waiting for an opportunity. It is neither the Protoss nor the Zerg, but the Earthlings. Now, the Earthlings are here. When everything is settled, it will be us, not the Federation and the Earth, who will take over the Korhal sector. Arcturus' eyes seemed to be condensed with lightning and thunder, which was breathtaking. I'm here, Augustus. General Ledbetter of the Terran Federation was appointed as the garrison commander of Tarsinus by the Federation Supreme Command. Many Federation fleets were transferred to the core worlds around Tarsinus Prime, while the mechanical adjutant of the Hyperion was still relaying the report. Augustus and his generals turned to the bridge window. Outside the window was the entrance to the sub-time and space channel like a blue oil film. Thousands of golden and red battle cruisers and fighter planes of the Revolutionary Army were crossing the channel. Lock on the coordinates of New Falsum, the largest prison in the Terran Federation, used to hold political prisoners and rebel prisoners. Augustus said to the intelligent adjutant, let's rescue all the imprisoned revolutionary comrades first. Release the Wolf of War. Chapter 428 New Falsum. If Char is hell on Earth, then New Falsum is no less. New Falsum's cratered surface is highly unstable, with shifting continental plates constantly colliding to create new volcanic mountains and lava lakes, or obliterate old ones. The planet's temperature can peak at 800 degrees Celsius, with air hot enough to burn a human's windpipe, and dry, scorching cyclones raging across New Falsum's ever-changing surface, scorching the few remaining volcanic rocks like red-hot irons. In the Korhal sector, hostile worlds far outnumber those habitable, but New Falsum's rich geological resources are enough to encourage brave adventurers in the Terran Federation to take risks and establish new colonies. Despite the near impossibility of New Falsum, the Terran Federation has hired the most daring and skilled experts, materials specialists, and terraforming engineers to build vast transformable steel mobile platforms on the roiling lava lakes of New Falsum. The mobile platform can create the lowest level of natural environment for the staff, and the New Falsum United Mining Company came into being. The gravitational field of New Falsum is unpredictable. If you want to approach it, you can only take a military starship with strong weapons, and pass through two major planetary force fields through an unpredictable orbit. The steel-cast lips of the adjutant of the Hyperion closed up and down. Now New Falsum exists as one of the most cruel prisons, used to detain the most heinous political prisoners, terrorists, anti-government activists, arrested revolutionaries and rebel officers in the Terran Federation. The mechanical adjutant's cold electronic synthesized voice had no warmth. The remote location and daunting terrain of New Falsum prison in the world, ruled by the Terran Federation, make prison escape a risky adventure. What a hell. Augustus crossed the bridge of the Hyperion and faced the New Falsum planet outside the porthole. Unless the prisoners inside can fly, they will be dried by the hot magma of New Falsum, even if they escape from the prison. Outside the porthole, New Falsum seemed to be within reach. Several Federation space stations and dock weapon systems were continuously firing at multiple Revolutionary Army Wraith fighters approaching at high speed. A flash that eclipsed the sun flashed by, and a Federation communication relay station built on an asteroid was hit head-on by the Yamato cannon of the Revolutionary Army battlecruiser Ragnarok, and it immediately burst into flames and broke into pieces. As the Hyperion's onboard sensor array sent back more image data and data, the splashing wreckage of the communication relay station was almost clearly visible, and the Federation flag standing on the relay station was torn to pieces like a rag. Most of the communications sent by the relay station to the core world of the Terran Federation were intercepted by the Revolutionary fleet, and the data scattered like snowflakes were uploaded to the Hyperion supercomputer. With the help of the Protoss's time and space acceleration technology, the computing power of human supercomputers is no longer comparable. Although level encrypted communications were quickly cracked and screened on the main screen of the Hyperion's bridge. The most mentioned words in these messages were Augustus Mengsk, the Revolutionary Army, and request for reinforcement. Behind the Federation space station was New Falsum, a planet with volcanoes and magma oceans on its surface, flashing angry orange-red flames. The grey mobile platform on the Magna was so huge that it could be seen from high-altitude orbit, like a peeled coconut shell floating in a red ocean. Until now, New Falsum prison has been known for its vicious and cruel reputation. In comparison, the prisons of Chasera and Marcera are as comfortable as a nursery, said Tykes Finley, a logistics sergeant of the Revolutionary Army, looking at New Falsum outside the porthole. For decades, I have never heard of anyone escaping from New Falsum prison, or returning home with a piece of good meat left on his body. If your knowledge in this area can be compared to your knowledge of military regulations, it will be a great help to me. The notoriety of New Falsum prison is enough to scare the most vicious thugs of the Terran Federation, but most of them are not qualified to serve their sentences in New Falsum prison, Augustus said, looking at the red planet outside the porthole. Behind these high walls are many of our comrades, most of whom were arrested by the Federation while conducting underground espionage activities in the core world of the Terran Federation. Others are our soldiers who were lost or captured on various battlefields, he said. The majority of prisoners in New Falsum prison are former high-ranking officials of the federal government and highly prestigious orators and agitators in the private sector. They are all arrested for attempting to overthrow the government or stealing confidential federal intelligence. Of course, we must enter New Falsum to learn the specific list of charges. This is just one of the reasons why Augustus decided to attack New Falsum. The rich resources on this planet are also the key to his decision to take it. In the Federation's ruling area, New Falsum is the largest source of catalysts needed for casting fine steel. Although New Falsum has become a useless resource after the discovery of catalyst resources in the Serra Galaxy, which are equally rich and much easier to mine, since the Serra Galaxy was completely destroyed by the Protoss, New Falsum has once again become an important source of raw materials. You know, the Serra Galaxy is actually under the control of Augustus's Revolutionary Army, only they dare to approach the Serra Galaxy within the strike range of the Protoss fleet. If Augustus takes over New Falsum, the Terran Federation will have to obtain catalysts from other production areas or resource tycoons in the Kel-morian Federation, and the production capacity of refined steel will be greatly limited, which will in turn affect the production of warships, chariots and other weapons. In other words, Augustus can use these resources to build his own fleet. It is not easy to attack New Falsum. The guards here are so strict that even a fly cannot fly out. Ty just folded his hands in front of his chest, but his expression was full of disdain for the New Falsum prison he mentioned. Commander, for unknown reasons, the Terran Federation sent troops many times after the first full-scale war to strengthen the defense of New Falsum prison, and also sent more prisoners to the prison. The mechanical adjutant also said at this time, there is at least an entire Federal Marine Division stationed in New Falsum prison, and the number of people is almost half of the number of prisoners. One division is still not enough. Augustus smiled. If there are 20 divisions, I will give the defenders here time to surrender. Augustus walked past the wide porthole of the Hyperion Bridge and came to the main holographic projection screen, on which the images of the commanders of many revolutionary warships flashed at the same time. NORAD 3rd, clear a landing zone immediately. "Duke, get your landing force ready," Augustus said. "I repeat the order of the Marshal's command for the last time, to avoid casualties among the prisoners as much as possible. As to whether they are evolutionary heroes who have been imprisoned here and tortured, politicians and righteous men who once spoke for the people, or real damned thugs, that is a matter for the telepaths to decide," he said. "A quick battle and a quick decision. After that, we will also launch an attack on the marginal worlds near Antigua Prime that are still under the control of the Federation, and connect our scattered points on this star map into a whole plate. My Alpha Squadron is enough to deal with the new foulsome jailers in open crotch pants. If these lowly bastards dare to ambush us, kill them all. Duke has none of the elegance of the Tarsinus nobles, and he prefers to call it the frankness and heroism of a soldier." Duke narrowed his snake-like inverted triangle eyes slightly, and shouted his orders to the Alpha Squadron officers who were standing with their heads held high. "Alpha Squadron, listen up. Everyone is ready for battle. Blood Eagles, polish your bayonets. This time, they must see blood. The first shot of the revolution will be fired by Alpha Squadron. NORAD 3rd, immediately search the defense facilities of New Foulsome Prison. Bring the armor. I will personally command the landing troops. General Duke's War, be loyal to the Revolutionary Army and to Marshal Augustus Mengsk. Duke is a smart guy. If he wants to get promoted, he will have to flatter you more." Titus wanted to light a cigarette, but when he thought of Augustus standing next to him, he stopped his hands from moving. At least he knows how to flatter. Augustus stood still. On the main screen of the Hyperion, the flagship of Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron, the NORAD 3rd, was heading towards New Foulsome in the orange-red wake, left by the thrusters. More than 120 laser gun groups fired at the same time, and space torpedoes were ejected one after another. Duke's battle cruisers never save ammunition and weapon system energy. They are used to dealing with the enemy in front as quickly as possible, and returning victoriously as quickly as possible. Except for Augustus's Revolutionary Army, few enemies can withstand the fierce offensive of Alpha Squadron and the fierce artillery fire that sweeps everything. At the same time, another revolutionary fleet led by Horace Warfield's flagship Iron Justice stepped up the siege of New Foulsome's satellite Sioux and the largest space station. Hundreds of Warfield Iron Legion soldiers landed on Apod transport ships. The Federal defenders were defeated and soon surrendered. New Foulsome Prison is indeed one of the most heavily guarded prisons in the Terran Federation, but it is only a prison, and cannot withstand the artillery attack of more than 40 revolutionary battle cruisers. There is no need to send special forces to infiltrate New Foulsome Prison. Even though the defense firepower and number of guards of New Foulsome Prison have been repeatedly strengthened after the Korhal uprising, Augustus's Revolutionary Army still has enough troops to capture it. If Augustus did not want to rescue the prisoners in New Foulsome Prison, the Revolutionary Fleet would not even have to send troops into the prison. It would only need to launch an orbital strike from New Foulsome's high-altitude orbit to detonate the already extremely unstable continental plates of the planet, and everyone in the prison would have died without a burial place. The strength of the Revolutionary Fleet is no longer what it used to be. With the help of starship experts and technical personnel sent by the Umajan United States, Antigua Starport and Altera Orbital Shipyard provided Augustus with 10 brand new Behemoth-class battle cruisers. At the same time, the United States of Umajan also provided Augustus with 6 retired Umajan-class battle cruisers free of charge. But, in Titus's words, these retired warships looked like they had just come out of the shipyard. At this point, as the conflict between the United States of Umajan and the Terran Federation escalated, the Federation Parliament and the Umajan Parliament had already torn their faces apart, and there was even an organized Umajan National Defense Army that directly dressed in the uniforms of the Korhal Revolutionary Army to attack the Federation planet. With the first full-scale war just over, and the invasion of the Earth UED Expeditionary Force, the Terran Federation could no longer take care of Umajan. Even the Kel-morian Federation, which had been completely destroyed by the Federation in the Guild War, was waiting to see if it was time to revive their mining empire. The continuous wars made the Terran Federation intensify the oppression and exploitation of the people in order to build their huge naval fleet, but that also further ignited internal conflicts. The Edge world went bankrupt due to paying taxes, but the Federation fleet only guarded the main star world. Nowadays, the corrupt bureaucracy of the Terran Federation has long been unable to control such a vast territory and has to retreat to the core world. A vibration sound came from the bridge of the Hyperion, which was a signal that it was accelerating through the gravitational field of New Falsum. New Falsum below the bridge was rapidly enlarging until Augustus could see the magna column rising from the explosion. Augustus, next we should march to Sigma, where mild unit of the 33rd Assault Division of the Federation is still stationed. Augustus's brother Augustus Mengsk walked into the bridge at this time, wearing a power armor that he didn't know where he got from. Augustus's power armor was built by the armor technician Hiram Fike and chief engineer Oris, one of the Heavenly Demon. The former was the inventor of the Firebat power armor, and the latter led the team to develop the more sturdy Marauder power armor. This power armor with a deep red background and gold trim is painted with the emblem of the Golden Wolf and the whip ring of the son of Korhal. The meticulous craftsmanship makes this armor look much more gorgeous, comparable to the ceremonial armor used by the Kel-morian Combine to worship their ancestors. Because of my involvement, many of them are not living well. Even if they have made many military achievements, they cannot be promoted. They are even persecuted by the federal secret police and agents. Arcturus said. But as soon as I return to Sigma, they will definitely rise up. The people there have long had enough of the brutal rule of the Terran Federation. Of course, this planet is also on my battle map. Augustus looked at Arcturus and said, since the Guild War, Sigma has always been the focus of contention between the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Federation. It is a vital strategic location that can be used for both attack and defense. A full-scale counterattack is about to begin. The Federation will once again remember the fear that the Mengsk family once brought to them. Let them tremble. Arcturus walked to Augustus and asked him, after this, what are you going to do with New Falsum prison? Of course, we will completely demolish this heinous prison. Since the Antigua uprising, New Falsum prison has tortured so many people of noble character to death. Augustus said after thinking for a moment. No, you should leave it. Arcturus said, leaving New Falsum prison is the best choice. Why? I don't need this prison. Augustus said, in the future, the prison in New Falsum will make your enemies and opponents tremble. If you want to be the ruler on the throne, you must fulfill your promises and keep your word. If someone breaks your promise, you must punish those who may betray you and attempt to overthrow you ruthlessly if necessary. You must make them extremely afraid so that your position can be stable. As Augustus' expression gradually changed, Arcturus looked at Titus Finley next to him and stopped at the sergeant's rank on his shoulder. Mr. Finley, the last time I saw you, you should still be a major. Now, I have to say, I have never seen anyone promoted as fast as you. I made a little mistake that is not worth mentioning. Titus laughed. I just had a little drink and had a discussion with Swan's group. Yes, a man from the engineering regiment. Chapter 429. You have changed, brother. This is landing zone outside the New Falsum prison. Its solid steel frame is built on a reinforced volcanic rock floating island with flowing magma on both sides. To the south is a high ground with federal fortifications, which was just destroyed by the Revolutionary Army Bravo Air Force Squadron more than 10 minutes ago. The fumer rolls on the edge of the platform spew out hot steam from time to time. There are not even railings or other shelters there. If you fall into it, you will be doomed. The rolling heat waves from the magma lake scorch the land under Augustus' feet, and the hot wind seemed to be able to scrape off the skin on a person's body. On a steel bridge leading to the depths of the prison, several Federal Arc Siege tanks that had been completely destroyed by Alpha Squadron were parked crookedly. The bright red flag of the Revolutionary Army fluttered in the wind on the opposite side of the bridge. Opposite the steel bridge is the solid high wall of the New Falsum prison, which was built by the Federal Hoth Enterprise and is strong enough to withstand the bombardment of 80mm tank guns. For many years, this towering prison wall has been a symbol of terror. There seems to be no sunlight behind it, and the chilly air seems to freeze even the magma. Explosions and flashes can still be heard from behind the prison wall. Thick smoke rises from it. The sound of fierce exchanges of fire accompanied by explosions again and again shakes the large blocks of rock with molten steel structures under Augustus' feet. The fully armed soldiers of the Revolutionary Army Alpha Squadron are marching forward with the Goliath armed robots. Vulture vehicles and gold red painted Revolutionary Army tanks pass by the flanks of the team, and the low roar is like dull thunder and drums. The shells screamed through the sky above the new Folsom prison. When the Goliath armed robots opened the missile bays, the dense hissing sound of rockets locked on the enemy's aerial targets was exciting. As the sound of electromagnetic rifles and violent explosions were getting farther and farther away from Augustus, more Alpha Squadron soldiers rushed into New Folsom prison. This war, which had not had much suspense from the beginning, had come to an end. The federal garrison guarding New Folsom was crushed by Edmund Duke's swift and merciless punch. Alpha Squadron's suppression ability on the front battlefield was completely unreasonable. Their attacks were always direct, precise, and cruel. This elite division, that gave the Kel-morian Union a painful memory in the Guild War, was like a mountain-like hammer, crushing all enemies regardless of whether they were strong or weak. Although Augustus sometimes doubted whether Edmund Duke's intelligence was up to standard, he was still a man with merits. New Folsom prison is closely connected to the mines and gas extraction facilities. Be careful of the federal defenders inside. If the equipment inside can still work, we won't have to waste money. Augustus Mengsk stood on Augustus' right hand side and looked at the New Folsom prison on the other side of the bridge corridor. He also got a position as Chief of Staff in Augustus's Martial Command, and it was not an empty title. As long as Augustus Mengsk wanted, there was nothing that this talented Mengsk family heir could not do. He was proficient in the mysteries of war and fighting in officialdom, and was also a brave adventurer and a shrewd and capable mine owner. So far, Augustus has only admitted that he made one mistake, that is, he went to bed with the daughter of Erin Pasteur of Umoyan too early. This is all money. Augustus agreed with his brother Arcturus's opinion from the bottom of his heart, at least in this regard. Tell Duke that the mining equipment and reactors in New Folsom are better than his 100 metals. I need a complete New Folsom instead of a ruin that is about to collapse. I hope that big Duke can figure it out. The tall and burly Titus Finley is Augustus's personal guard. Augustus has reason to suspect that Titus' fight with Swan was partly due to personal grudges, and partly because this scoundrel who likes to slack off does not like to command the army. Although the power can bring many benefits to Titus, after serving in the Revolutionary Army for several years, the biggest change in Titus is that he has a bit of face. It is not easy to let go and steal in the Revolutionary Army with a large number of passionate young people and people of lofty ideals. When I was still in the Federal Army, I heard about Edmund Duke's notorious reputation. He inherited the Duke family's consistent tough style in the military. Arcturus's expression did not seem to be teasing. Duke is a resolute commander who never gives up. He is still a Federation noble at heart, a daughter of Nobi. His praise stopped there. But considering that Duke has fought for the Federation for so many years, handing him a powerful army means many risks. Duke will betray the Terran Federation, and one day he will betray you. You must monitor Duke's every move, and when everything is settled, you can transfer Duke far away from the real power center. If he becomes our enemy, Duke will definitely be a threat, unless you can keep this person firmly under your control, he said. Usually, it is easiest to use both kindness and force. If you want to establish a dynasty of the Mengsk family, you can't miss any opportunity to strengthen yourself and weaken the enemy. Before overthrowing the Terran Federation, Arcturus had already planned everything for Augustus. In Arcturus's view, once Augustus's rebels overthrew the Terran Federation, he would not be able to give up everything and leave, and even if he did, the enemies of the Mengsk family would not let them go. What the Mengsk family can do is to firmly grasp power in their hands and eliminate all opponents, just like the Terran Federation is doing. Augustus's cause is also the Mengsk family's cause. Then, this revolution must end with the crown of the king who is truly popular. To become the new ruler of the Kaprulu sector, an army is indispensable. Augustus has already completed this step. The next step is to eliminate their enemies step by step until the power is as solid as a mountain. At this time, Arcturus has not been soaked in hatred. He is more afraid that his family will be hurt. Arcturus's righteous heart and ambition in his youth have not been extinguished by the cruel reality, and he puts it all on his younger brother. No one is perfect. Although Arcturus never reveals his ambition and desire for power in his words, it is ultimately something that a man who pursues the great Mengsk family cannot refuse. Edmund Duke's loyalty has been verified by the Seekers. If he betrays me, the ghost will bring him to me. Augustus smiled at Arcturus. Augustus knew that Edmund Duke's loyalty was quite reliable. In the original timeline, Duke was the only one who stayed with Augustus Mengsk, the emperor of the Terran Empire, who was beaten and fled by the UED expeditionary force. He did not surrender to the enemy until his death in Korhal. Duke might not be the best general under Augustus, but he was still a great general. Where did you find these Seekers? They almost killed your father. Arcturus's cold grey brows were covered with dark clouds. He didn't like Seekers before, and he would not hide it now. It was just almost. Augustus said, Angus wouldn't object to my employing psychics. That's because he knows that your sweetheart is a psychic. Arcturus didn't notice the cough coming from the side, and a slim psychic hidden in the light and shadow turned around on the spot. Angus feels guilty about you, so he can't say anything. However, the ghost plan is the only viable one among the many evil plans of the Terran Federation. Arcturus also nodded. They are powerful and dangerous. I'm glad that you have learned the ability to hide your thoughts in front of psychics. If others know your thoughts, they will not be afraid of you. This is why I taught Valerian not to show his joy at any time. Let your subordinates guess your thoughts, and they will be able to do everything they should do with trepidation. Therefore, the monarch must be a fox to recognize traps, and a lion to scare jackals. You have changed a lot, Arcturus. Augustus has always known his brother Arcturus's thoughts. He wants Augustus to become an emperor like Qin Shi Huang and Augustus Caesar in ancient times on Earth instead of the president of a republic. If there was no Augustus, then Arcturus would have sat on the throne with a few excuses. I would rather they loved me than feared me, he said. I'm not a king, and I do not need to act as a king. I have always been like this. It is the world that has changed. Arcturus just shook his head and replied. Angus thought that a republic would ensure long-term stability, and that a democratic country would be strong. Arcturus said, but that is wrong. There are opponents everywhere in the Terran Federation. The planets are dozens of light years apart. They are too far to control, and too vast to govern. What can a republic and democracy bring? Can equality or order resist the Zerg and Protoss? Give power back to the people and they will never give it back to you. They will be grateful for your favors, but if you take it back, even powerless peasant women will stand up and fight for it. The Kaprulu sector now cannot accommodate democracy. Only by holding all the power in your hands can you build a powerful empire. With great power in your hands, you are the king. Only in this way can we gather all the resources and strength of mankind to resist the Zerg and Protoss and even defeat them. The Terrans need an empire rather than a weak republic. If the enemy is at their doorstep, what is the use of a republic and democracy? Look at the Umoyan people. The monarch rules the people, and under the monarch the people rule. Would you rather be a monarch or something else? Arcturus said. If the Terrans must have an autocratic leader to resist the enemy, then it can only be you. Angus wants to establish the Terran Republic, so let him do that. Augustus pondered for a long time. I would rather go racing. Point the general trend is unstoppable, you will understand. Do you think that Umojan is absolutely safe? The agents of the Terran Federation are always lurking in the United States. They only need to succeed once, and our most beloved family will leave us. Arcturus made Augustus' expression darker. Of course, you still have to rely on the power of these ghost agents. But you can't trust them too much. The only people you can trust are your family. He didn't notice the grinding of teeth in the air. Ghost agents are our magic weapons against Earthlings, Protoss and Zerg. Earthlings also have ghost agents. Augustus sighed. But their ghost agents don't have psychic powers. They rely on advanced equipment and years of brutal training to reach superhuman levels. Arcturus said, the Earthling Expeditionary Force will also recruit surrendered Terran Federation ghost agents, although it is almost impossible for them to surrender voluntarily. Marshal, Alpha Squadron has taken over the last military control area in New Folsom Prison that holds war criminals. At this time, a signalman of Augustus came over to report to him. This notorious prison is in your hands. That's a bit hot. Ty just said. Let's go in and take a look. Augustus said to the people around him. There may still be many federal soldiers and thugs who escaped in the chaos hiding in New Folsom prison. Corporal Faraday said, "You'd better go in after everything is stable. I have fought many battles and risked my life countless times. Can't I protect Marshal Augustus and Colonel Arcturus?" Titus' eyes as big as bullseyes glared. "Thank God you can take care of yourself." Corporal Faraday was not to be outdone. In the entire Revolutionary Army, except for Augustus and Kerrigan, he was not afraid of anyone, even Jim Raynor, who was a good brother with Faraday. "Don't worry, I believe in the ability of the guards. There is no dawn or dusk in New Folsom. The sky always reflects the raging fire in the Magna Lake below. The whole prison seems to be placed in the furnace of hell." Augustus, escorted by a whole team of Goliath-armed robots, crossed the bridge in front of the gate of New Folsom prison and stepped into the heavy metal gate that had been blown up by the orbital artillery. Not far from the gate is a cage welded by heavy steel walls and metal doors. Each rusty looking door has a unique fingerprint and genetic code, which means that the prisoners are either extremely vicious thugs or dangerous people who must never be exposed to the public again. Among the socialized soldiers, those thugs who eat human flesh or kill innocent people at will are not qualified to be imprisoned here. They are just scums that are of no benefit to this society, but in fact, the people here are politically inextricably linked to the Terran Federation. Who is imprisoned here? Augustus stood in front of a blood-stained door. A genetics expert who tried to test a new type of federal enhancer on himself. A captured prison guard said, "What about this one?" Augustus walked a little further and stopped in front of a cell that obviously had a lot of signal isolation facilities. A level 10 psychic, a rebel from the Terran Federation Ghost Academy. "Please give me a vote. Woo woo woo." Chapter 430 Ghost Supervisor. Amid the hissing sound of the hydraulic device, the door in front of Augustus, nailed with silver nails and embedded with precision sensors and psychic isolation equipment, slowly opened. This heavy door made of alloy steel is 3 feet thick and weighs several tons. Even if a dozen mechanics use a laser cutting machine that collects crystal deposits, it will take more than half an hour of continuous work to cut it open. It is not worth it for an ordinary human prisoner to do this, unless the monster that can tear the cage apart is locked inside. When the door was about to open, with the order of Corporal Faraday, the captain of the Marshal's Guard, a team of guards wearing golden and red power armor stood in front of Augustus with AGR-14 electromagnetic rifles in their hands. This powerful electromagnetic weapon can smash a person into pieces with just one volley. In the rising white steam, a man who was sitting on the toilet reading a newspaper with his pants pulled down to his ankles suddenly appeared in front of Augustus. This prison cell is not small. There is only a steel bed, a table and chair, and a toilet facing the door in the huge space. This strange layout may be the result of multiple expansions and reinforcement of the cell. At the beginning, it should have been only a quarter of its current area. The man raised his face behind the newspaper. His messy light blonde hair hid a pair of sharp cobalt blue pupils. The impressive eyes turned and finally stopped on a row of martial guards in front of Augustus. "Hey, brothers, it's a bit early at this time today. Sit there and don't move. If you dare to move a finger, I will let you eat bullets." Titus Foley took out a P220 electromagnetic pistol and neatly completed the steps of loading the bullet and opening the safety. His scarred face trembled with his movements. "Okay, don't shoot. It's one of us." The man sitting on the toilet glanced at Titus and said, "Sarko Angelini, level 10 Sika." Augustus stared into the cobalt blue eyes, not giving in. "I'm Augustus Mengsk, leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Now, my men have just stormed into New Folsom prison, and you have regained your freedom. The Terran Federation has fallen. This is worth a drink to celebrate." The man named Sarko Angelini looked at Augustus, and there was joy in his voice. "So, you are the new ruler of the Terran Federation? Augustus Mengsk, are you here today to put the whole world under your feet?" For 2 minutes, Augustus remained silent, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing his appearance, the people around him also stopped talking, but Angelini, who was opposite him, had a strong psychological quality and was still sitting on the toilet waiting for Augustus' answer. The Terran Federation is still alive, but it is just barely surviving. Finally, Augustus seemed to have already thought about how to deal with the man in front of him. "I want to know why you are imprisoned here." Augustus continued, I have checked the information about you in New Folsom prison. It is level 7 top secret, and even the alien Zerg invasion of Chasala is only level 5. The strange thing is that your criminal record is almost untraceable, just like your experience in entering the Ghost Academy in Tarsinus. It is all empty. It's very simple. The noble lords of Tarsinus think that such an unstable factor in the Ghost Academy is too dangerous. After all, the Ghost Academy is right under their noses. And Jelani didn't mind answering Augustus' questions. According to the current situation, New Folsom has completely fallen into Augustus' hands. And Jelani was not sure to escape from Augustus' hands. There were at least 2 psychic reactions nearby that he could not ignore, and one of them was even stronger than himself. He thought about it and thought that there was probably only one person in the world. Besides, I don't want to help the Federation kill people. Later, the people in the Ghost Project wanted to use my abilities to help them figure out the abilities of the new students in the academy, mostly children whose parents were forced to send their children to the Ghost Academy by the federal government's deception, intimidation and all kinds of trickery. These children are mentally immature and afraid of their own abilities. At this time, the people in the Ghost Project can select suitable candidates for the academy through unethical experiments, and the rest will have their brains cut out, cancer cells implanted in them to observe the changes in the children, or they will be disassembled and reused like lambs in a slaughterhouse. There was almost no emotional fluctuation and ups and downs when he spoke, and I was one of those kids, so I once again refused to serve the Federation. They wanted to control me with a psychic suppressor, but in the end they only asked for trouble. Finally, I beat up the instructor of the Ghost Academy, Major and they sent me here. Indeed, New Folsom is the only place in the universe that can hold me. What he said is true. I can testify to it. At this time, Sarah Carrigan removed the working state of her simulated environmental refraction suit and appeared on Augustus' left-hand side. Hello, Carrigan, the best student in the history of the Ghost Academy in Tarsinus. Sarko and Jelani smiled. Do you know him? Augustus asked Carrigan. No, but I know Instructor It was that demon who trained me to be the most cruel killer in the world. I swear to kill him for revenge. Carrigan replied. He trained me too well, she said, almost gritting her teeth. When I take over Tarsinus, he will be at your disposal. Augustus said. Okay, you've got the answer you wanted. In other words, where are you going to move me to next? Or are you going to kill me right here? Angelini said. Very good, Mr. Angelini. Since you are not a person who has done evil things, I will give you 2 choices. He said. First, I hope you can join the Korhal Revolutionary Army and become a psychic warrior under my command to overthrow the Federation that has brought you endless pain. If you are not interested in what I just said, then I will give you the second choice, freedom. Sacco Angelini, who was sitting on the toilet, was still holding the wrinkled newspaper with a serious expression. Today, paper newspapers have long been in decline under the impact of electronic reading, but it still firmly occupies a place in the market. You mean, I don't have to stay in New Folsom anymore? Angelini spoke a few minutes later. This is getting interesting. The Ghost Project people imprisoned me like a starving lion in a pen, and you want to let the tiger go back to the mountains? Why so much nonsense? Just leave as soon as I tell you to. Ty just didn't realize that he was quite like a lackey in front of a big shot. Of course, this free-range chicken didn't care. Yes, I will send you back to your hometown. From now on, you don't even have to hide your identity. As long as you don't hurt others, you can do whatever you want. Augustus said sincerely. I mean, you don't have to work for any government or anyone anymore. Augustus waved his hand and said, as I said, you are free, Sacco Angelini. The world is big, you can go anywhere. Letting this kind of person go out may cause a big mess. He is a nuclear bomb that can explode at any time. And how do you know if he will use his superpowers to do bad things? Ty just said at this time. That's not what you said. Augustus shrugged. You are such an interesting person. To be honest, I can't tell whether you are being hypocritical and trying to win people's hearts, or you are simply being kind. Angelini laughed at himself. No one has ever been so kind to psychics. The Federation imprisoned us. tortured us, and tortured us to the utmost to stimulate every bit of psychic potential in our bodies. He shook his head. But what do you think I can do after I'm no longer a federal killer? The first half of the life of ghost agents is a tragedy, and after that they will never be able to become ordinary people again. I choose the first one. Angelini didn't believe that Augustus would let him go. I'm a federal ghost agent, proficient in knowledge of human psychic power, and can be said to be an expert in this field. Moreover, I have a unique ability, which is to be able to see the special abilities of other telepaths. He said. You don't even need to pay much salary to hire a psychic expert. I can not only help you train new ghost agents, but also deal with hostile telepaths, such as the ghosts of the Terran Federation and the shadow warriors of the Humagents. I can also not ask for salary, Mr. Augustus, as long as you let me be responsible for the work related to the Ghost Academy. Angelini stared into Augustus' eyes, as if he wanted to see more from those cold grey eyes. But there was a bottomless abyss in it, and ordinary people would only sink deeper and deeper into it. But I have to say, this is too dark. You really don't want to regain your freedom and go to the Korhal sector to wander around. Or settle down, build a family, try to be a husband and father, and take root on a planet with soil like a dandelion seed. To be honest, Augustus really wanted to recruit Angelini. Just like Angelini said, he could train powerful psychic warriors for Augustus in the future. Augustus had planned to build a ghost academy in Korhal IV, and Angelini was almost the most suitable candidate for the headmaster of the ghost academy. An extremely rare level 10 seeker, the last of only 3 top seekers among humans besides Nova and Kerrigan. Sarko Angelini was also an instructor at the Ghost Academy of the Terran Empire in the original timeline, responsible for training future ghost agents for the Emperor of the Empire. As the top seeker, Angelini was extremely powerful and dangerous, but he was the kind of person who had a conscience and would act according to rules and regulations, and was definitely not one of those poor people who were driven crazy by the abuse of the Federation. Are you serious? Angelini's blue eyes seemed to be glowing. Generally speaking, few people can resist the mind exploration of a telepath without carrying a seeker shielding device. However, just when Angelini was about to count the number of Augustus eyelashes, he still hadn't figured out what this deep-minded man was thinking. No, 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 I won't be fooled by you. Angelini thought he had guessed Augustus. If I choose the second one, you will kill me from behind. I cannot understand your tolerance for these Federation ghost agents. They are dangerous. Augustus Mengsk came to Augustus' side at this time. His throat, hidden under the helmet, moved in a position that no one else could see. Ever since his father Augustus Mengsk was almost beheaded by the Federation ghost agent, Augustus has always been afraid of this terrible super psychic warrior. It is true that Augustus hopes to use the power of psychics, but he is always on guard in his heart, fearing that he will be hurt by them. Level 10 psychic? It is said that this freak can lift a 60-ton tank with his mental power and smash it on you. Or, he can order an entire company to turn the guns and shoot at his head and his superiors in an instant. Augustus tried to pull Augustus behind him. Just like when he was a child, he protected the Hound of Korhal behind him. But soon, Augustus realized that his brother was no longer a little boy who needed his protection. He was strong and brave, the leader of the revolutionary army and the ruler of more than 6 colonies. Augustus would proudly say that Augustus Mengsk was a better man than himself. In other words, if this top psychic attacked at this moment, Augustus could only hope that Augustus's ghosts hiding in the shadows could control this monster. If it were me, I would kill all the Federation ghost agents and train myself. Augustus said. That would be a pity. Augustus shook his head. The latest intelligence about the Earth Expeditionary Forces, that they have just appeared on Bront Prime, less than 24 light years away from Tarsinus. The Federal Parliament of the Terran Federation has just issued an order to summon the Federation fleet of the entire Korhal sector to defend Tarsinus. A signalman walked up to Augustus at this time and said, "It seems that the Earthlings are advancing incredibly fast. I really want to know their detailed battle plan." Augustus hummed and looked at Angelini in the prison. "We can't delay either. Get up, Mr. Angelini. Let my people arrange a place for you on the Hyperion." Angelini immediately stood up and walked towards Augustus, and the soldiers guarding Augustus unconsciously took a few steps back. He was surprisingly handsome, with cobalt blue pupils like the deep sea, a high nose bridge, and the contours of his cheeks seemed to be bronze sculptures, cut by knives and axes, and the seemingly decadent beard only added color to this perfection. Angelini could definitely be on the cover of Tarsinus Terran Lover Weekly. I wonder how many Federation socialites and noble ladies would scream for him all night. Wait, why are you still using your psychic power? Kerrigan is a psychic master taught by Zarachel and Tassadar. Her meticulous perception of psychic power has surpassed all known humans. That's far beyond the peak energy that telepathy should use. Stop, you can only stay where you are until you explain it clearly. This Angelini seemed to have never thought that Kerrigan would ask this question. Angelini was sure that he had never stuttered so badly in his life. The lies he made up in the past were far less inferior than this one. I have an ability that ordinary telepaths don't have, that is, I can change my appearance. As he said this, Angelini touched his light golden hair unnaturally. It sounds like this ability is completely useless now. Ty just said, what is there to be ashamed of, or do you actually look exactly like a murderer? Let me see. He said. Otherwise I can't let you get close to Augustus. Do you understand clearly? Otherwise I will shoot. Go, kill me. Angelini swallowed. He is a bold man. Kerrigan whispered to Augustus. Okay, stop questioning him, Titus. Augustus looked at Angelini's hairy bare legs and added, Mr. Angelini, you'd better put on your pants. Chapter 431 Comrades. Besides you, who else is imprisoned here? Augustus walked along the narrow corridor of the prison, followed by Arcturus and the guards. The corridor was dim and the atmosphere was depressing. There was a heavy door at intervals on both sides. Only a few small four-wheeled cleaning robots like forklifts walked around like shining beetles. Psychopaths, lunatics, traitorous federal soldiers, leaders of the rebels in the marginal world, federal government officials who collaborated with the enemy, businessmen who stole federal property, and some engineers and scientists in the top fields. After being arrested and imprisoned, all their research results and property will belong to some of the founding families of Tarsinus. Sacco Angelini, who had just pulled up his pants, hurriedly followed Augustus regardless of the vigilant eyes of the surrounding soldiers. Sacco Angelini was an extremely powerful psychic, as well as an outstanding psychic agent and combat expert. It is no exaggeration to say that he was a rare master in the field of psychic power. With his powerful psychic power, Angelini can crush a person's brain tissue in a flash. And there are also many Korhal rebels imprisoned here. Augustus stopped and stood in the middle of the corridor. Several Alpha Squadron sergeants in white power armor dragged a prison guard covered in blood from the other end of the corridor. The Blood Eagle logo on their helmets and wide shoulder armor was particularly eye-catching. Then, one of the captains of Alpha Squadron grabbed the head of the new Folsom prison guard with his large hands wearing alloy steel gloves, and brought him to the front of the cell. He opened his eyelids, and waited until the retina and gene lock scans were completed, before walking to another cell. Slowly, criminals in dusty grey prison uniforms poked their heads out one by one. They were either skinny, or had dull eyes and dry hair. In the New Folsom prison, where living supplies were scarce, Angelini, who was well fed and well groomed, was just a rare flower. Marine, are they sending us to the execution ground? A prisoner with silver hair on his temples came out, with a heroic attitude of being martyred. He had probably been imprisoned for many years, and he didn't know the newly rising Augustus and his revolutionary army. Just do it, soldiers. The merciful God will forgive you, even if they send a good man loyal to him to the execution ground. It is not your fault. Brother, we are not the running dogs of the Federation. Titus Finley walked forward and stood in front of the prison like a giant. Titus pointed to the Revolutionary Army logo on his power armor. Look carefully, we are the Revolutionary Army, and we are the people who want to overthrow the Terran Federation. Did you hear everything clearly? Augustus Mengsk was standing next to Augustus, and his voice echoed throughout the prison corridor with the help of the loudspeaker. We are the Korhal Revolutionary Army. We only do the right thing, which is to fight for justice and freedom for all Terrans. He is a natural orator and agitator, with a well-groomed hair and beard that creates a very majestic image. Arcturus is a charismatic leader, and even Augustus cannot dim his brilliance. We will fight to the last man until the brutal rule of the Terran Federation is overthrown. Gentlemen, we have conquered this notorious federal government and punished the butchers who have committed heinous crimes. Today is a climax of the revolution and will surely become the most glorious moment in history. The gathered prisoners moved their trembling lips, still in disbelief. For so many years, no one has ever stepped out of the high walls of New Falsum. The Terran Federation is a cold and powerful government. They have won the war with the Kel-morian Combine, and it seems that they will continue to be as strong as ever. When the expected cheers did not appear, Arcturus could not help but frown. These people seemed to have been locked up for too long, and had become numb because of it. Is this a farce, or am I really crazy? A bald man with sickly white skin stared at the blood on the ground. You are just an illusion in my mind. What about the Terran Federation? Another sturdy man asked loudly. The Federation still rules Tarsinus and many core worlds, but as long as more people, like you, join the revolutionary army, it won't take long for us to completely overthrow it. Augustus replied. A shocking explosion came from outside, and the sound of a group of military steel boots stepping on the prison corridors and the porches of the restricted area was getting closer and closer. The prisoners, who finally realized that they had been saved, could not help but burst into tears. Most of them had lost their families and lost hope for the future, but it was inevitable that their emotions were out of control at this time. These were people who were still valuable to the Terran Federation, or who could not be executed because of their great influence, and could only be imprisoned for a long time. Many people were once frequent readers of Universe News Network and the hottest electronic magazines and weekly magazines. Fame and wealth were once so easy for them. Are you their leader? The white-haired old man walked quickly to Arcturus and asked. No, the leader of the revolutionary army is my brother Augustus Mengsk. Arcturus pointed to Augustus next to him and said, hello, Mr. Flingerdkin Farlet, the father of the second-generation warp engine of Tarsinus, the founder of the Terran interstellar era, and a great man of that era. Augustus stretched out his hand and shook it tightly with the other party. I always thought you were a person from the last century, the kind of person who only existed in textbooks. Later, your daughter announced that you died in a terrible space-time channel accident, and your body was not found. Oh, that's in the past. Mr. Farlet recounted his past in a flat tone. The people of the Cusinus family came to me and wanted me to work for them. I was arrogant at the time and did not take the people of the creation family seriously. I have no grudges with the Terran Federation, but if you are willing to hire me, then I would rather devote the remaining time of my life to my unfinished third-generation warp engine business. Of course, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Augustus said. Hello, Master. I have read your works. You are undoubtedly a treasure bestowed by the galaxy to mankind. Arcturus put his arm around Farlet's shoulders and handed him over to a medic. If any of the people here are released, the Terran Federation will be shaken. Angelini raised his hand in a roundabout way, implying that he was also a remarkable person. Mr. Philip, the last time I saw you was on the news column. They said that you had some strange disease and had to give up your medical laboratory in Tarsinus and go to the sanatorium in Helsin to recuperate. Augustus came to a man with thin cheeks but bright blue eyes. If they call the New Falsum prisoner sanatorium. Mr. Philip's image in the public has always been a cheerful and humorous medical expert, but now the thin lines on his nose and cheeks make him look much gloomier. The next time approaches the truth, it will be the first time he touches the truth. He said to Augustus, I'll tell you what happened at that time. In Tarsinus, I developed a new military stimulant to replace the endorphin mixture in the current version, reducing the side effects to the minimum. Philip said, in order to better observe this stimulant, I used it on myself, and it felt really surprisingly good. Later, my apprentice betrayed me. Later, the federal government announced that my experiment was anti-human. They sent people to plunder my laboratory and finally kicked me to New Falsum. Haha, those idiots are short-sighted. Finally, Philip laughed. They don't know that the stimulant has defects. And the best idea. Always the next one. Very good, Mr. Philip. If you want to return to your hometown, then we will send you back. Augustus and Arcturus looked at each other. If you want to stay, then I will arrange a position for you in the Revolutionary Army's biological and alien laboratories. No, I used to have a home in Tarsinus, but it has been destroyed by the Federation. Philip is an arrogant person. He never bows his head to those in power. He was always mean and sarcastic to his subordinates, friends and even people around him, but he would laugh and leave after the other party was trembling with anger. Wait until you conquer Tarsinus. It was no wonder that no one had ever asked about Philip's true whereabouts after he was imprisoned. Are your laboratory equipment complete enough? As the ancients said, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Mr. Philip was obviously still doubting the level of technology of the Revolutionary Army. It was not Philip's fault. In the past, the rebellion was always seen as a clown holding a fire stick in the eyes of the public in the Terran Federation. It is definitely enough. There are the most outstanding scientists of Korhal, as well as the Protoss and Zerg for you to study. I believe you will be able to find some inspiration in them. Augustus thought to himself that there was also a noisy domesticated brain worm in it. Its ambitions once encompassed the entire galaxy, but now it is only the size of a bedroom. Brain worms are one of the most outstanding creations of the Zerg Overlord, and the secrets of them are enough for humans to study for centuries. Well, at least that makes sense. Philip closed one eye and said, I'm not working in your lab, just to thank you for saving me. He's extremely grateful to you. Angelini whispered, don't show off your telepathic ability. Kerrigan rolled her eyes. Kerrigan had to be thankful that Sarko Angelini was a man. Otherwise, with Augustus's unique hobby for psychics, it's hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be shaken. I thought Marshal Augustus wanted to know what others thought. Angelini shrugged, not daring to provoke the best senior student in the eyes of the Ghost Academy instructor. Angelini was a psychic with aspirations, and he preferred to do a job of teaching and educating people, rather than wasting his time as a federal executioner. At the same time, as a smart man, Angelini knew never to talk back to his unreasonable boss, unless he couldn't help it. The marshal doesn't need to know what others think. Kerrigan said. After Augustus sent Philip away, he turned to the others. The rest of them couldn't wait to tell him about their ups and downs in life, hoping that the leader of the Revolutionary Army would accept them, or at least not leave them to die in New Falsum. One of them was a hot figure in Tarsinus's political arena a year or 5 years ago. In a corruption case, he mistakenly ignored the hint of a member of the Creation family and refused the huge bribe that the other party offered and was determined to investigate it to the end. Soon, this honest and upright official was discredited for molesting children, and then he was knocked to the ground by a series of political tactics. Another person was once the leader of the Antigua Rebellion. In a battle many years ago, a company of federal marines easily defeated thousands of local resistance forces and ruthlessly killed almost everyone. As Angelini said, the people imprisoned here are all the top enemies of the Terran Federation, and they themselves are also a kind of political bargaining chip. There are about 60 people imprisoned in this area of New Falsum, more than 20 of whom have been imprisoned for offending powerful figures in the Terran Federation, or being used as scapegoats. Another 12 are engineers, scientists, experts in cutting-edge fields such as genetic engineering, limb modification, and psychic technology. Terrans have touched on all research fields that are expressly prohibited by Earthlings. The rest are more complicated. Among them is a war criminal during the Guild War. His crime was to hand over a mining world in the Terran Federation. That was when the Kel-morian Combine was approaching in large numbers. Defending that world, which was doomed to be helpless, would mean death. In order to save the lives of his soldiers, the federal general disobeyed the orders of the Supreme Command, but every blade of grass and every tree on that mining world actually belonged to a huge Tarsinus creation family. But no matter what, these people are air talents, and they are exactly what Augustus needs most. If Augustus wants to establish a new regime on the ruins of the Terran Federation, he cannot do without the help of these people. There weren't many truly vicious thugs in New Falsum prison, because the Terran Federation didn't care about the lives of these social scums. And the Terran Federation's most hated enemies were Augustus' loyal friends. The Federation believed that New Falsum was impregnable, and even the most daring prison breakers would never be able to get a hair out of New Falsum prison, but Augustus's Revolutionary Army took it down directly. Finally, Augustus made his way through the crowd and came to a bewildered young man with a pair of melancholy light blue eyes. Compared with the white-haired prisoners, he was as young as a child. The scars left by the torture made him unrecognizable, and there were even scars left on his head from the memory reading surgery. Marshal Augustus, I'm sorry. He obviously knew Augustus. I was captured in the Battle of Atticus the Younger. I didn't say a word when the Federation interrogated me, but later they cracked my head open. Sergeant Borgoff, Warfield's personal soldier. You were captured to protect a family of 6 in Atticus the Younger. Augustus' words made the revolutionary soldier burst into tears in an instant. Your company regards you as a hero, and your hometown Antigua is proud of you. You did not betray. Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Hero. Planet hoppers take off in the rising thruster airflow in the rolling heat of New Folsom, loaded with emaciated prisoners. This is a large helipad in New Folsom prison, with a signal tower with radar and signal receiving devices on it. The transport ships and fighters parked on the helipad are of course used by the Revolutionary Army, and at this moment, the prisoners in the prison are queuing up and evacuating quickly. The only and largest transport ship of the Revolutionary Army, the Zelniger ship Eldridge, is parked in the twisted and dangerous synchronous orbit of New Folsom. It is the size of a swarm behemoth, a ship that cannot be built with the current achievements of human engineering and materials science. Now, the Eldridge serves as a super mothership and carrier-based aircraft platform to provide supplies for the entire Revolutionary fleet, and it can also absorb tons of firepower when necessary. Warriors, no matter where you go, no matter when, don't forget that you are heroes. Augustus stood beside a small galaxy fleet that was about to retract its ladder, and said to the closing porthole of the spacecraft. In Antigua, in Umoan, in Marcera, in the lands you once fought and protected, there are 1,000 triumphal arches waiting for you, where flowers are blooming, and flags are planted, where girls wear silver and white dresses, and where people will welcome you like heroes. At the porthole, Sergeant Borgoff and other imprisoned revolutionary soldiers and revolutionaries were looking at Augustus. All of these soldiers were subjected to inhumane torture by the interrogators of the Terran Federation in the prison of New Folsom, in order to make these young soldiers surrender and betray their beliefs. However, until they were tortured like skeletons covered with skin and souls crying silently, they did not lower their heads. Now these soldiers are wearing the brand new revolutionary uniforms brought to them by Augustus, with several medals on their coats. Their hair was also carefully groomed, so that the respectable revolutionary soldiers could regain the dignity they had lost in New Folsom prison. Some of them were crew members of the Revolutionary Fleet. Their ships were destroyed in the fleet battle, and the lifeboats they were on were captured by the Federation warships. Some were agents who infiltrated the core world of the Terran Federation or the backbone of the Revolutionary Party who propagated revolutionary ideas in the vast Federation territory. Their fate after their identities were ruined would not be much better than that of the captured Umojan spies. When the spaceship took off, Augustus clenched his right fist and placed it flat on his chest. This was not a military etiquette, but a fist salute from the son of Korhal, which symbolized respect for the warriors. At this moment, both the people on the spaceship and the revolutionary soldiers standing around made the same fist salute, and Augustus Mengsk was one of them. In Umojan, the best hospital has prepared all the beds, and the most famous doctors and experts are present, but even they cannot heal both physical and mental injuries at the same time. As the transport ship flew higher and higher, Arcturus said to Augustus with his usual calmness. Arcturus was a quiet and serious person, and his smile was also refreshing, but no one had ever seen this man with a body of steel cry. The tears he was talking about had long been shed when Korhal IV was destroyed by the Terran Federation, and there would be no more in the future. That's already the best result. Augustus nodded, feeling heavy-hearted. Augustus learned that the prisoners in New Folsom prison were only those who survived the torture, usually less than 100 out of every 1,000. Not all captured revolutionary soldiers had a will of steel. They were also ordinary people with flesh and blood, and faith could not suffer for them after all. Many people surrendered, only hoping that the Federation would give them a quick death. Some people even surrendered to the government, betrayed their former comrades, and inflicted on them 1,000 times the pain that the Federation had inflicted on them. Many more people could survive for a few days, but they either went crazy or stupid, or just wanted to die. After that, the Terran Federation would send these people to the resocialization factory to be transformed into Federation soldiers who obeyed orders and ordered them to raise their guns against their own people. Except for the Protoss, no one can reverse the resocialization process, and the damage caused by this cruel transformation of the brain is also permanent. The transformed revolutionary soldiers lost all their memories of the past and believed in the false past. They could not question any order issued by the Federation officers, and they would not hesitate to shoot their former best friends. Those who persisted to the end were sent to the Near-Folsom prison for detention, waiting for the day when they could be used as bargaining chips in negotiations with the Revolutionary Army. Most of these people were officers, staunch Pan-Terran revolutionaries, combat heroes, and fighters who would never surrender. More and more shuttles and transport ships flew into the planet's atmosphere in the hot air rising from New Folsom, disappearing in the almost invisible starlight. Augustus sighed softly, blaming himself for not coming earlier. Although at that time, the fleet that attacked New Folsom would most likely be besieged by a large number of federal fleets that jumped in, and more people would be killed. At this time, Duke asked Augustus through radio communication whether he wanted to destroy New Folsom prison. His Alpha Squadron was ready to destroy the main fusion reactor, so that most of the platforms carrying the prison would sink under the magma. As expected, this earned Augustus a scolding. So, General Duke, who thought he understood the mind of the revolutionary marshal, had to order his soldiers to continue cleaning up the battlefield. The military control area of New Folsom prison and the armory near the main base were filled with boxes of weapons and ammunition stacked in boxes. More than 40 Arc-Light siege tanks covered with green cloth were quietly parked in the warehouse. As the hero who captured New Folsom prison, Alpha Squadron was given the honor of using these weapons. Like I said before, as more and more transport ships rose into the air, Arcturus, who was standing next to Augustus, pointed to the high walls of the prison, the bunkers built on the road, and the dense anti-aircraft missile towers. New Folsom prison will be the place where you punish the rebels. You should be kind to the people, so that they will regard you as a wise ruler. You must also let those who oppose and betray you know the consequences of their actions. Actors, it shouldn't be like that. This horrible prison has left such terrible memories for my most valuable warriors. Augustus said, it's impossible for everyone to love me. Being feared is also a way of ruling, but I don't want to be the one who is eager to put people in prison as soon as he hears opposition. He said, I decided to leave New Folsom to give the former rulers of the Terran Federation a home. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Arcturus laughed, and there was no warmth in his laughter. The Federation built this nightmare prison with their own hands, and they should enjoy it themselves. This will be the only right I will give them in the end. Augustus said. At this point, the two men of the Mengsk family looked up at the sky at almost the same angle. The Federation just happened to provoke the most difficult group of people in Caprulu. Sarko and Jelani stood on the other side of Augustus, as if he was also standing next to a hero, pointing out the country and threatening. Move over, man, you really should take a shower, you stink like a poor worm infected. Titus skillfully used his armored big but to push Angelini away, and this trick always worked for him. What are you doing? Angelini thought Titus had something to report, but when he was exploring the fool's brain, which seemed to be filled with rotten bonito, old Titus was imagining himself doing a striptease to disgust the powerful psychic. He had indeed done such a tasteless thing. This position is the privilege of the old devil of heaven, Titus said. This is the first time I have met someone like you. Angelini quickly realized that Titus was a bad guy and decided that he must stay away from him after working under Augustus. At this time, almost all the transport ships on the apron had taken off, and the Hercules transport ships carrying the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps and collection facilities occupied the original berthing area. These extremely large transport ships lowered the pull-up doors of the cargo hold and dispatch cabin, and at least 100 T-280 space engineering vehicles drove to the apron. Under the orders of their respective captains, they lined up and immediately started to repair and expand the Near Folsom prison. According to the plan, New Folsom will build more mines and steel catalyst extraction facilities to meet the growing demand for various alloy steel resources in the Revolutionary Army's docks and heavy factories. Relying on a huge mobile platform floating on the sea of New Folsom's Magna Lake, this rusty prison will be built into a new Revolutionary Army base and fortress, and the empty cells will be temporarily used to imprison the original jailers and federal soldiers. From now on, this place will also become a nightmare for federal officials. There is no point in increasing the defense facilities of New Folsom Prison. When the war comes, the extremely unstable geological movement in the Magna Lake may cause more damage to the prison than the enemy. The main task of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps is to establish an orbital defense system, hollow out the only satellite of New Folsom to build an unprecedented super shipyard, and directly use the rich resources of New Folsom to build battle cruisers. Considering the huge scale of this project, it will take 5 years to build even at the fastest speed, which means it will not be put into production until 2499. Augustus did not intend to use the outrageous torture instruments in New Folsom Prison to torture the federal soldiers, but the prison guards and federal intelligence agency personnel who had tortured the revolutionary soldiers were not so lucky. Many federal soldiers guarding the prison turned to us at the last minute, claiming that they knew nothing about the tragedy inside the prison. A signalman walked up to Augustus and reported, "Lieutenant Colonel Nolan asked you how to deal with these federal soldiers. If they are willing to join the Revolutionary Army, then I swear I will treat them like all the revolutionary soldiers." Augustus thought for a while and said, "Both treatment and equipment will be in accordance with the standards of their respective troops, and will never be deducted. With the honor of the Mengsk family, I will never let any former federal soldier serve as cannon fodder to attract fire. When all the wars are over, I will let them return home. However, I must pass the mind reading test to confirm whether they are pretending to surrender." "Yes, sir," the signalman said. With the outbreak of the first full-scale war, the continuous war caused the death rate of the Federation Army to rise sharply. Even with the support of patriotic enthusiasm, the number of soldiers who volunteered to join the army was not enough to support the Federation to protect the huge colonial world. In such a situation, the Federation conscription department could only bite the bullet and forcibly recruit soldiers. Fraud was no longer effective, so they forced adult males of appropriate age to go to the battlefield. This naturally caused an uproar in the Terran Federation, because although the Terran Federation treated everyone equally on the surface, they would not recruit the prosperous core world population on a large scale, to avoid shaking the economy, which would cause the wealth of the creation family to shrink on a large scale. At the most intense time of the war, the Terran Federation even sent the entire colony population destroyed by the Zerg into the resocialization factory, and then announced that the population of this world had died in the protracted war. Therefore, Augustus knew that ordinary Federation soldiers in the war were not at fault. They were just those who were dragged to the battlefield in this era. Many Federation soldiers still believed that they were fighting for justice and honor, but the Federation was just using them as cannon fodder. As for the most elite federal troops, most of them stayed in the core world to guard the rear and the property of the nobles. Those fighting on the front line were mostly the resocialized soldiers who could not think, and the militia from the marginal world, who were determined to fight to protect their homes. Although the quality of new recruits has been reduced a lot in recent years as the training time of new recruits has been shortened, they are well-trained professional soldiers after all, not local militia. Arcturus said meaningfully, "Absorbing these federal soldiers can greatly enhance our strength. They are just joining the wise master." "You are right, Arcturus." Augustus nodded, turned and walked towards a shuttle in the middle of the apron, with no intention of staying any longer. UED is also ordering the surrendered federal soldiers to fight for them, but compared to the Earthlings, they are definitely more willing to join us who know everything about us, he said. If the Terrans' attack was strong enough, they must have looted a large number of people from Bront Prime to expand their army. "Marshal, this is an urgent communication from Jim Raynor's flagship on the expedition to Char." Carrigan walked towards Augustus at this time. After the latter nodded slightly, an unfolded triangular bracket projected Jim Raynor's bearded face. "I'm Jim, this is the message I sent back from Char." "What is the sentence?" "Marshal Augustus Mengsk himself. This is a video recording. We fought the Zerg as soon as we arrived at Char, but there was not much loss. Raynor said. The protoss said that the new overmind has been integrated, but its mind is still immature and in a state of chaos. This is what I want to report to you. Phoenix and I are preparing to make that monster suffer. He finally said, everything is fine here, except for the volcanic ash that keeps drilling into my boots and the overwhelming, howling insects. I hope it's the same over there. Chapter 433 Prince Arcturus. On Sigma, the territory of the Terran Federation. The barren cobalt blue night sky is dotted with stars, and the bright starlight pours all the way to the towering glacier mountains and the vast tundra. The frozen lakes and the white snow reflect the light of the stars. Due to the blackout, the city of Sigma is dark, and only a few lights from private land vehicles can be seen. Only a few pedestrians are still walking on the streets in the biting cold wind, with their collars raised to resist the falling snow. The series of wars between the Kel-morian Federation and the Terran Federation in Sigma was the fuse of the Guild War. Before that, this cold and desolate cold world was unknown. Like other planets with resource exports as a pillar industry, Sigma is also a mineral-rich planet. A large amount of high-energy gas is enriched under its glaciers, and the reserves are quite amazing. At first, the Kel-morians built several high-energy gas extraction facilities made of alloy steel on Sigma, but after the Guild War ended, these buildings and the entire galaxy belonged to the Terran Federation as compensation for the damage caused by the war. Most people on the planet Sigma have experienced that terrible war, and now people are reluctant to mention the painful memories of the past. When the air defense alarm sounded again, most of the planet's residents were still asleep. When they opened their eyes, they could hear the shouts of the Federation sheriff on the radio, ordering everyone to take up arms to defend their homes. Although Sigma was once the focus of contention between the warring parties and the Guild War, after the war ended, and the Terran Federation incorporated most of the Federation worlds into its territory, its borders expanded significantly, and Sigma was no longer an important and dangerous place. The Federation Navy only symbolically stationed a small fleet of old and dilapidated ships in Sigma to deal with the pirate threat on the trade route. About 1.5 Federal Army divisions with less than 20,000 people guard the planet Sigma. Considering that this barren planet cannot support more professional soldiers, such a decision is understandable. During the First Total War, since Sigma was not on the Zerg's advanced path, the Federal Armed Forces Supreme Command did not increase the defense of the planet, but instead transferred the last batch of elite troops. Now is the time when the Earth expeditionary force is invading in large numbers, and the overwhelmed Federation has even less time to take care of this planet, which is not surprising. After all, it is said that at least 2 UED fleets have appeared near Tarsinus. However, today's sudden war ended unexpectedly quickly. It took only 3 hours from the outbreak to the occupation of the Sigma governor's mansion by a rebel armed force. When the air defense alarm just sounded, sporadic gunfire and explosions caused by small-scale exchanges of fire were heard in many cities. In the quiet night, some city residents saw soldiers wearing power armor and holding red flags passing through the fast streets, followed by a large number of vulture hover bikes and arc tanks driving towards the city center one after another. The lax federal defenders gave up almost all the military bases and government agencies without much resistance. The rebels chose the right time to attack. At this time, the hemisphere with the most cities and the largest military camps was in the middle of the night, and the night of Sigma was freezing cold. When the sun rose, the residents of the planet Sigma were informed by soldiers with live ammunition and the propaganda department of the Revolutionary Party that everything would be normal today. All public places, schools, mines and office buildings were open as usual. People could sit in the bar and chat about what happened last night. The only difference was that all the federal flags were replaced with black, red and gold red revolutionary flags, and almost every street billboard was posted with the new government's notice and propaganda posters with governing ideas. A heroic man occupied all the screens. I'm Augustus Mengsk. Residents of Sigma, I want to tell you that this planet has been liberated by the Korhal Revolutionary Army. From today on this great land that once nurtured a great people will live their own lives in a freer and happier way according to their own wishes. In the name of all secular and theocratic powers, in the name of Augustus Mengsk, Onyuru Sigma will be incorporated into the Korhal Autonomous Region, the Antigua Autonomous Region, and the joint territory of the above 6 planets, and become a part of the Terran Republic. It cannot be violated or changed, forever. Augustus read out the oath he had memorized in the control room of a radio tower that looked a little old, but was still durable. Augustus Mengsk stood with his hands behind his back until Augustus finished speaking, then said, "This is just the beginning. There are so many planets waiting for us to conquer and rule. One day we will build a peaceful and stable country with our own hands." Yes. Augustus took off the device on his head. "But I call this liberation, liberating the people of a place, so that they and their children no longer have to live a life of humiliation and oppression in the past, rather than conquering and ruling. This is not a conflict." Arcturus said to Augustus, "If you have any concerns, let me do the things you can't do." Augustus sighed, and the blue-white light reflected on his pale face. This is a communication tower located in the federal military base, the corner of Hastings Camp facing the Naranda Glacier. During the Guild War, this federal military camp was once destroyed by the Kel-morian Combine, but it was rebuilt and expanded many times, until it became the largest federal military camp on the planet. After a while, Augustus turned around and shouted, "Lieutenant Sarah Angelini, go tell General Duke that I will review all the surrendered Terran Federation Sigma Legion soldiers in Hastings Camp in 15 minutes. "I know, Marshal." Angelini left as soon as she appeared. Angelini was a powerful 10th level seeker with superhuman strength, but he was convinced by Augustus. Telepaths all know human hearts, and the more so they know, the more they hate the ugliness of human nature, and the more so they know that people like Augustus are worth following for a lifetime. Onyuru Sigma is rich in resources, and the most important thing is that, although the mining facilities of the Kel-morians are crude, they are easy to repair, and the output is quite amazing. If the Kel-morians still rule this planet, they will be able to mine all the resources here in less than 10 years. Arcturus walked through the porch of the control room of the broadcast tower, wearing a black winter-long windbreaker, and walking outside against the cold wind and snow of Sigma. What a group of locusts. The broadcast had ended, and there was no need for Augustus and Arcturus to stay here any longer. They walked together through the military, barracks buildings and supply stations distributed in a grid pattern in the Hastings camp. The ground in the center of the spacious camp was illuminated by the lights. Nearly 6,000 federal soldiers were standing in the heavy snow, shivering in the cold wind, wearing only thin shirts. The revolutionary soldiers stood at the outermost edge with Gauss rifles, and waved and saluted when they saw Augustus and Arcturus. "Let them run, Lieutenant Colonel Fox. They won't feel cold if they run," Augustus shouted to a young revolutionary sergeant. With Augustus's order, the dark crowd quickly moved, and they began to run around the playground, and the momentum was quite amazing. The temperature in the Hastings camp was always around -10 degrees. It was a fatal thing for those soldiers to sweat in this situation, because the sweat from the wet clothes would cause terrible frostbite when it was close to the skin. But all this was irrelevant. They would be sent to the Senaga transport ship Eldridge soon. The interior of that magical spaceship was always warm like spring, and Rory Swan still couldn't figure out the principle. Tell them that in 5 minutes they will be able to drink hot milk soup, hot coffee, and eat canned beef from Umoyan. Augustus said again. "So, let me see if the Sigma Legion, which once defeated the cunning Kel-morians, has become lax and neglected training during this period." In the shadow of the wind and snow, Kerrigan, who was wearing environmental mimicry combat uniforms and in a stealth posture, dutifully put the headset next to Augustus so that the latter's voice could be transmitted through the broadcasting facilities of the Hastings camp. "Soldiers, you probably don't know what just happened. Now I want to tell you. In less than 20 minutes, only a battalion of the 7th Division of the Revolutionary Army took over this camp, and many of you didn't know that the enemy had come until you were dragged out of the tent. What's going on? You have served in the Federation Army for at least 6 years, and my soldiers were students, workers, farmers, and even piano musicians 2 or 3 years ago." Augustus shouted. "Run." Nearly 1/3 of the Sigma Legion came from the former 33rd Ground Assault Division. In the past, they were all my subordinates. Arcturus was full of emotion. I have led them to many victories. The honors we have achieved are unique," he said. "After I retired, the 33rd Ground Assault Division is still the elite of the elite. They belong to the Sigma Legion and have fought on many planets. They are an army forged in the cold polar regions, barren deserts, endless grasslands and dangerous primeval forests. When my old boss General Fowler was still alive, the 33rd Ground Assault Division still had a strong combat effectiveness, but then he died, and died when the war was about to end. After that, the person who took over the Sigma Legion was obviously a fool. No, he was a funny animal trainer and a pathetic beast. He trained my lion into a plump, fat orange cat. Or rather, they didn't train much after the war. Augustus also felt regretful. I got a report that after you left the Federal Army, that is, on the eve of the end of the Guild War, most of the officers in the Sigma Legion, who had made outstanding military achievements, were transferred away and replaced by some children of the Creation family and other relatives who came in," he said. With their military achievements, these people were quickly promoted to generals, which was what you and your subordinates deserved. Later, a group of officers who only wanted to get promoted and make money took over here. They were busy wrestling supplies and weapons, looking for scapegoats, and making arrangements all day long, making the military camp a mess. No one expects to win a battle anymore. What is that man doing? Augustus suddenly pointed to a Federal soldier who was lying on the ground gasping for breath and said, "Let him stand up, don't stop." As soon as the voice fell, several revolutionary soldiers walked over under the order of a sergeant, but the Federal soldier said that he was unwilling to stand up again, and when he was taken away, he said something like, "I'm not good at running. It's really shameful." Arcturus shook his head. "Give me the Sigma Legion. In less than 3 months, I can turn them back into a lion. You want to paint a ginger cat with black stripes?" Augustus smiled. "Have you finally decided to lead an army?" For the past 4 years, Arcturus has been mining resources on the Edge world. Now, he is obviously tired of the things in the mine. When he was young, Augustus Mengsk was determined to become the greatest explorer and a mine owner who accumulated countless wealth. He earned wealth through his own efforts, rather than inheriting his father, which is why he preferred Augustus to inherit the Mengsk family. Arcturus would rather work hard on his own than compete with his brother for the family property. Maybe Arcturus is a cold and icy person, but there is absolutely no doubt that he loves his mother and his brothers and sisters deeply. Just like everything Arcturus has determined to do in the past, he has fulfilled his original dream. Now, Arcturus is driven by an ambition called ambition, and begins to miss the time when he led an army in the past. Arcturus had already opened up enough mines, and even if it took more than 30 years, it would not be exhausted. The current revolutionary army could operate normally even without Arcturus to find new mines. At this time, Augustus invited Arcturus to come and asked him to help him command the growing army. "Besides this, there is nothing else I can do." Arcturus said, "Let me command an army of the Terran Empire. With me here, neither the Zerg nor the Protoss can threaten the Great Empire. An empire again, but Angus wants to establish a republic." Augustus shrugged. "Angus is too naive." Arcturus smiled, his grey beard shaking. "Do you dare to say that in front of your father?" Augustus asked. "Who told him to say that to me?" Arcturus said. "You really hold a grudge." Augustus said. "It is hatred that supports me." Arcturus said, "But I don't hate Angus. On the contrary, I think what he said in the past is not completely unreasonable. But the Terrans must have a strong government. In comparison, the people on Earth are doing well." He said to Augustus, "Remember the games we played when we were children? You were the emperor of the empire, and I was the prince. Who remembers such things?" Augustus said, "Is there an emperor wearing a skirt?" Chapter 434 Valhalla Prototype Weapons Laboratory. This is the Unstudio, the largest and best news agency in the Terran Federation. It is your best choice for first-hand information and the truth. I'm Donnie Vermillion, bringing you a live report of the riot on Zeneda Prime. Zeneda Prime comes from the comic Nova Fortress. In the officer bar of the Hyperion, Augustus and Arcturus had just finished a tense military meeting, and once again adjusted the attack route on Tarsinus Prime. At this moment, they were sitting behind the same table watching the news recording from a week ago, and taking a short break. In late June, The revolutionary fleet led by Augustus set sail again on the third day of occupying Oniru Sigma, further penetrating into the core world of the Terran Federation. Augustus left behind a mixed army of the 11th Polar Hunter Regiment and the 44th and 56th Army Brigades to guard the planet to ensure that the newly appointed colonial government officials could manage and implement new policies more smoothly. After that, during the counter-offensive war, Oniru Sigma will become a transit station for the Revolutionary Army to transport supplies and replenish warships and troops. The fleets that come later can stop at Oniru Sigma to replenish high-energy gas fuel supplies. The Sun reporter named Donnie is a new face. He should be the son of the old Vermilion. Arcturus held a glass of expensive Halcyon wine in his hand, which came from his collection in the wine cabinet for many years. Do you remember him? Augustus' taste for wine is different from Arcturus. He is tasting a glass of brandy at this time. On the TV screen in the bar, a young reporter is introducing the turmoil on Zenada Prime to the audience. The young reporter named Donnie Vermilion has black hair combed back and a firm look in his eyes. He is standing next to several Marines of the Federation Omega Squadron who are standing with guns. I remember everyone. I have a photographic memory. Arcturus said to Augustus. He is a promising talent, one of the few journalists who dare to tell the truth. It only means that he will be hidden by the unseen. Augustus turned his head and nodded to several Revolutionary Army engineers who were greeting him. Usually, the bar of a battle cruiser is only open to officers because the entertainment facilities on a sky battleship are obviously extremely luxurious and cannot accommodate too many soldiers. There is no such rule in the Revolutionary Army. Soldiers and officers are treated equally in many aspects, but the Revolutionary Army soldiers usually have no time to rush to the bar. Most of them spend their free time training and reading revolutionary books to ensure that their thoughts do not deviate from the wise leadership of Marshal Augustus Mengsk. Donnie Vermilion's live report was soon replaced by an urgent report, and the pictures of different anchors of multiple news flashed on the TV screen one after another. The Korhal rebels, led by Augustus Mengsk, launched a full-scale attack on the government forces, and more fringe planets have lost contact with Tarsinus. In response to the call of the rebels, the riots on Viridia Prime almost paralyzed the public order of the planet Viridia Prime, before Ammon intended to trigger geological movement on Viridia Prime to destroy the entire planet. She was a prosperous, beautiful, densely populated resort. Federation Finance Minister McGregor was previously arrested for assault, murder, and possession of banned books. A few days ago, investigators found a bright red rebel flag and a welcome banner in McGregor's home, which means it will be even more difficult for him to clear himself of the suspicion of selling out Federation confidential intelligence and treason. We just captured Oniru Sigma and sent small-scale troops to the nearest dozen planets. Augustus was speechless. The Federation is already a frightened bird. They probably know that they are about to die, Arcturus said with a smile. News was still playing, Bront Prime was lost, and the largest shipyard under the Phaeok Interstellar Transport Company was controlled by the Earth Army. The largest circular orbital city in the synchronous orbit of Artesia Prime fell into the planet's gravitational field. More than 600,000 people died in this horrific tragedy. General Cullen of Artesia believes that the disaster was caused by the invading Earth agents who infiltrated the orbital city to sabotage it. The star system 16 light-years away from the main star of the Tarsinus system observed the disturbance of the subspacetime channel. Experts believe that it is just a natural phenomenon. If I were Dougal, I would definitely capture Tarsinus Prime within 2 weeks, because once this deadline is exceeded, most of the Terran Federation fleet in the Kaprulu sector will have heard the news and rushed to the main star world, Augustus said to Arcturus. By that time, the UED Expeditionary Force can only sign despair. What if this is what Jared Dougal expected? Arcturus drank the wine in his glass. I can't believe that the arrogant Terran Federation was beaten to death by the Earthlings. If I were the one ruling the Federation, the outcome would be completely different. Augustus coughed and said, the Terran Federation doesn't know how many warships the Earthlings have. But in the eyes of the members of the Federation Parliament, the Earthlings will never dare to break into the Kaprulu sector with only a few warships. The Federation Parliament has always been passive, and this unfavorable situation will only continue to worsen, because we have also taken action. The Hyperion is about to exit the hyperspace jump state. All crew members are ready. At this time, the captain's voice came from the Hyperion's radio channel. So soon. Arcturus stood up and walked out of the bar with Augustus and waved to the newly recruited bartender Cooper. Sigmaris Prime is located on the periphery of the Terran Federation's core world. In comparison, it is far less famous than other prosperous and populous core planets. Sarah Carrigan appeared beside Augustus at some point, wearing a bright white tight ghost combat suit. Sarko and Jelini appeared on the other side of Augustus, wearing a slim grey Revolutionary Army uniform with a shining golden lion on his belt. Apparently, Augustus had assigned this level 10 psychic to the Revolutionary Army's intelligence organization, OGB, as an agent. It was the agents of Umagen who first discovered the secret military base of the Federation on Valhalla, the satellite of Sigmaris Prime. They sacrificed many agents who had been trained for many years to find this place. Carrigan shook her long red ponytail tied behind her waist skillfully. But from the intelligence, Valhalla is just an ordinary military base. The scientists of the Terran Federation must be conducting some unknown experiments again. They hope to turn the tide of the war with some earth-shaking new weapons. When Augustus stood on the vertical ladder of the Hyperion, Carrigan helped him straighten his collar while reporting, which made Arcturus next to him cast a scrutinizing look. As Augustus's adjutant, Carrigan not only has access to the core military secrets of the Revolutionary Army and can enter and exit related places, but she also takes care of his daily life. Carrigan does the work of many people alone without getting tired because she has superhuman physical fitness and does not want others to be closer to Augustus than herself. It's ordinary, Arcturus said. If it weren't for Augustus's insistence, I don't think we have to stay on this satellite for longer. Time is running out. We can only conquer the most important and valuable planets first. Believe me, I'm not wrong. Augustus spread his hands. Do you want me to use your childhood embarrassment to prove that you are a daredevil? Arcturus laughed. Damn it, Arcturus, I'm not a kid anymore. We should look forward. Augustus looked at Angelini, who was expressionless beside him. His sharp eyes made the powerful psychic shudder. I don't remember my childhood anymore, and I don't want to hear it again. There are many times when you look back at yourself more than 10 years ago and find that you are actually a completely different person. I agree. When the elevator stopped, Arcturus said, you have changed so much that I can hardly see the shadow of the little guy in you. This always reminds me that I'm old. You are only 33 years old. Augustus said. Alexander the Great died at this time. Arcturus found the feeling of getting along with Augustus when he was a child. Compared with now, when they met in the Federal Army camp in the past, he always taught Augustus seriously how to face his life. Now it is different. Augustus no longer needs Arcturus's teachings. Don't say it. You can live to 48. Augustus said. I will live many more years. May you live a long life. Arcturus smiled. Marshal, the ship is sailing smoothly. The Hyperion has left the subtime and space navigation state and is preparing to enter the synchronous orbit of Sigmaris Prime. Mosley, the navigator of the Hyperion, saluted Augustus. Augustus did not find Matt Horner on the Hyperion. Since the UED invasion disrupted Matt's plan to study at Umagen University, he had been temporarily transferred to another revolutionary flagship, the Artemis, as the second officer. The fleet will launch an immediate raid, and Duke's Alpha Squadron will carry out the landing mission. Augustus ordered. The only thing Duke is good at is this kind of mission that clearly tells him what to smash and what not to smash. I can see that he has always wanted to make achievements whether in the Federation Army or the Revolutionary Army. Arcturus said. So I leave these battles that need to be resolved quickly to Alpha Squadron. Augustus said. This old guy has been very happy recently. Outside the bridge of the Hyperion, a huge dark blue planet almost occupied the entire porthole, and a satellite of the same color was rotating around it. With Augustus's order, several battle cruisers accelerated towards the satellite called Valhalla, and the Hyperion was surrounded by flashes of thruster acceleration and fleeting gorgeous trails. In an instant, multiple orange-red flashes flashed on the Valhalla satellite, as if they were sand drifting with the waves. They came from the laser cannons of the Federation military base. In a few minutes, these firing points of the Federation military base that had fired were quickly destroyed by the artillery fire of the Revolutionary Army fleet, and the Federation fighters parked on the starport runway and the launch port were bombed into scrap metal before they had time to take off. After several rounds of overwhelming fire suppression, Alpha Squadron forcibly landed on Valhalla. Augustus only needed to drink a glass of wine before all the defenders of Valhalla surrendered. The military research facilities on this satellite can be reused. Arcturus looked at the Koprulu star map for a long time and seemed to finally understand Augustus's intention to attack Valhalla's satellite. Its location is quite secret, and the Sigmaris system is relatively closer to Korhal IV. This planet can become a barrier for it, and no one can come and go freely in the Korhal system. Arcturus still misses his former hometown Korhal IV. Whenever he sees the scene after Korhal was destroyed by a nuclear bomb, his heart will be filled with hatred for the Terran Federation again. The current picture of Korhal IV flashed on the main screen of the Hyperion. Just like Arcturus, Augustus has never given up on Korhal. He sends a scientific research team every year to investigate the environment of Korhal after the nuclear explosion. The tragic defense of Korhal did work after all. The number of Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs that actually landed on the planet was less than 400 instead of 1,000. This allowed those areas that were not within the main strike range of the Federation to recover again 4 years later. This is one of the reasons why I came here. Augustus looked at the picture sent back by the scientific expedition team on the screen in the past year. Stilling, once the most prosperous city on Korhal, has become a charred ruin. Large tracts of land have turned into ashes, becoming dangerous deserts and radioactive wastelands. It is almost impossible to rebuild the cities in this area. In comparison, the other side of Korhal suffered much less damage, and now it has regained new vitality. Here, Augustus pointed to a place on Korhal. I will build a great city here that is no less than Stilling in the past. Name it after our grandfather, and Korhal will once again become the center of the Terran world. That's also your name. Arcturus sighed and said, it's a pity that the beautiful Korhal in the past will never come back. Maybe the Protoss will have a way. Augustus said, Protoss? I've heard you talk about them. How much money do they want to help us rebuild Korhal? Arcturus didn't like the Protoss. The Protoss don't want payment. I helped the Protoss in the past, and this is one of their rewards. Augustus said, not asking for payment is the most worthy of vigilance. Arcturus thought to himself that he had to help his foolish brother beware of the Protoss. After returning to the Revolutionary Army, Arcturus not only took over a newly formed legion, but also obtained the ownership of the Cerberus half-Zerg transformation plan. Marshal, General Duke reported that his technical sergeant found many unheard of weapons in the Federation weapons laboratory in Valhalla, which used a large number of incomplete next-generation technology theories. At this time, Carrigan pointed to a picture that had just been uploaded to the main screen of the Hyperion and said, this seems to be a prototype weapons laboratory. Many weapons currently used on the battlefield, such as CMC power armor, are completely and finally tested here. Augustus looked at the weapon on the screen and his eyelids twitched. It was a blue monomolecular lightsaber design. Chapter 435 Earth-shattering cannon. A lightsaber, a pretty cool weapon. Augustus commented briefly, then turned to Carrigan and said, still in the experimental stage. A prototype of an energy sword that must be activated by psychic energy. The one in the Valhalla weapons laboratory is just a glow stick. The Terran Federation does not seem to be prepared to invest more research and development funds in this kind of individual psychic weapon. Carrigan replied. The designer was inspired by the psychic blades of the Protoss, so the color of the lightsaber is also determined by the type of psychic energy of the user. The blade of this lightsaber is only 1 molecule thick and can cut through armor and energy shields. How long will it take to develop the first prototype lightsaber that can be used for testing? Augustus asked. Not only the psychic lightsaber, that looks quite novel, but also many design blueprints of electric pulse weapons, plasma weapons, virus weapons, etc. are displayed on the screen, some of which may be epoch-making even from today's perspective. It depends on the investment of funds and the actual progress of the team. Carrigan said, now it seems that the concept of psychic weapons is too advanced. Moreover, ordinary soldiers without psychic powers cannot use such weapons. Perhaps the Protoss phase technician Carrix can help us, Augustus thought. The Protoss must be experts in this area. Kerrigan shrugged. Most of the weapons here are not suitable for mass production. They are either equipped for special operations forces such as psychic agents, or they are too expensive. Arcturus's eye stopped on a super cannon called Earth-shattering cannon. The introduction above made him very interested. The range is 131 kilometers, moving mountains and filling the sea, and destroying masts and doors. Build the earth-shattering cannon, and the fate of billions of lives is at your fingertips. According to the design drawings, these epic super cannons will be unprecedented in both size and caliber, and are the product of increasing the caliber of cannons to an incredible level. In the eyes of the director of the Valhalla Weapons Laboratory, this weapon is so incredible that he described it as the Caesar Cannon. Although this weapon, called the Earth-shattering cannon, does not even have a complete design drawing, it is only in the routine bragging stage of the designer. If we want to fight against increasingly powerful enemies, the weapons of the past are obviously outdated. Augustus pointed to the design drawing of the Earth-shattering cannon. I think this can continue to be developed. Well, if we can build 2,000 or more super cannons in Korhal. This touched Arcturus' heart. He had a paranoid obsession with the destruction of Korhal. Sort out all the weapon designs as soon as possible. I will see them in the captain's room of the Hyperion tomorrow, Augustus said. Then I will pack them up and give them to Swan and Kaczynski so that they can worry about it. The Federation battleship was discovered in the Sigmaris system, coordinates M7, 118, about 4 astronomical units away from the Hyperion. At this time, a bridge observer reported, "They are finally here." Augustus' expression remained unchanged. "How many warships are there?" 7, and more warp signals are appearing, and radar scans are being uploaded, the observer replied. A few seconds later, the main screen of the Hyperion showed radar scans of several Terran Federation battle cruisers. Which Federation squadron is it? Arcturus's grey eyes flashed with brilliance. It's Delta Squadron, a crew member reported. According to reliable intelligence, the most powerful Federation squadrons, such as Omega Squadron, are guarding Tarsus, but a considerable number of naval fleets are also cruising outside the Federation core starfield. Augustus said, "This means we are going deep into the core world of the Federation. Just in time." The portraits of generals such as Horace Warfield, Edmund Duke and Jackson Holler appeared on the main screen. My Hyperion is in front, and the entire fleet is in assault formation. Augustus was wearing a slender dark grey military uniform, and even the corners of his trousers were ironed straight. Destroy Delta from the front. The bridge of the Hyperion tilted to adjust the direction. Hundreds of frigates, destroyers, Avenger fighters, Wraith fighters, and Hercules transports passed under the bridge portholes. 2 Revolutionary Army Behemoth-class battle cruisers painted in red and gold approached from one side. Delta Squadron has more battle cruisers than the formation standard requires, a full 27. Duke's tone was a little weird, and I didn't know if he was sour. The scan shows that part of this fleet is from Beta Squadron. An observer of the Hyperion said. The flagship Thanatos of Sigma Squadron jumped in. More than 35 Federation battle cruisers are attacking our fleet. Turn on the shield and go full speed, Augustus ordered. This is probably the largest fleet of the Terran Federation except for the one guarding Tarsus, Kerrigan said. The Federation did not deploy this fleet to fight us, Arcturus speculated. I suspect they may have encountered the Earth fleet before, as evidenced by their disorganized organization. It will take us some time to find out which star system the Terran Federation and the UED have just fought in, Augustus said, and what we have to do is to take this opportunity to completely destroy this fleet. However, the Federation's fleet is almost equal to ours, and their battle cruisers are obviously more advanced, Kerrigan said worriedly. Lieutenant Kerrigan, you can't judge whether a war is evenly matched by numbers. Arcturus' tone to Kerrigan was obviously more friendly than to other ghost agents. If we are playing a game of chess with a commander of the Terran Federation Navy, then you don't have to follow the rules at all. You can regret your move, add a few more pieces, or even overturn the entire chessboard. After all, this young woman is likely to give birth to a powerful heir for Augustus. Even considering this alone, Karrigan should be a hero of the Mengsk family. Of course, if Karrigan's belly is not good, then Arcturus does not mind finding a suitable wife for his brother. At the same time, Arcturus also has doubts about the possibility that Augustus's heir may be a psychic, which makes him often waver between Karrigan and other candidates. Half of the fleet's Behemoth-class battle cruisers are now equipped with Yamato guns and shields. Only a few Leviathan-class and overly old warships have not done so. Augustus said to Karrigan, "We need an exciting victory to make the supporters of the Revolutionary Army believe that the dawn of victory is coming." Now the new warships built in the Revolutionary Army shipyard are equipped with Yamato guns during the construction process. After the Protus Carrax-led phase technicians borrowed by Augustus from Tacita have comprehensively upgraded the shield technology and related production lines of the Revolutionary Army warships, the combat effectiveness of the Revolutionary Army warships will be much higher than that of the Terran Federation. The Federation Navy still did not have a large number of Yamato guns, because the Yamato guns they mainly imitated from the Revolutionary Army were not yet mature and difficult to transform on a large scale. The Federation also built too many new warships, and did not have enough docks to transform their old warships with an astonishing output. The battle between nearly 80 battle cruisers and thousands of fighter warships was magnificent. It was a spectacular sight. The steel warships that humans were most proud of fought in the most brutal and tyrannical form in the center of the Sigmarus galaxy. The flagship Hyperion, where Augustus was riding, was at the forefront of all the Revolutionary Army warships. Naturally, it was fired at by at least 8 Federation warships, but all the attacks were fully absorbed by the golden shield raised by Hyperion. In the end, the warship trembled, as if it had a burp. Without any warning, several Revolutionary Army battle cruisers, led by Hyperion, began to charge their Yamato guns. In less than a few minutes, like orange lightning tearing through the dark space, the Revolutionary fleet's first salvo hit 11 Federation battle cruisers. The first salvo of Yamato guns kicked 7 Federation battleships out of the battlefield, and the rest were severely damaged. The Hyperion's main gunfire destroyed a Delta Squadron battlecruiser in one fell swoop and almost wiped out its bow. When the commander of this Federation fleet realized that their chances of winning this battle were getting lower and lower, they were already deeply mired in the quagmire of war and could not get out. Dense bright orange laser beams swept across the entire battlefield, and a large number of wreckages were thrown to the edge of the galaxy. Hundreds of fleet soldiers might be buried in each piece of twisted, burning black scrap metal. At the most intense moment of the battle, the Revolutionary Army flagship Hyperion, under the broadside fire of more than 5 Federation battle cruisers, was approaching the Delta Squadron Nemesis. Its blue steel armor was covered with a blazing energy shield, like the surface of a burning star. The Hyperion, powered by the core of a protosarch sun, was like a blazing phoenix, and the Federation Navy soldiers who had never seen such a scene were stunned. When the Federation battlecruisers' laser cannons fired at the Hyperion, it was as if they were hitting a star that could absorb all energy. All attacks were ineffective. Once those powerful laser cannons landed on the Hyperion's sun-shining shield, they were like fish swimming into water, as if they were completely erased by an eraser. I remember when the Umagins and I just salvaged the Hyperion from that desolate planet. It was still a difficult to repair ship. Even after it was fully repaired, it was out of touch with the new technology of the new era of battle cruisers. Arcturus had never seen the Hyperion's guns roar. As Augustus ordered the Hyperion's shield energy output to be continuously enhanced, the bridge windows became brighter and brighter, as if 1,000 suns were rising. Protus technology. Augustus looked at Arcturus and said, "For my sake, the Protus helped me to slightly modify the Hyperion." Before Augustus finished speaking, the Hyperion's main gun opened fire. If this was not in a vacuum, the roar at this moment would be enough to make the people of the entire city tremble. A Beta Squadron battleship was hit head-on, and a golden beam of light split the entire ship in two, like a hot knife cutting butter. The Nemesis is only 12 miles away from the Hyperion. 9 miles. 4 miles. It's about to collide. The radar observer on the Hyperion reported. From Augustus's perspective, the Delta Squadron flagship Nemesis was getting closer and closer, so that he could almost see the orange lights and an ironic smiley face logo on its bridge. Who is commanding this battleship? What does he want to do? Arcturus was not panicked at all. He almost laughed. "I used this tactic once. Last year I followed an exploration team to find new high energy gas deposits, but encountered pirates in a galaxy. At that time, I only had a few small boats that were not much bigger than a canoe," he said. "But the pirates' situation is not much better than ours. I ordered my pilot to drive the spaceship into the Viking pirates' pirate ship, and when the other party tried to dodge, I hit the belly of its spaceship with a harpoon torpedo. One life for one life. Ramp it." Augustus grabbed the iron railing connecting the bridge to the side and said, "Our shields and armor are stronger. Be prepared for impact." Augustus stretched out a hand to Kerrigan, motioning for her to hug him, while Arcturus just stared quietly at the bridge porthole, as if no matter how big the tremor was, it could not shake his mountain-like majestic body. "I'm wearing the latest magnetic boots designed by the Umorians, which can fix me to any deck." A strong flash of light lit up the entire bridge, and the bow of the Hyperion collided head-on with the Delta Squadron's flagship Nemesis. The latter's bow immediately tilted to one side, while the Hyperion was unscathed. The violent collision almost made Augustus' hands tremble constantly. It was only because Kerrigan pulled him up that he didn't fall to the ground. "The shield energy has been consumed by 75%. The captain of the Hyperion reported to Augustus. "It is expected to be fully charged within a minute." At the port side window of the Hyperion, the completely dented and smashed bow of the Nemesis was passing by it. Its solid fine steel armor was now rotten beyond recognition. Even in this situation, the Hyperion and Nemesis's flanks were still firing continuously, and the orange-red laser barrage was tilted at a close distance, as if to melt the armor. The damage to the Nemesis was much more serious. Its bow was almost completely shrunk by 90 feet, and the armor was full of burn marks left by the Hyperion's firing. "Send out the landing craft. I want to take down this battleship," Augustus shouted after he stood firm. "Where is Titus?" Chapter 436, Battle of Sigmaris. As if swords were clashing, the Hyperion collided and passed by the starboard side of the Delta Squadron flagship Nemesis. All twin laser batteries, plasma cannon batteries and J-23 ship-to-ship missile launchers were firing at the same time. The two towering steel ships were intertwined with flames that were enough to level a city. The fine steel armor of the Delta Squadron flagship was already scarred, and the wounds that were penetrated kept spurting out bright red plasma streams and fireworks. The charred and broken fine steel debris, the electronic components in the warship, and the instrument panel near the hatch were all sucked into outer space. The two most unparalleled steel giants of the Tyranids were still colliding with each other, and the shining light they released repeatedly lit up the bridge of the Hyperion where Augustus was standing. The Hyperion was shaking like a ship in a stormy sea. The upper deck of the bridge and the main deck were affected by the impact. A terrible sharp whine came from the steel structure that collided with the Nemesis. Those who were not in the command chair and the accelerator chair were staggering, or had their heads broken and bleeding. From this position, Augustus could clearly see the terrifying hull of the Nemesis and the yellow smiley face logo sprayed on it. The roaring broadside guns of the Hyperion were blasting one gap after another and bullet holes larger than a person on the surface of its orange-gray ship. The flagship of the Delta Squadron had obviously been severely damaged by the powerful impact of the Hyperion. The solid steel armor fell off like burnt scales. "Titus, you can set off when you are ready." Augustus supported his hands on the railing next to the tactical console so as not to fall down in the continuous collision of the two ships and the shock caused by it. "I'm tired of waiting. Boys, draw your guns and load your guns to board the ship. It's time to kick the ass of Delta Squadron. They chased us like dogs in Marcera and Antigua." Titus Finley stood on a launch bay of the Hyperion with an unlit cigar in his mouth, and a row of boarding ships parked behind him. These boarding ships were built by the Kel-morian Combine during the Guild War. The head of the boarding ship has a multi-layer foam layer and shock-absorbing structure to cushion the impact. It has a magnetic suction device and laser melting gun that can be nailed to the armor of the enemy ship to forcibly break the ship's armor. This type of ship was originally a detection ship used by the Combine's mining guild to be sent to a rich asteroid to determine its mineral reserves. As a standard Kel-morian spacecraft, it is cheap and has a simple and reliable system. Of course, its thin armor is absolutely unable to withstand the gunfire of the battlecruiser. Generally speaking, even during the Guild War, boarding ships driven by fanatical Union Guild guards found it extremely difficult to approach the Federation warships, even when their own fleet had an absolute firepower advantage. Even in the best case, no more than 1/3 of the Kel-morian ships could successfully approach the enemy ships. Behind Titus, elite soldiers of the Revolutionary Army with the battlefield porcupine logo on their power armor and special forces of the Nova Squadron wearing bright purple armor were ready to go. Some of the boarding ships also carried ghost agents, engineers, and pilots. Their mission was to take over the entire Nemesis after the boarding battle was over. As the flagship of a veteran Federation Navy squadron, the Nemesis was superior to other Federation warships produced and built in the same period in all aspects. The commander of the Delta Squadron was also commanding the entire fleet on the bridge of the Nemesis. If he had not died in the first collision, then capturing him would be enough to make the Federation fleet lose its fighting spirit. Navigator, half-speed thrusters, keep a distance from the Nemesis, Augustus ordered. Shields are full. His order was quickly passed down. The defense shield is full. A bridge crew member replied. Continue. Augustus said firmly. Continue to increase the shield energy output. Yes, sir. Under Augustus's order, the shield energy value of the Hyperion continued to soar, and the temperature inside the ship was also rising. The energy released from the sun core in the engine compartment flowed through the energy pipes deeply embedded in the decks of the Hyperion, and the shield flashes covering its surface became brighter and brighter. This means that the energy transmission system in the Hyperion is operating at double overload. If it were its original old pipes instead of the Protoss energy transportation circuits and pipelines newly laid by the Protoss Carré phase technician Carax, many systems of this battleship would be melted by this terrible energy. Deploy the shield. When the progress bar on the main screen stopped at 1000%, Augustus could feel that the battleship was already overwhelmed. The sun core in the engine room that once powered the Arcnescent memory emitted a dazzling flash, and the Hyperion was almost completely covered in golden light, with an unprecedented peak energy output far exceeding any type of Terran engine. Any Federation fighter that tried to approach the Hyperion's shield melted like a candle in a fire as soon as it approached, and even the ship of the Nemesis was burned black. Shield deployment. A technician shouted and entered the command into the console. It was like the power of the sun. The Hyperion's shield suddenly expanded, like a golden bubble that suddenly expanded and wrapped the Nemesis in it. In an instant, the edge of the shield composed of the actual energy of the sun core spread like a spread light wing, and the shockwave that swept across the Nemesis continued to spread, quickly affecting many surrounding Federation warships, and a golden ripple was created in the universe. The spreading shield turned into a shockwave of energy that swept across the surrounding Federation fighters, turning them into a ball of burning flames and overflowing electricity. The two Delta Squadron warships that were about to come to support the flagship were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Because they were old-fashioned warships, they were still using fine steel armor instead of defense matrix to provide protection for themselves. The spreading energy shockwave was like a whip hitting its outer shell hard, and violent explosions immediately spread across the surface. The armor of the Delta Squadron flagship Nemesis, which was closest to the Hyperion, was burned black in an instant, and it kept falling off its hull like burnt scales. All weapon systems were misfired at this time, and explosions and flames filled all parts of its hull. The flowing flames seemed to be splashing blood. Titus, Augustus shouted. Haha, watch it. When it comes to fighting, the Federation people have to step back a little. Titus lit his cigar, closed his mask, and walked towards one of the boarding ships. Large numbers of revolutionary boarding ships sailed out of the Hyperion's docking launch port and flew to the docking port and spacecraft docking bay of the Nemesis, and the defense facilities of these cabins were all rendered useless under the attack of the Hyperion. Go full speed ahead and get rid of the Nemesis, Augustus ordered as he watched hundreds of boarding ships full of revolutionary soldiers rushing towards the scarred Nemesis. We still have a whole Terran Federation fleet to deal with. With Augustus's order, the Hyperion accelerated away from the Nemesis. When Augustus looked at the Nemesis that was quickly moving away, he happened to see a few Federal Navy soldiers floating out of the cracks in the ship's ship, like sand spit out by oysters. Some of them were obviously still alive, and the rest were the remains of bodies that were blown to pieces in the explosion. If Hyperion continued to attack the battleship, it would inevitably be doomed to destruction. The Hyperion, which accelerated away from the Nemesis, once again jumped into the battlefield interwoven with bright orange bullet screens, and fell into the dense firepower net of more than 12 Federation battle cruisers. In this magnificent encounter, the Hyperion faced the firepower of half of the Federation fleet, and continued to penetrate its line. With the previous experience of the Nemesis, even if the remaining Federation warships could completely surround the Hyperion, most of the captains still chose to give in tacitly and make way for it to continue moving forward. In fact, this may be a rare opportunity for them to destroy the Hyperion, because its shield has obviously dimmed. The Hyperion, which broke into the center of the Federation fleet, caused chaos in the opponent's formation. After losing more than 10 battleships and the flagship was severely damaged, the Federation fleet was retreating. This was the first time that the transformed Hyperion appeared in front of the Federation fleet, and the Federation Navy has not yet figured out what changes have taken place in this battleship. What kind of human weapon can penetrate the shield of the Hyperion now? I'm afraid only the native technology of the Earth can do it. Arcturus was surprised at the amazing changes that the Hyperion had undergone. You know, originally this battleship was just an ordinary Federation Behemoth-class battlecruiser that crashed in Umoyan due to a navigation system failure. This is just a way of hurting the enemy by 10,000 and hurting yourself by 8,000. Augustus shook his head and said, the energy source of the Hyperion comes from the solar core of the Proteus arc. Compared with it, our warship is not even as big as its orbital gun. Using this powerful energy source is constantly consuming the service life of its various systems. After each battle, it has to undergo a thorough overhaul. If I hadn't been able to ask the Proteus engineers to help me complete the repair work for the time being, I would never have used this tactic. He said, I have to hide from Swan during this period, otherwise he will definitely jump up and slap me in the face. Thinking like this, it will take 3 months to fully replace all the systems of the Hyperion that are overloaded. At this time, the Hyperion was meeting 3 Federation warships head-on. The other side was obviously aggressive and intended to force the Hyperion into a desperate situation. The orange-red laser barrage bombarded the golden shield in unison, and waves of ripples passed through the porthole beside Augustus, like ripples on the water. The Hyperion's main gun was fully charged again, and with just one strike, it wiped out a quarter of the area of the middle spine of a Beta Squadron battlecruiser. This extremely majestic steel giant ship was soon broken in half, and thousands of Federation Navy soldiers were burned to ashes by the flames. Even from Augustus's perspective, the Hyperion loaded with the arc core was quite powerful. At least, among warships of the same tonnage and level, the Hyperion was already able to stand invincible. At the same time, the remaining Revolutionary Army fleet was also advancing steadily under the leadership of the always calm and experienced General Horace Warfield, and was not exposed to the firepower of the Federation fleet because of the eagerness to support the Hyperion. Warfield led the echelon to surround 7 Federation warships and sent a large number of boarding ships to seize those Federation warships that were unable to move due to damage. After losing more than half of them, the Federation fleet, which was numbed by the head-on attack, was doomed to defeat. Unless they are supported by other fleets, most of them will be buried in the Sigmaris system. Now there are less than 22 Federation warships with varying degrees of damage left to maintain the front line. It is undeniable that the hastily launched battle in Sigmaris was a wrong decision from the beginning. The commander of this fleet obviously did not know the strength of the Revolutionary fleet and mistakenly regarded them as the hastily assembled rebel fleet 4 years ago. You know, Arcturus, this method is not a long-term solution after all. I must find a new warship for this solar core as soon as possible. Augustus stood on the bridge, watching the Federation warship that was cut in half by the main gun of the Hyperion. The broken part was still burning, and countless crew members and equipment debris were being sucked out. I have seen the solar core. Even if you build another warship twice as big as the Hyperion, it cannot carry it. Arcturus still remembered the scene when he first saw the solar core. He was indeed almost shocked. Arcturus's knowledge of the Proteus was very limited. He had fully estimated the height of the Proteus civilization, but in the end he found that he was just a frog in the well. All the engineers' overestimations of the Sun Star have proven to be far from enough. When it comes to the ability to build warships, we are not as good as the Protoss. Arcturus said, fortunately, you have turned this most terrible enemy into a friend, but you must never take a group of aliens lightly. They are not human, and those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. I know a kind of ship that can carry the energy of the sun's core. Augustus leaned over the console, staring at the Federation warships disappearing one after another on the radar scan map. His own fleet was launching a full-scale attack, and found that his equipment was actually lagging behind a group of rebels. The Federation fleet was still retreating. Protoss? If they could have such a warship, why would they give it to you? Arcturus said. Augustus said, the Protoss will help me build a new capital ship, or even give me a Protoss warship directly, but that doesn't mean they will always help me like this. Human favors are limited. Blindly asking for them will make everything look like a naked exchange of interests. Even saints can't escape this. He said. I know that in addition to the Protoss, there is another kind, and that is the Xel'Naga warship. That's hard to find. Arcturus shook his head. This is just a stopgap measure. Augustus turned to look at Karrigan beside him. Try to establish a communication link with the flagship of Sigma Squadron. I'll give them a chance to surrender. 520 votes requested. Chapter 437 Another victory. 7 hours after the outbreak of the Battle of Sigmaris, Augustus' flagship Hyperion, followed by Iron Justice, Norad III and King's Wrath, pursued the victory and jointly destroyed the flagship Thanatos of the Sigma Squadron, which refused to surrender, and another Federation battleship, the Mortis. This decisive blow was the final word, and also put an end to the most tragic battle in the history of mankind in the Korhal sector. There were countless wrecks and debris, and hundreds of thousands of people died. It was a tragic tragedy. Only 11 less damaged Terran Federation battle cruisers managed to break through. The rest were either completely destroyed and became a huge piece of scrap metal floating in space, or were surrounded and unable to use the secondary engine to open the emergency jump channel, and could not fly away. It's all over, Arcturus Mengsk said in a breath. Directly below the Hyperion, the Federation battleship named Mortis was heading towards destruction uncontrollably. The focused and compressed Yamato cannon of the Iron Justice hit the Mortis squarely, and the explosion penetrated multiple decks and caused an even more terrible disaster in the engine room. Cracks and orange-yellow flames covered the surface of the Mortis. The newly installed fine steel armor was already outdated and old in the era of the Yamato cannon. Since the humans in the Korhal sector entered the starry sky, there has never been such a weapon that can completely make a capital ship that has wasted countless resources lose its combat effectiveness with just one blow. In another direction, the Sigma Squadron flagship Thanatos, sandwiched between the Norad II and the King's Wrath, was still trying to speed away, but the violent explosion was tearing it into pieces. The Federation flagship carried at least 4,000 to 6,000 crew members. They were in a real purgatory on Earth. Every moment, soldiers and crew members were torn to pieces by explosions or burned alive. Thanatos would become a real death tomb. The captain of the Mortis has contacted us through the public channel. If the Revolutionary Army sends a lifeboat to rescue his crew, he is willing to surrender. A communications sergeant of the Revolutionary Army sitting in the command chair reported to Augustus. Let Captain Davis do it. Augustus turned to the main screen, and a photo of a Revolutionary Army officer appeared on it. It was a young female officer with beautiful light golden hair. This is the order of the Marshal. The Thanatos is finished. It is a flagship. During the war, it took hundreds of thousands of people to work day and night to build such a ship. Arcturus turned and walked down the stairs between the two ships. See what we can do. It is not wise to step onto a warship that is heading for destruction. Augustus looked back at Arcturus and said, if there are still thousands of people on this battleship, would they rather be burned to death, poisoned to death, crushed to pieces by uncontrolled gravity, or live to see tomorrow? Arcturus did not look back. His grey eyes were motionless, like hard near steel. After I kill all those who disobey, they will know whose feet they should crawl under. Bring my guard division. Augustus sneered, almost forgetting that his brother Arcturus was once a star-like figure in the army. He was a god in the use of troops, cold and decisive, with superb military ability and broad qualities. When Arcturus walked out of the bridge gate, the guard saluted. Arcturus was now wearing a standard Revolutionary Army staff officer uniform, a dark blue uniform with the wolf head logo of the Mengsk family, and the red trouser line set off his straight waist. Augustus had almost all of the most famous generals among the Terrans under his command. Edmund Duke, Horace Warfield, Jim Raynor, and Matt Horner were all generals of the Terran Empire at different times, which made him almost ignore Arcturus' military talent. There is a monster in Arcturus' heart. Sarah Kerrigan, who had been standing next to Augustus, said, "Those federal soldiers who resisted him are doomed to be in big trouble." Kerrigan had wanted to use her powerful telepathic ability to explore Arcturus's thoughts, not out of interest in Augustus' family, but unexpectedly found that this man was quite honest with her. Of course, Augustus Mengsk's heart was like an endless maze, and even the most powerful ghost agent only had a vague understanding of his ambitions. In Arcturus' heart, his mother, brothers, and sisters were the most important, followed by Angus's family, and then his ambitions in the political field. Arcturus also thought that he had nothing to hide from Kerrigan. He even said that the woman could stand by Augustus' side only because of his brother's preference. Arcturus would never allow anyone to hurt his brother. Since childhood, he has always protected Augustus and his sister Dorothy. This love is not fake even in Kerrigan's eyes. Of course, Arcturus doesn't like Kerrigan very much, that's for sure. A dangerous woman who came out of nowhere and stayed by Augustus' side all the time really made Arcturus sleepless. He prefers Kerrigan to be a woman who is easy to control. After all, she should be a noble daughter like his mother Catherine. He won't cut those people into pieces. Augustus shook his head and didn't worry about his brother at all. Arcturus is the kind of person who is clear-headed and knows what he is doing at all times. He doesn't do things based on hatred and passion. Few people can see through Arcturus' true nature hidden under his friendly and gentle face. He is a real monster. Augustus still treats Arcturus as a close relative instead of alienating him because he knows what he did. At least now, Arcturus has become much more mature and sophisticated than the young man who didn't care about politics in the past and felt confused and even embarrassed about his father's enthusiasm for the revolution. Arcturus has not lost everything: his hometown, all his family members, and tens of millions of people in Korhal. Report a rough statistical report. The fleet completely destroyed 14 Terran Federation warships, and the landing forces sent occupied 7 damaged warships. There are still 3 warships that are still fighting back, but it is only a matter of time before they are defeated in the end. Kerrigan said, "What about us?" Augustus asked immediately. 4 were badly damaged, and 2 were completely destroyed. They were old Leviathan class and the earliest Behemoth class battle cruisers. They lacked a defense matrix and their engines were relatively backward. They were unable to escape the desperate counter-attack of the Federation warships. Kerrigan said, 8 to 10,000 revolutionary soldiers were lost in this battle, while the Federation lost more than 10 times that. I heard reports that 2 Federation warships directly rammed our warships to cover the retreat of friendly forces, causing the Antigonus and the Fist of Freedom to be almost destroyed. Augustus knew that, if it weren't for the Hyperion's great power, the Revolutionary Army's casualties and losses would have at least doubled. Although the Revolutionary Army's casualties made Augustus feel uncomfortable, it was still within the acceptable range. This was a huge Federation fleet, not pirates who only dared to bully caravans and military outposts. Considering the worst outcome, this was also very likely to be a tragic victory. After losing most of the fleet, even the Terran Federation Navy, with its size, is inevitably seriously damaged. You know, they are now gathering forces to deal with the Earth UED fleet that may have already penetrated deep into the core world. The lost warships are difficult to be replenished in a short time. Both the Revolutionary Army and the UED have made it difficult for ordinary Federation Navy squadrons to cope. Unless the Federation Navy wins a key victory in the next short period of time, this situation of being attacked from both sides will only get worse. Considering the popularity of the Terran Federation in the Koprulu sector, the Kel-morian Federation and Umoyan can only applaud and wish to add fuel to the fire. These 2 Federation warships may be full of soldiers who have undergone resocialization transformation. Even if the commander orders them to crash into a satellite, they will not hesitate at all. Kerrigan replied, Where do they get so many criminals? Even the number of soldiers killed by the Federation over the years has far exceeded the number of death row prisoners. Augustus snorted. We already knew that they were experimenting on ordinary people, transforming living people into dead soldiers without personality. But if we can control the mainstream media of the Terran Federation and make this public, more people will definitely respond to the call of revolution, he said. Unless we occupy the headquarters building in Tarsinus again, the Federation will always be able to hide its crimes. But as long as the revolution can achieve final victory, the settlement of the Federation's crimes will win the praise of the people, and the smooth transition of power will be a matter of course. As long as people in the Terran Federation have heard about the Federation's evil deeds such as human body modification, genetic programming and the introduction of alien Zerg, they will know how evil and untrustworthy their government is. Kerrigan thought of her miserable childhood. The federal government has so much black material that these things are not the most frightening ones. Augustus turned his head to look at the main screen of the Hyperion and opened the communication channel of the entire fleet. I'm Marshal Augustus Mengsk. The entire fleet is clearing the battlefield as quickly as possible. Deal with those enemy ships that are still resisting, rescue the wounded, salvage the wrecks, and search for all valuable spoils. Each battlecruiser is of astonishing value. For the Revolutionary Army, which is used to living a poor life, they can be repaired and reused. The large number of weapons and nuclear bombs carried in them are enough to make up for the losses of the Revolutionary Army in this battle. At the same time, the number of captured federal soldiers is also tens of thousands, and they can become a new force for the Revolutionary Army. Outside the bridge window of the Hyperion, a landing force led by Augustus Mengsk is forcibly landing on the flagship of Sigma Squadron, Thanatos. This is an elite force mainly composed of the sons of Korhal and the old guards, and Arcturus, who was collecting money at the mine some time ago, has rushed in with a spike gun. I'm Titus, and the flagship of Delta Squadron has been captured by me. At this time, Titus's old face, which has become fat because of eating too well recently, appeared on the screen. This is their commander. What's his name? General Green. When I rushed into the bridge, he was about to shoot himself. But it seems that this guy is reluctant to give up his life. Titus brought a bruised and battered Federal Navy general to the screen in a very rough manner. He was a middle-aged man with sunken eyes and a tuft of black beard. His originally shiny Navy uniform was stained with blood. Well done, Titus. Augustus shouted that there would be a reward. You are General Green, a hero who fought against the Zerg during the First Total War. Hundreds of millions of federal people were saved because of your heroic fighting on the Atticus front. He recognized this man. Salute you. I'm Augustus Mengsk, boy of the Mengsk family. While we were fighting the Zerg, you and your people were wreaking havoc in the territory of the Federation and letting the wolf into the house. General Green spit at Augustus, which immediately attracted a slap as big as a palm fan from Titus. Mr. Titus doesn't care about heroes or not. It doesn't matter to him. It's true that Titus admires heroes, but in his opinion, the only heroes in the world are him, Jim Raynor and Augustus Mengsk, and Hanak Hank barely counts as half a hero. The others are really nothing. Titus, be respectful to the general. Augustus just kept smiling in response to General Green's accusation. Do you want me to tell you about the story of us facing billions of Zerg and Protoss fleets in the Serra and Antigua systems, and rescuing millions of people? My warriors and I have set foot on the main nest world of the Zerg and as far as the Protoss home planet Ea, he said. I have witnessed wars from the surface of a planet to the synchronous orbit, months of countless casualties, and I have also seen the destruction of the Zerg overlord in front of me. General, if you believe what you want to believe, then there is nothing to talk about between us. Augustus put his hands behind his back, and the black cloak he was wearing cast a long shadow on the bridge of the Hyperion. I will only give you one chance, surrender or not. When General Green lowered his proud head, the picture ended. Our victory and Sigmaris must be spread, Augustus said after a while. The right to speak in the media is still firmly controlled by the Federation. Any regime determined to establish a strong control over the people will not give it to others. With the control of the they will always slander the Revolutionary Army faster than we can clarify it. Kerrigan shook his head. Our achievements on the fringe worlds and our efforts to overthrow the Federation have been downplayed. then find a way to spread it through other channels, or make this war more intense. The main screen in front of Augustus flashed a map of the Korhal sector, with many planets on it. Norris Guard 6th, one of the largest resocialized soldier manufacturing factories in the Terran Federation. Next, as long as we take it down, the Federation will have no soldiers to use. Chapter 438 Norris Resocialized Factory. The work of cleaning up the battlefield, recovering the spacecraft, and detaining the prisoners of war has been basically completed. Only a few Federation battle cruisers that cannot be towed back to the dock are still floating on the battlefield in the synchronous orbit of Sigmaris. In the narrow T-shaped corridor of Hyperion, Sarah Kerrigan caught up with Augustus, who was walking out of the crew cabin where the soldiers lived. At this time, Kerrigan was wearing a slim dark blue navy gown and a military skirt. The waist-hugging design outlined her exquisite body to the fullest. Her long fiery red hair was piled high behind her head, and the two strands of hair on both sides of her cheeks were braided into braids, intertwined with the ends of the hair. Kerrigan's hair in front of her forehead was also neatly combed to one side, which made her gem-like green eyes more beautiful. Except for the 6 captured Federation warships that had been added to our fleet after simple repairs, the other 3 battle cruisers that were too severely damaged are heading to the Umajan Fortress starport, the closest to the Sigmaris system, for a year of repair work. Kerrigan said. The crews of these former Federation warships have been dispersed to various transport ships and supply ships, and those Federation soldiers who would rather die than join the Revolutionary Army are temporarily detained in a temporary prison on the Valhalla satellite. How is the reconstruction work on Valhalla going? Augustus had just arrived at Hyperion to see the soldiers in the crew cabin. When the young warriors who had entrusted their lives to the revolution saw him, they all showed respectful shyness. The Hyperion had left the Sigmaris system a week ago and was in a stable hyperspace navigation state. It was extremely difficult to fall asleep in this state. In addition to endlessly analyzing the star map and guessing the combat intentions of the UED and the Federation, Augustus simply spent more time patrolling his precious warship. After the Battle of Sigmaris, the captured Federation warships and soldiers greatly compensated for the losses of the revolutionary fleet in this battle. Under the command of Augustus, this fleet still has extremely strong combat power and deterrence. However, the internal facilities of the Hyperion were severely damaged in this battle, and even most of the lines were burned. The energy released by the core of the sun in the battle almost melted the entire engine compartment of the Hyperion. The internal temperature once reached nearly 1000 degrees Celsius, and 4 cooling tower facilities were evaporated at one time. This almost made the Hyperion completely lose power and had to activate the backup transmission line. According to your order, Major Marcus urgently appointed a large number of shipboard engineers and Federation Engineering Corps from the former Federation Delta Squadron, Beta Squadron and Sigma Squadron. At the current speed, the newly established Valhalla Weapons Laboratory will be able to resume the development of new weapons by next month at the latest. Kerrigan reported to Augustus. The Valhalla Prototype Weapon Laboratory will be the cradle of new technology. I'm satisfied. Augustus had already envisioned the scene of the Odin Thor, Minotaur class Gorgon class battle cruiser coming out. What he had to do after that was to continuously send personnel and funds to the Valhalla Laboratory. As long as new weapons become more and more powerful, our soldiers will no longer have to make such great sacrifices as in the past to achieve the final victory. Good evening, Marshal. At this time, 2 Revolutionary Army engineers carrying coils of cables on their shoulders walked past Augustus and Kerrigan. Lieutenant Kerrigan, you are getting more and more charming, Annabella Thatcher said. Oh, little cutie. Kerrigan blinked her bright green eyes and said to Annabella, good evening, Otto. Where are you going? Augustus put his hands on his waist. It's the cold storage, sir. If you insist on asking why, I have to tell you that you broke it. Thanks to you, we've been eating canned food for a week. Otto was a tall man with dark brown skin, which was born from the strong sunlight in his hometown of Meinhof. Besides, after we're done, we have to go to the security control room and the dock control room to clean up the mess. It's a mess there. It's all my fault, brother. Augustus coughed lightly. After the war is over, I must treat you to a big meal. Okay. My son has always wanted to try Tarsinus's Pintady raspberry pastry and cream cheese. Otto said before walking into a corner. Until I finish the work, I think it will take about a year. Whatever, Augustus said. How about it? Don't forget to buy the beauty a drink, gentlemen. Even though Annabelle was wearing heavy work clothes and was full of the smell of sweat and engine oil, it couldn't hide the girl's youthful vitality and natural beauty. You have to thank us, don't you? It's a deal. Augustus promised, vowing that he would remember this. Augustus was not always strict. He was kind and respectable, but still dignified. In any case, as long as the revolutionaries dared to talk to Augustus, they would find that the marshal was not scary at all. He was neither a moody person nor a commander who was intimidating without anger. If he had not joined the revolution, Augustus might be a manor owner in a remote and unknown beautiful world. He must be an interesting and respectable man. Arcturus was also approachable and amiable, and everyone who met him was impressed by him. Most of the Mengsk family were like this, but Arcturus was much colder than Augustus. At least he would never have the heart to chat with his subordinates. The engineering corps complained a lot about you. The Hyperion was almost torn apart by you. Kerrigan said with a smile. I can only say that I hope they live a fulfilling life. Augustus sighed, knowing that once the Hyperion was repaired, he would do the same thing as last time. Engineers wearing work clothes for the external environment walked through the corridor from time to time, hurriedly running to the cabin where the chief engineer of the engineering corps, Rory Swan, asked them to go to repair the pipelines and electronic systems damaged by the overload of the solar core. This is a huge project, and all the engineers have been exhausted by the heavy work during this period. Because the Hyperion is now almost all over the ship, if the jump engine has not been affected, even completing a regular space-time jump will be a problem. Even so, the engineers still have to worry about whether this old ship, which is almost falling apart, will have any other problems. It is only thanks to the magical Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps that Augustus can maintain such a large fleet. In this regard, the angry Rory Swan and Viktor Kaczynski did not jump up and slap Augustus in the face, although in the words of the former, that is, when my people and I handed this baby to you, it was in good condition, with beautiful curves and the sound of the engine was as pleasant as a whistle. You idiot. You messed up the whole thing. But Swan's swearing stopped there. He had no time to complain about his extravagant boss. There was a lot of work waiting for him to do. It is true that Augustus paid a lot of salary to recruit Swan and his men to work for him, but the value they created was 10 times and 100 times the salary. Swan was an irritable boss who was happy to work hard. Since burying his head in the machinery and working non-stop was Swan's hobby, he almost never stopped. Thank God, Swan understands my difficulties. Augustus spread his hands and said, that's why I say that Swan is the best engineer of this century, no doubt about it. As long as you praise him like this, Swan will stop complaining immediately. Kerrigan said, Titus is right. The boss who understands people's hearts is the most terrible. Is it time? Augustus raised his hand and looked at his watch at this time. The subtime and space channel should also be opened. Let's go to the bridge. He turned on the internal communication channel of the Hyperion. The 9th and 11th battalions of the Guards Division will gather in the dispatch cabin on the lower deck of the Hyperion. Check your power armor and Gauss rifles for the last time. That is your second life. Damn it, where is Titus? I haven't seen him for 20 hours. Where is he fooling around again? 20 minutes later, the Hyperion jumped out of the subtime and space channel, and more than 45 Revolutionary Army battle cruisers followed closely, arranging in a neat formation to protect the flagship in the center. These incomparable behemoths were lined with red lights and sensor arrays. Countless portholes flashed with little lights, and thousands of escort fleets and fighters jumped out of the irises of the subspace-time channel exits one after another, creating a dazzling beauty in the distorted blue light of space. The starlight poured onto the flagship of the Hyperion, and this strange but beautiful starry sky jumped into Augustus's eyes. A pale blue planet seemed to have suddenly jumped out, and it was shrouded in the brilliance of another incomparable huge deep yellow giant gas planet, which was more than 1,000 times the size of the Earth. The star of the Norris system was a bright and dazzling point of light, and its distorted temperature could be felt even at this distance. It was a young main sequence star with a violent personality, constantly releasing bright light, heat and terrible radiation to the outside world. It was so bright that it looked dangerous and dazzling. Norris 6 is one of its many satellites, with a thin atmosphere and cold, dark oceans all over its surface. This satellite is even larger than the Earth, with a cold climate and strange beasts living in the dark ocean. Towering mountains stand on its only continent, and those majestic mountains can be seen even in outer space orbit. These mountains are so high that a person without any equipment will die of lack of oxygen when climbing halfway up the mountain. Among the many planets of the Terran Federation, Norris 6 is not a planet that was incorporated into its territory due to colonization. Since it entered the desk of the Federation Parliament, it has existed as the main base for the resocialized soldier program. As expected, the soldiers produced by Norris 6 are not only enough to make up for the huge losses of the Terran Federation in the first full-scale war, but also provide a good place for refugees who are homeless and causing riots in the core world of the Federation. In the cold blue-green flash of Norris, a huge starport shaped like a gyroscope located in its synchronous orbit has an amazing throughput. When the Revolutionary Army fleet arrived, many Federation transport ships were rising and falling in its vast harbor. Just after jumping into this galaxy, the Revolutionary Army fleet was attacked by a Federation Navy fleet. The space stations and sentry turrets in the galaxy fired rows of orange-red bullets into space, like the bright red fangs of a venomous snake. A thrilling war ensued. The Federation garrison in the area had obviously received the news that the Delta Squadron had been defeated in the Sigmarus galaxy. More than 16 Tyranid Federation warships guarded Norris Guard 6, equivalent to a full-strength squadron. A series of missiles attacked the Revolutionary Army fleet, and the shining laser cannons densely wove in the starry sky. From time to time, Revolutionary Army ships were hit and turned into a ball of fire. Attack, Augustus ordered. Large numbers of revolutionary warships accelerated towards Norris Guard 6, like thousands of arrows fired at the same time, and the flames of the giant cannons turned the entire starry sky into a sea of light. What's going on? I heard that we can't get off the ship until tomorrow. Titus Finley was wearing a power armor, and the pattern on his shoulder armor had been changed to a woman wearing black stockings, and with delicate red lips. You're wrong, Augustus replied. Augustus Mengsk and Hank walked up from the other side of the bridge. Their crimson power armor had golden wolf head logos, and Hank's heavenly demon badge showed his special relationship with Augustus. The Federation's defense power in this galaxy is unusual. Augustus carried an AGR-14 rifle on his back. This reliable weapon came from one of his deceased comrades. I suspect that there are many ugly secrets in Norris's resocialization factory that the Federation is unwilling to disclose. For us, it is no secret that the Federation is transforming innocent federal citizens rather than death row prisoners into soldiers, but we have always suffered from the lack of substantial evidence. You are right. Augustus nodded. The Federation is unwilling to give up Norris, not only because there is a factory here that can produce thousands of resocialized soldiers. The Federation brainwashed those who knew nothing about their tragic fate and turned them into killing machines. No one with conscience and morality would accept this practice. Only we can save the people here, Augustus said. Warfield. As Augustus spoke, Warfield's serious face had already appeared on the main screen of the Hyperion. We have an absolute advantage in the number of warships. I order you to defeat Norris's federal fleet as quickly as possible. Attack immediately and show no mercy, he said. Right now, commanders, I need a victory. Go win it. I have severe insomnia and feel dizzy when writing. I feel like I'm about to die. Oh. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. You know too much. The Revolutionary Army's attack on Norris 6 was as resolute and swift as every battle they had fought in the past. Augustus was standing in front of the huge bridge window of the Hyperion, his face with a resolute expression, illuminated by the continuous artillery fire outside the window. Thousands of miles away, a Behemoth-class battlecruiser belonging to the Terran Federation Navy was under the intensive firepower of several Revolutionary Army warships. After a dazzling flash of light, multiple balls of fire exploded on the Federation warship, and the terrifying gap that followed immediately caused it to completely lose power, becoming a floating, cooling iron coffin in the universe. Countless crew members and soldiers died, and they were wiped out in a fleeting moment. Augustus closed his eyes, and immediately appeared in front of him the scene of soldiers wailing and struggling in the burning wreckage, both Federation and Revolutionary Army. I have sinned deeply. A Federation ghost fighter with its engine on fire entered Augustus's field of vision. A dense barrage of bullets followed closely under the guidance of the sensor array. It then melted in the laser like a flying insect flying into a flame, leaving only a fleeting spark. More Federation fighters, chased by more Revolutionary Army aircraft, tried to approach the famous Revolutionary Army flagship, the Hyperion. The Federation pilots of these fighters no longer had any hope of returning to the hangar safely. Blast them all into slag and burn them to ashes. Arcturus tried to give orders to the Hyperion's intelligent fire control system, but he actually did not have such authority. Grind them to ashes. Turn them to ashes. Then, before being shot at one by the Hyperion's twin laser cannons, the swarming Federation ghosts fired multiple air-to-air twin missiles, but that only caused ripples on the defense matrix shield emitting a light golden color. Another war. Augustus said, I always hope this will be the last time. Where does your desire for destruction come from? Augustus's eyes passed through the power armor on Arcturus's body and fell on the sword at his waist. Arcturus was able to skillfully use most of the firearms in the army, but he was also accustomed to using cold weapons. According to him, that was when firearms were useless. From when I wanted to end the enemy the most. Arcturus looked at Augustus and said, war has never been the ultimate goal of the revolution, but a means for us to accomplish this great cause. This is war. When you are enjoying the symphony and drinking hot coffee on the bridge, the soldiers have already brought victory. He said, isn't that what you did? And you started 1,000 wars, just to prevent the final war that is likely to destroy everyone. It's not so simple to summarize. Augustus suddenly said, actors, maybe you are the one who is really suitable to lead the Revolutionary Army. I'm not the one that everyone expects. They only recognize you now. The Revolutionary Army, the Umoian Council, and those who have been oppressed by the Terran Federation. There are thousands of them. Arcturus patted Augustus' shoulder with his armored iron gloves, feeling the burden and pressure on him. If you want to unload the heavy responsibility, now is not the time. How many people are waiting for you to fulfill your past promises, overthrow the Federation, and create a truly beautiful world in which hard work is rewarded, upright and fair people will not suffer injustice, and kind and selfless people will not be harmed? He said. You know, that is an ideal world. Augustus sighed. Idealists are the ones who build gardens. Arcturus smiled. It's too late to escape now. This is all Angus' fault. Augustus put his hands on his hips. I should have killed Angus and told the people of the Federation that my father was just insane and that Korhal had no intention of rebelling. I agree. Arcturus asked, I want to ask you why you didn't do that. Augustus, you are destined not to be ordinary. The Mengsk family is born to build great achievements. You think too highly of me. Augustus said, I wonder what will happen if one day they find out that I'm not as good as they think. I'm sure you can do better. If it were me, I would not have thought of forming an alliance with the Protoss, a group of mind-stealing monsters. Arcturus said to Augustus, imagine that you have done well enough, and all that remains is to keep up the good work. You are about to succeed, Augustus. Those who slander us will only make us stronger. He recalled what he had said to Augustus in the past. He said, since you were born in the Mengsk family, it would be too boring to live a dull life. Anyway, we always support you. Although Angus never said it, he was always worried about you. Mom was afraid of hearing the bad news about you, so she stopped watching the news. Dorothy still reads the story you wrote, but isn't that too childish? That's a fairy tale. Augustus felt relieved. That's great. Harnack had been standing behind Augustus. He lowered his head. There is nothing better than knowing that your family is waiting for you to go back after a war. I have to say, Dorothy Mengsk is really beautiful. She looks a lot like you. You know, I admire people who look like you the most. Sometimes I'm also very curious, why are they so similar? Almost. Are you actually twins? You know too much, Hank. Augustus knew that Harnack coveted his sister. Of course, this red-haired boy liked all beautiful women, and he would not refuse anyone. Dorothy has grown up. Arcturus pointed this out with a heartache. She is already 20 years old, a big girl. You moy sweeters have lined up in front of Dorothy, but those bastards will never succeed. What did you do? Augustus guessed something. You did a good job, Arcturus. They should have waited until they were 22 to meet her. Dorothy would not make the wrong judgment at that time. I hired several seekers to read the thoughts of those bastards. I couldn't believe it. Even greyhounds are good at running and plundering, and pigs are sensitive and loyal, but they are indeed worse than pigs and dogs. Arcturus said. Perhaps love is hazy, and it's better to put all your thoughts on the surface. Kerrigan, who had been listening quietly, said carefully. Dorothy may be much smarter than all of you. Of course, but who can guarantee that she won't fall in love with a treacherous person? Augustus likes his sister the most. There are so many people who are good at deceiving people's hearts. The person Arcturus was talking about was himself. Many years ago, he had defrauded the love of Valerian's mother, Juliana, in a despicable way. Women who fall in love are slow, and smart thieves will take advantage of that. But if that's the case, how can Dorothy have a chance to grow up? Harnack said. Take care of yourselves first, gentlemen. Kerrigan couldn't help but reveal her potential for venom. I'm Warfield. The Federation fleet is retreating. At this time, Warfield's report came. They are jumping away. Should we order the fleet to continue pursuing them? Stop the pursuit. It may be a trap. Augustus made a quick judgment. The naval admirals of the Terran Federation are not all unqualified people who are just filling in the numbers. Even people like Edmund Duke know the tactics of pretending to retreat to lure the enemy into an encirclement. This is Duke. Alpha Squadron requests support. We encountered enemy forces at the landing site of the Metis Mountains in Norris. Their number is several times that of the landing force. Repeat. Duke's voice came from the side of the bridge at this time. Details of the situation at the landing site. Augustus knew that there must be something wrong with the battle plan. After all, the battlefield is changing rapidly. He immediately went to the star map table with Arcturus and drove Titus Finley, who was standing next to him browsing the custom shop review website, aside. Generally speaking, Edmund Duke, who loves to show off and save face, always refuses to ask for help from friendly forces, unless he is sure that he will be doomed on his own. In the Norris landing battle, the Alpha Squadron led by Edmund Duke was the first to break through the orbital defense firepower network of the alien planet, and victory should have been within reach. The damn Federation bastards have been waiting for us. The fortifications are buried deep underground, and those machines and cannons actually emerged from the ground. Duke was leaning on the edge of a huge crater, his white beard trembling, and he roared at Alpha Squadron to hold their ground. Soldiers in white power armor kept jumping by. There are Federation soldiers everywhere. If you still remember the scene when we fought the Zerg in air, it's now there are Federation soldiers carrying flags and rifles everywhere. Oh, I have to call it. I'm the crowd. The brainworm in the laboratory always says so. Titus complained. Augustus's pet, the domesticated brainworm, was indeed placed in the laboratory of the Hyperion, and was fed by Egg and Stetman. The brainworm could control the Zerg that tended to be wild after the death of the Overmind, and it was extremely valuable to Augustus. Arcturus also had high hopes for the brainworm, because he hoped to be able to fight for himself by manipulating the Zerg swarm instead of human soldiers. Even so, it is not easy to control a proud brainworm, and they will never be controlled by creatures other than the Overlord. But in the final analysis, brainworms are also highly intelligent creatures with thoughts and even personalities, and their personalities are often closely related to the combat methods and functions of their exclusive tribes. As long as they have thoughts, then Arcturus has the confidence to drive a brainworm to fight for him. If it doesn't work, he still has the Cerberus plan that can control alien insects through neural modification and machinery. Norris is the largest resocialization factory in the Federation and the central hub for transporting soldiers to the entire Federation. They may have sent all the newly manufactured soldiers in the factory to the front line. Arcturus said. After so many years, resocialization surgery no longer requires doctors to perform brain surgery one by one. Support will be here soon. Augustus looked at Titus, who was looking around. General Holler. He immediately connected to the communication of the commander of the Nova Squadron. I want you to lead your troops to provide fire support to Duke's ground forces immediately. Don't be stingy with ammunition. I don't want prisoners, just Norris. Colonel Pryor, lead your assault division to the location immediately. Runstein, let your 3rd and 4th Infantry divisions prepare for battle. Augustus said. Malahan, I know you are on the largest space station in Norris. Augustus said. What? You want me to smash it into Norris's atmosphere now? Oh, you are a genius. You almost took my heart, although it will always belong to the handsome and suave pony. Why so much nonsense? I want you to use the uplink communication code of the space station to cut off Norris's connection with the Federation immediately. Augustus turned to Titus. Titus, I have a mission for you. There are Federal soldiers everywhere down there. Why do I always have to rescue that bastard Duke? Titus's expression changed immediately. Think about it. Being rescued by the villain he hates the most is what makes Duke most ashamed. Arcturus said. What he can't let go of the most is that insignificant pride. You're right. Titus thought for a while. I'm going to give you a group of elite soldiers and land from here at another original landing point. Augustus opened the satellite scan map of Norris 6th and placed his finger on a marked shadow. It's 100 miles away from the location of Duke's venomous snake. Titus also knew a little about military affairs. But that is in the other direction of the Federal resocialized factory. In the ocean? Yes, that is where you are going to land. Augustus said, I will entrust you to command about a company of Reaper troops. They are equipped with the most advanced jetpacks and oxygen masks, and can directly break into the factory. Norris's Federal commanders must have focused most of their attention on the Alpha Squadron in the front, and you are the godsend. No wonder you insisted on letting me try those new equipment that can go into the sky and into the ground, but that is indeed what this branch of the army should do, cross the dangerous terrain that ordinary people can hardly cross, and launch attacks from unexpected positions of the enemy. Titus seemed to be thinking about it. The Reaper company has assembled on the deck. Kerrigan said, it is expected that the transport ship will be able to take you to the designated landing location in 15 minutes. You are very smart, Mr. Finley. Arcturus also believed that Titus Finley was a true warrior. Such a person is extremely difficult to tame, just like a wild beast that is difficult to get close to and trust humans. But Arcturus firmly believes that the reins that bind Titus must be in Augustus' hands. I like people like you the most, Mengsk, who are honest and reliable, love their soldiers like their own sons, and never abandon their comrades. I'll be back soon. Titus said, we'll talk later. As Augustus's brother, Arcturus is a great man in Titus' eyes, and he is rich. He is mocking you. Augustus said, Mr. Finley rarely praises people. Arcturus frowned. As the saying goes, evil people can also have good words. Chapter 440. Bad guys go in, good guys come out. Norrisville 6th, Terran Federation Resocialization Center. Burn it. Burn it all. Burn it all. Dr. Stanley Burgess roared, his cheeks with protruding cheekbones and his thick neck turned red with extreme anger, and his beard was standing up. Next to him was a heart rate monitor that was burning fiercely. Many scientific researchers wearing surgical masks and headscarves were frantically throwing priceless precision equipment into the fire, and piles of documents recording experimental data were curled in the fire. The price paid by the Federation for these precision equipment is unimaginable. The precious data is the foundation of the resocialization project. Every minute and every second of the fire is burning with white money, but now it is thrown away. Rows of operating tables are on both sides, surrounded by tables and chairs piled with knives and gauze, which are stained with blood that has not yet dried. Some of the operating tables were still lying in shackles, almost naked. All the shackles were electrified, so even if the people on them woke up after taking anesthesia, they could calm down quickly. You have to know that most of the people who came here were murderers, rapists, or traitors, and some of them were addicted to drugs and abused enhancers. Many conventional drugs have little effect on their bodies. This is the resocialization center of the Terran Federation located on Norris 6th. It was built on a cliff adjacent to the Norris Black Ocean. The area is unusually large, far beyond the reach of ordinary starports, and is almost equivalent to a city. 1/3 of the main building is built in hard granite rock, resembling an inverted wide-brimmed hat. The outer edge is a circular landing pad, and the protruding part is the electromagnetic acceleration track used to launch interstellar transport ships. Signal towers and numerous missile launch platforms are scattered all over its titanium alloy steel guardrails. Although its history is not as good as that of New Folsom Prison, the Norris Resocialization Center is also one of the most heavily guarded areas in the Terran Federation, far surpassing any criminal prison. It only provides access to authorized Federation military vessels, and any unknown ship entering its airspace will be shot down. Even during the Guild War and the First Total War, this place was regarded as the most secretive and safest area, and has never fallen. These have taken us several years to complete. Minimally invasive resocialization surgery has been achieved in your hands, and that will create one unmatched resocialization legion after another. That is the hope of mankind, to resist the Protoss and the Zerg. A researcher wearing glasses was trying to save the equipment and data in the fire, and was almost pushed in by his colleague. You will be regarded as a hero, and go down in history. He stood in front of the furious chief scientist, and wiped his tears. Resocialization can create an experienced soldier who is not afraid of death in a few minutes. Mass production means tens of thousands of soldiers. Think about it. The Terran Federation is surrounded by powerful enemies in the Korhal sector. Resocialization is the only hope for mankind to survive in this cruel universe. If Augustus Mengsk clearly understood this reality, he would never give up this plan. Shut up, idiot. In an instant, Dr. Boggs turned into an angry giant bear, grabbed the researcher, and threw him out. How dare you tell me what to do, and how to do it? If I had gone there, I would have opened your skull. He will throw us into prison and sentence us to death, just for that stupid and ridiculous justice? The doctor ordered the researcher. We can't leave this to the rebels and the earthlings. The rebels have landed in the Metis Mountains. A guard in power armor rushed into the transformation center. His voice was like a machine, with clear pronunciation, but little emotional fluctuation. One of Dr. Boggs' masterpieces, a loyal and brave resocialized soldier. He will never surrender to the enemies of the Terran Federation, and stop killing, until he has shed his last drop of blood, and breathed his last breath. Resocialized soldiers are almost perfect, but their lack of independent thinking ability is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Quick, you stay here and destroy everything. I'll start the defense system. Dr. Boggs looked at the equipment in the operating room, and realized that he didn't have much time to destroy the facilities and transformation of the resocialization center. We still have time. Norris has several resocialized core and more than 100,000 perfect soldiers. Norris will never fall. In fact, unless the self-destruction program of the resocialization center is activated, it is just a pipe dream to destroy all the equipment and data. Dr. Boggs knows this deeply in his heart, but he has no intention of being destroyed with the resocialization center. Boggs left the terrified researchers and walked out of the operating room with a few guards who obeyed his orders and walked through a dark corridor. Is my lifeboat ready? After walking a little further, Boggs began to run faster, asking the soldiers who followed him as he ran. Under the gloomy white light, Dr. Boggs' tall but thin hooked nose looked even more gloomy. Boggs was a burly man, and he was definitely not a weak man. For a long time, he had been regarded by his subordinates as a butcher with a perverse personality, a dark evil wizard who liked to tinker with scalpels and human bodies. Ready, sir. A resocialized soldier saluted while running. At the 44th apron, the pilot Mr. George said that the fuel is full and can take off at any time. I hope that bastard won't drive the boat away before me. Not performing a craniotomy on him is the only mistake I have made in my life. Boggs' running speed was even faster than the resocialized soldiers who were generally strong and had power armor. The chief scientist didn't mind using a little dose of enhancer when necessary. Of course, as a genius scientist, Dr. Boggs would never die in such a small place before saving all mankind and becoming famous. Norris has several legions of more than 100,000 soldiers composed entirely of resocialized soldiers, but they can never be the opponent of Augustus Mengsk. Over the years, few people in the Terran Federation have been able to get the slightest benefit from the legendary rebel leader. Even those Terran Federation Navy generals who had already been famous more than a decade ago were also embarrassed in front of Augustus. Alpha Squadron, Nova Squadron, Delta Squadron, these well-known Federation Navy fleets, have all been defeated in front of Augustus. As long as Augustus is not dead, the Korhal sector is bound to be turbulent for many more years. Augustus's rebels are certainly not the opponent of the Terran Federation, but a group of brainless transformed soldiers are not qualified to defeat the rebels. Wait, is the cage transformation area closed? Bog stopped at an L-shaped intersection. Sergeant Jones? HMM. What is that? The resocialized soldier smiled gently, a smile that could be called innocent. Follow me. Boggs realized that he shouldn't ask such a difficult question to a resocialized soldier, but at this moment he had already left his assistant behind. For a socialized soldier who has undergone neural modification, their minds are full of selflessness, loyalty, and responsibility. Resocialized soldiers only deal with the things implanted in their memories, like old computers. Today's resocialization technology is much more advanced than the Guild War 8 years ago, and this operation is not as harmful to people as before. At least there is no need to leave a conspicuous scar on the back of the head. Recently, Stanley Boggs and his team and other top scientists in the Federation's resocialization project are working hard to improve the modification technology. The purpose is to preserve the original personality and thinking ability of the resocialized soldiers while modifying them, and to ensure that they will never betray. The Ghost Agent's psychic inhibitor is a good example. This external implant in the Ghost Agent's brain can not only ensure the original thinking ability of the implanted person, but also ensure their loyalty, so that they will not have the idea of betrayal. But in the final analysis, erasing a person's memory and forcing them to be loyal to an idea and become fearless, erasing a person's past memories is killing him. Obviously, resocialized soldiers like John still have great flaws. Boggs turned the corner of the corridor and came to a heavy door. On the wall of the door was a simple admonition, which roughly means, bad people go in, good people come out. Considering that everyone who enters will undergo a complete change, Dr. Boggs actually prefers to call it, men go in, women come out. After completing the retina and gene unlocking, the door opened with a bang. This is a wide area with a high dome, which is densely packed with cryogenic tubes several people high. Its alloy base is connected to a pipe as thick as a person's arm. The inside is filled with viscous green liquid, and a large number of bubbles are constantly floating to the top of the cryogenic tube. In each cryogenic tube, there is a naked person. Their eyes are closed, and their hair is floating like algae in a river with the flow of liquid. The cryogenic tubes are labeled with numbers, with the names, genders and native places of the people in the cryogenic tubes, but that's all. These cryogenic tubes are called resocialization cages, and the people in them are just fish kept in the cages waiting to be slaughtered. Today's resocialization technology no longer requires doctors to personally remove a piece of the brain. They only need to push them into such a cage to complete it quickly, as efficient as a production line in a factory. For the Terran Federation, resocialized soldiers are indeed just a number of weapons piled up with credit coins and crystal ore, and their value is not even as good as the armor they wear. At the resocialization center, the re-enlisted soldiers will be labeled with barcodes and quarter codes, like livestock in a corral. In the past, resocialized soldiers had not yet entered the public eye, and the nobles only knew that these people with modified brains were the most suitable candidates for servants. Buying a servant robot is just the beginning of the expenses. The cost of maintaining the robot and reporting repairs will not be lower than hiring a living human. Resocialized servants are absolutely loyal, and their service life is very high before they get old. The same is true for resocialized soldiers. The Federation does not need to pay salaries and funeral expenses for these soldiers. When they die, it is all over, and there is no need to prepare a coffin. As one of the largest resocialization factories in the Terran Federation, Norris's Transformation Center can produce a large number of soldiers every day. Here, there are many more people with modified brains than those with normal minds. I hope Brosnan has completely deleted the database about these people's backgrounds, if the rebels get it. Boggs stood at the door, but did not go in. Those who were originally sent to the resocialization center must have been death row prisoners and hopeless social dregs, but these people were not enough for the war. More than half of the people in this transformation cage room alone were not criminals, including ordinary soldiers who voluntarily enlisted and knew nothing about the truth, refugees who were forcibly brought to Norris, active federal soldiers who voluntarily accepted transformation to prove their loyalty and value, gamblers who were desperate because of debts, or other unlucky people who came to Norris for their own reasons. In any case, regardless of whether it was immoral to transform these federal citizens with their own will, once it was leaked, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Federation, although there were too many black materials about them. Boggs didn't care about the reputation of the Federation at all. As a senior member of the resocialization program, the Doctor had long abandoned morality, which was of no benefit to scientific research, or he didn't have any moral values. But if Augustus knew that Boggs was conducting inhumane human experiments and transforming living humans into resocialized soldiers, he would most likely shoot him immediately. However, Boggs had already prepared a retreat. District 8 is under attack. There are rebels. They are. Go ahead, kill them. It's the rebels. The vicious dog Titus Finley is leading the way. District 8? Dr. Boggs' heart skipped a beat. These voices did not come from the communication and broadcasting facilities in the laboratory, but because the location of the rebel invasion was nearby. Judging from the sound, it was on the road that Boggs had to take to get to the lifeboat at the berth. This group of rebels may have invaded from the helipad. Just as Dr. Boggs was about to escape into another corridor, a flash bomb wrapped in white paper was thrown in. On it was a red heart shot through by an arrow, and it was written, "Titus loves you." After a burst of extreme flashes, Dr. Boggs was almost blinded by the flash. A few seconds later, he heard a roar, and the roar of guns. Several resocialized soldiers around him fell to the ground one after another, and blood splattered on the spot. A man as tall as a mountain stood in front of Boggs, and his rusty power boots were covered with blood. Revolutionary soldiers with jetpacks kept passing by Boggs, creating a wave of air in the corridor. "I'm Titus Finley, the hero of the people." When Titus opened the helmet with the skull of the heavenly devil painted on it, the cigarette in his mouth had not yet burned out. The ashes were scattered in the servo system of Titus's power armor, but he didn't care at all. Boggs was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had heard of Titus Finley's reputation as the most cruel of Augustus Mengsk's generals, and he was said to be a man who could tear a person in half with his bare hands. "Don't get excited, brother. This is what it's like to meet a big star. If you want an autograph, I would be happy to leave mark on your butt." Titus chewed the cigarette in his mouth and showed an evil smile. "This is the disadvantage of being too popular. Look how excited he is. Pray while I shoot, you scum. Please vote." Chapter 441. People serving sentences in the body. Norris Guard 6th fell. Even during the period of the massive invasion of the UED Expeditionary Force on Earth, the Terran Federation was embarrassed to fight and lost troops and territory. The fall of this planet was no less than a heavy blow to the Federation. When Augustus stood on the open-air apron of the Norris Resocialization Center, the commander of the last Federation Marine Division that was still resisting announced his surrender. Before that, they had already inflicted unimaginable losses on Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron, almost putting Alpha Squadron in danger of annihilation several times. It was only thanks to the firepower support of the fleet and the efforts of Colonel Pryor that the situation was reversed, and this also allowed Pryor, who had long been a hero in the war, to be promoted to the rank of general. This apron is more than 10 times the area of the upper deck of the Hyperion, and it is only the smaller of the many berthing areas of the Norris Resocialization Center, a military airport that emphasizes pragmatism and has cold and hard lines, which is exactly the same as what Augustus had seen in the federal military bases and interstellar ports in the past. The tarmac is full of revolutionary transport ships and shuttles, and there are rows of revolutionary soldiers standing with guns on all sides. The red and blue federal flags have been removed and replaced with red revolutionary flags. More evolutionary transport ships are landing, and even the trajectory of the fighter jets can be seen at the far end of the horizon. At this time, the dark sky of Norrisville 6th was thundering and lightning, and the wind was surging. Augustus could hear the sound of waves hitting the cliffs while standing on the tarmac. The weather on this planet is unpredictable, sometimes sunny and sometimes cloudy, just like a coquettish and angry girl. However, in Augustus's opinion, this planet has no beauty at all. Norris Guard 6th Resocialization Center. Arcturus Mengsk walked down the shuttle ramp behind Augustus, wearing a knee-length khaki windbreaker, as elegant and timeless as the clothes in his wardrobe. According to conservative estimates, at least 1.5 million resocialized soldiers are sent to the Terran Federation Marines and Navy every year. This is an astonishing number, but in fact it must be much more than that. This resocialization factory, that will continuously produce a large number of fearless warriors, is ours, and the Federation will definitely regret it. Actors, it is not wise to accept this mess. Augustus was wearing a high-collared dark blue military uniform and a bronze-buckled belt around his waist. He exuded an ascetic vibe. Without enough criminals, the Federation will have to follow the old path of using ordinary people to make up the numbers. It won't be long before the Terran Federation's evil deeds in Norris will be known to everyone. They are transforming innocent people into zombies who can only kill people. He took a few steps forward and said as he walked, "Those people were originally ordinary people like us, trying their best to survive in this world. They are flesh and blood people, and there must be families waiting for them to return in distant places, just like you and me, brother. Point, that's a pity." Arcturus shook his head and followed Augustus, but he also agreed with the other party's statement in his heart. With Arcturus's character, he has many ways to meet the production needs of the resocialized factory, such as increasing the criminal law and throwing everyone in the Terran Federation who disobeyed Augustus into the resocialized factory. Arcturus can do such a thing. Even if half of the people in Tarsinus opposed him, he would put them all in prison. Kar is Arcturus' hometown, and he no longer has too much mercy to give to his enemies. "Do you really think that the Terran Federation is right in Norris?" Augustus asked Arcturus. "Want me to discuss with you the significance of philosophy or morality for a race's survival? However, the Zerg and the Protoss have no such things." Arcturus said, "You will understand one day, when the cruel Zerg are rampant and slaughtering in our homeland, when the Protoss set one planet after another on fire, when our soldiers are killed or wounded and the new recruits have no time to train. We will have to activate these factories," he said. "Can you let those soldiers whose legs go weak at the sight of alien insects resist enemies that are tougher, more cunning and more bloodthirsty than them? Instead of letting them sacrifice in vain, it is better to let resocialization give them fighting experience and courage. I don't deny your opinion, Arcturus, nor do I think that humans will necessarily reach that point. In this vast universe, humans have unimaginable enemies in every direction, and Caprulu's human regime has already fallen apart. If we want to retain humanity's hope, we must use force to establish an efficient and authoritarian government, and then deal with our enemies by any means necessary." Precisely because Augustus fully understood Arcturus's thoughts, he refuted his point of view. "But look at the soldiers standing here. Why do they support me? And why do they stand firmly by you and me? It's because they believe that the people who lead them can bring real change. I didn't come to this day just to build a Terran Federation that is no different from the past." "Then let me see." Arcturus smiled and shook his head. "You always knew what to do." Yes, he always knew. Kerrigan usually didn't interrupt Augustus and Arcturus' conversation. Augustus walked through the flashing lights of the parking area and came to an elevator entrance leading down to the interior of the Resocialization Transformation Center. There stood a squad of Marshals Guard soldiers and 2 Goliath-armed robots guarding the area. The elevator slowly descended, and a few minutes later Augustus' eyes suddenly opened up. The interior of the Resocialization Center was a different world. Through the transparent glass curtain wall outside the elevator, Augustus could see the layers of separated experimental areas, monitoring areas, and restricted areas. The walls inside were all gray and white steel. The simple, cold steel structure seemed to be condensed with a layer of frost under the blue and white lights. The upper and middle floors were laboratories and conveyor belts loaded with huge cryogenic tubes. Each cryogenic tube was numbered with a laser, and then the next operation was completed by a robotic arm, just like a real factory. When Augustus looked at these devices, they had already stopped running. But Augustus could also imagine the scene in its heyday, when young people of different classes and identities, whether they were male or female, murderers, or children of local nobles, were roughly stuffed into such huge jars one after another to welcome a new life. If Augustus had joined the army, not at the end of the Guild War, but now under the rule of the Terran Federation, he would most likely face the same fate as these people. The resocialization factory will transform his brain, replacing the past with a false memory, making him completely different from the past. But the memory of the past still exists, still trapped in a pathetic walking corpse. How sad. Kerrigan said, I understand this kind of transformation. Resocialized soldiers have always been called brainless idiots. No good officer would be willing to lead such an army. Those cryogenic tubes and the resocialization cages have replaced doctors and scalpels. They are real torture instruments. She said, have you heard that the people of Telada are still using cages to raise fish in the ocean? The people in those cryogenic tubes are such roles. There are at least 100,000 people who are undergoing or about to be transformed in this resocialization factory. The vast majority of them have no idea of the fate they are about to face. There are indeed unforgivable people among them, and I will not show any mercy to these people. Augustus said, but I have ordered the release of the innocent among them, and they will be taken in by the Revolutionary Army. The director of the Resocialization Center destroyed the information about these people. It is now difficult to figure out whether they are criminals or people who were forcibly brought here by the Federation. Kerrigan said, then let the ghost agents read minds one by one. Augustus said, the judicial and executive departments of the Federation have long been a mess. Framing is common. How can we trust their data? We have less than 100 ghost agents, and most of them have to perform missions. How can so many people read minds one by one? Kerrigan said, I just need a plan. Augustus said, Carrax and his engineers are still on the Hyperion. Okay, I will go to seek their help in person later. However, the Protoss don't like to read human thoughts. In addition, there are actually quite a few high-level Templars and Dark Templars on Augustus Hyperion. Only a few people know about this, and most of the Hyperion crew members are unaware that there are Protoss on the spacecraft. The former is mainly to protect the Solar Core and engineers, while the latter is more like working for Augustus himself. Augustus will never ask for help from these Protoss unless it is necessary. This is not because Augustus bribed these Protoss or hired them. In fact, it is impossible to control the Protoss through money or interests, because they don't care about these things at all. After the Battle of Air, Augustus has won the respect of many Protoss. Dark Archon Zarachel has sent his Dark Templar to secretly protect Augustus many times. As the dust settled in the First Total War, Zarachel also disappeared in the vast sea of stars in the endless void. A small number of Dark Templar among his former followers decided to stay with Augustus, a human who impressed them. This is absolutely incredible. In the eyes of the Protoss, humans are not much better than monkeys. The deeper reason is that some of the Xel'Naga prophecies collected by Zarachel talked about Augustus, saying that he was the man of destiny. Of course, Augustus knew nothing about this. He really thought that he conquered those Protoss with his personal charm. Normally, the Dark Templars never show up in front of humans. Even Augustus couldn't figure out where they were. He only knew that they lived near the engine room of the Hyperion. This kind of life was normal for the Protoss, especially the Dark Templars. They always tried to avoid being exposed to others as much as possible. However, sometimes, the Revolutionary Army soldiers who gathered together to play cards would notice something wrong. They would often hear whispers in their ears, and the cheater would be exposed and embarrassed. Only extremely powerful human seekers could find their traces. Leave it to me, Marshal, I will do this. At this time, Sarko and Jelani, wearing a bright white ghost combat uniform, appeared in front of Augustus. I'm an expert in searching for spies and traitors. Very good. Augustus was quite confident in the ability of this level 10 seeker. And Jelani disappeared again, and he seemed to enjoy this feeling of appearing and disappearing. The elevator continued to go down. The lowest area is the most confidential core area. The minimalist layout of the area is very different from that of other areas. Augustus can even see a small park created by artificial light. The green lawn, the winding path surrounded by hazelnut trees, the fountain with colorful lights below, and the white wooden benches create a quiet and comfortable atmosphere, which is closely connected to the living area of the researchers inside. The federal architects who designed this resocialization center tried to create a comfortable environment for the staff inside, but after staying here for a long time, the isolated researchers still seemed numb. One of Titus Finlay's subordinates was waiting for Augustus at the elevator exit and took them to the main control room on the lower floor. There were many researchers tied to electric chairs, including men and women, and the tied postures were very strange. Their mouths were blocked, and they stammered, and couldn't say anything. I never knew that Mr. Finlay had such a unique hobby. Arcturus' face was as hard as a piece of steel, and he held it in for a long time before saying this sentence. "That's because you don't know that jerk," Augustus said. "When Raynor and Titus are together, you will know what the black and white thieves are." "Boss, I did a good job, didn't I?" Titus was just teasing a researcher who was about to pee his pants, and when he saw Augustus, he immediately ran over. "Good job," Augustus said, and Titus immediately smiled. Titus was not like this in the past. He didn't care about anyone. "Look at this scumbag, Dr. Stanley Boggs, the chief consultant of the Federal Resocialization Program. I don't know how many people he has killed." Titus pointed at one of the researchers in a white coat and said, "This word has changed when it comes out of your mouth." Augustus glanced at Boggs, and the other party immediately struggled violently, as if he had something to say to him. "After rising up with you, I can only say that I can be regarded as a revolutionary fighter." Titus smiled. "In the past, I thought I was a bad person, but now I know that there is always someone better than you. Compared to them, I'm just a kind female college student." "Then, since you know that this man has committed serious crimes, why don't you kill him?" Augustus asked. "He said that he knows a lot of secrets of the federal resocialization plan, which will be of great use to you." Titus said, "If he didn't say that, I would have stuffed a grenade in his ass." "Let him talk," Augustus ordered. "Drive Boggs, you have 5 minutes to tell me your secrets. Give me a reason not to kill you." Chapter 442. I'm not crazy. Crying counts. Titus Finlay roughly untied Dr. Stanley Boggs, who was tied to the electric chair. His face, full of flesh, had an unpretentious and ferocious expression. Titus played a villain, and it was absolutely true to his character. "Go ahead." Augustus sat down on a chair and put his left leg on his right leg. Arcturus with sharp eyes and Kerrigan with expressionless face stood on both sides. "Drive Stanley Boggs, I'm listening." Following Faraday's order, the marshal's guards, fully armed in golden and red power armor, stood on both sides. Cough cough. When Titus removed the unknown obstruction in Boggs' mouth, he opened his light blue eyes wide and coughed violently. "Augustus Mengsk. Augustus, you finally came to see me. I knew. Haha, the wise and mighty Augustus Mengsk would never ignore a talent like me." Dr. Boggs put his shaking hands on his knees, shaking violently, and it was hard to imagine what kind of shock Titus had brought to him. "Doctor, it seems that you know me." Augustus tilted his head and looked at Kerrigan. 20 seconds. Kerrigan raised his hand to check the time. Of course, who doesn't know the famous Augustus Mengsk, the hero of the people? Even the masseur in the Tarsinus water bath has heard of your heroic name and is fascinated by your heroic appearance in the portrait. Boggs said, "It is incredible for humans living in the Terran Federation territory not to know your name." Half a minute. Faraday raised his hand, and 2 martial guards walked to Boggs' side and pointed the black muzzle of his gun at his head. "Marshal Augustus, I have wanted to join the revolution for a long time." Boggs' forehead was covered with a few drops of sweat, and he hurriedly explained. He was still very afraid of death. "I look forward to your arrival day and night, but I can't get out of this quagmire. So that's how it is. Thank you for your support." Augustus thought thoughtfully. "You have 2 minutes. Isn't it 5 minutes?" Boggs was shocked. "I have the most confidential information and technology of the Terran Federation's resocialization plan, which can bring you a powerful resocialization army. With this army, no enemy is to be feared. Although he was terrified, the chief scientist of the Federation still spoke clearly. The Kel-morian Federation and the Umajan United States both covet this technology, but have no way to obtain it. Do you know the resocialization technology well? Augustus asked. I know it all. Boggs nodded hurriedly, exaggerating for the sake of his life. I can help you create a whole resocialized army, tens of millions of people. He is a rare talent. At this time, Arcturus said to Augustus, the resocialization project has obvious flaws, but its value in an interstellar war cannot be ignored. However, even if the Kel-morians and Umayans get the resocialization technology, they will probably not use it. This is based on their system and traditions. Very good. Go on. Augustus signaled Boggs to continue, but the timer did not stop there. I can create warriors for you that are stronger than ordinary soldiers. They are soldiers, based on biological gene reprogramming. They are all resocialized soldiers who can endure transformations that ordinary people cannot endure. Boggs kept emphasizing his value to Augustus. They will be the hope of mankind against the Zerg and the Protoss. It sounds like a super soldier, a mass-produced ghost agent. Titus walked to Augustus' side. Sure enough, the Terran Federation has been secretly conducting these taboo experiments that cross the moral bottom line, using humans as test materials, and tampering with genes at will. Arcturus's cold face showed a disgusted expression. This is something that cannot be seen in the light, and the Federation will never make it public. Scum. Kerrigan remembered the bad memory she had in the Ghost Academy. That's just because humans are not strong enough. Boggs suddenly interrupted Arcturus. His eyes suddenly widened. Gene modification, adjustment, and modification at the genetic level will benefit all mankind. Marshal Augustus, you must have heard of the Zerg and the Protoss? He said. We can use their genes to modify humans, and then create humans who are stronger than the Protoss and Zerg. Mass production. The ambitious Boggs obviously has an evil plan. You deserve to die. A golden light emerged in Kerrigan's beautiful green eyes. If she wanted, she could crush Boggs's head with psychic power in an instant. What on earth is that? Oh, that makes me sick. Ugh, I'm remembering what I had for breakfast. Titus shook his head. How powerful can it be? Arcturus nodded. But I don't think anyone would voluntarily accept such a transformation. If a person is no longer a human, no longer accepted by human society, then what will he become? If he can't be controlled by us, what will he become? Resocialization and neural inhibitors can keep them firmly in the hands of the controller, and there will be no problem. Boggs assured. Usually, when someone says that it will never go wrong, he will definitely go wrong. Arcturus pointed this out calmly. How do you tame a beast? Do you think I will agree with your plan to transform humans into monsters? Augustus was shocked, and he immediately thought of hybrids. This is too evil. The reason why humans are human is because of their own perception of themselves. He said. To be more precise, you are going to create a completely new race that is different from humans. You are right. Stanley Boggs chuckled, and then laughed out loud, which was very different from his previous cowering and fearful expression, making people wonder if he was in a trance due to stimulation. A completely new race. They will have human wisdom, the powerful psychic power of the Protoss and the body of the Zerg that can continuously evolve. They will have super dense skin that is harder than fine steel armor and psychic power that can crush everything. They can cut the enemy with razor-like tentacles and limbs, and can reshape the twisted shell at any time. They can summon flames. They will bring death. They are demons in the world and messengers of hell walking in the world. The crazy doctor laughed. Humans will evolve. His tears flowed. Humans will become a completely new race. And I'm the creator. You are crazy. Arcturus said coldly. No, I'm not. I'm not crazy. Boggs returned to normal, but the face full of ravines was still trembling and shaking. It's time. Kerrigan said to Augustus. You don't have to die. Augustus originally thought that he was just the person in charge of the resocialization plan, but the reality was far beyond his expectations. Even if it was just the crazy talk of madmen, Augustus, who knew the truth, took it seriously. Augustus couldn't help but wonder if this man named Boggs was Nered's man. In a sense, Boggs was indeed a genius. I knew it. No one would abandon this great plan. Marshal Augustus, how wise. Boggs was pardoned. Boggs knew what he had done, although it was ordered by the Federation. He did personally transform living people into resocialized soldiers. He had also been exposed to more outrageous experiments, turning people into monsters and monsters into people. And any scientist with a conscience would not enjoy it as much as Boggs. Trampling on human genes at will. If the people of the Earth United Council heard about this kind of thing, they would have sharpened their knives long ago. You should execute him. Karrigan lost his temper. Do you know how many people he has killed? No, it would be too easy to execute him like this. Augustus nodded. How can you give up such a great plan? Boggs' heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that his nightmare had just begun. Drive Stanley Boggs, I must expose your crimes at the Norris Resocialization Center. Augustus stood up and said, you have already committed many crimes. Resocializing civilians who knew nothing about the truth, and conducting human experiments unscrupulously. All of this broke the bottom line of morality. There is more than one such house of horrors in the Terran Federation, where men, women, the elderly and children are all experimental subjects of a group of crazy scientists in the Federation. The unknown horror and heinous behavior are enough to drive adults crazy. The people in the Terran Federation will eventually know all the truth, and then they will all stand firmly on Augustus' side. Crime? Everything I did was to ensure that humans can continue to survive in the universe. Boggs tried to defend himself. You want to constrain me with moral values? In this cruel universe, the strong prey on the weak, and morality is not worth mentioning. A race or a civilization, if defeated in a war, will be doomed. You will be judged by the law, not morality. Augustus said. Do you think I will let you go if you don't talk about what you did in Norris? I have seen the photos of the laboratory here. How terrible are the experiments you have imposed on those poor people. Forcibly grafted limbs, organs from monsters, and brains spliced randomly. Blood flows in every cage, and the souls of the dead are bound in every dark room. But like I said, I will not kill you. Take him away. Augustus said finally. Put him in New Folsom prison. He said. Drive Stanley Boggs will serve his sentence there forever, until one day I remember him, and bring him to the people for trial. You can't do that. You've wasted a genius, and given up the opportunity, to create a new era. You'll regret it. Augustus Mengsk, you short-sighted and despicable villain. Dr. Boggs was still roaring angrily, before being taken away by several revolutionary soldiers. Very sick. Ty just said with pity. Although he was bad, he was not crazy. He doesn't really think that we have to have him to fight, right? What kind of idiot would expect to defeat the enemy with a group of monsters? What about the remaining people? Arcturus pointed at the remaining researchers in the room, and his opinion was clear. The resocialization program is not completely useless to us. These people are scientists trained by the Federation for many years, and they may still be useful. This world is not black and white. Augustus glanced at the terrified researchers. Only those who were forced to join the resocialization program and still have conscience in their hearts can be released. The rest of the people, don't they like resocialization? Let them try it too, he said. When implant the memory of loyalty to the Revolutionary Army. As soon as he finished speaking, a researcher fainted due to extreme fear. Loyalty to you. Arcturus corrected. Whatever you want to do, Arcturus, I'll leave it to you. Augustus rubbed his forehead and said, I'm tired. At least, I saved many more people today, at the cost of killing more people. Do you want to keep the resocialization factory of Norris Guard 6th? Arcturus asked. It would be a pity to blow it up. You can make a lot of money by reselling old equipment and scrap metal. Augustus joked. That's all you can do. Arcturus smiled. Keep it. The Federation's idea is still good. Unforgivable criminals should be treated like this. Resocialized soldiers are the best candidates for suicide missions. Augustus turned around and prepared to leave. However, the neural remodeling technology of the resocialization program can help heal the psychological trauma of our soldiers. At the same time, it can also further promote the development of the Cerberus program. He said. I can't turn all my soldiers or ordinary people into resocialized soldiers like the Federation does. One truly well-trained and battle-hardened elite soldier is better than 100 resocialized soldiers, because they can never become officers, people who make decisions and give orders. What about cloning technology? Arcturus walked beside Augustus. Cloning technology must be strictly restricted. We can't set this precedent. Augustus' attitude was clear and firm. You know, no one cared about cloning technology more than a century ago. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Arcturus shook his head. If that's the case, why don't I just drive a Zerg to fight? Augustus looked at Arcturus. You don't want someone to treat you as a clone. That's it. Norrisville 6th will become one of our satellite worlds. This resocialization center will be transformed into a new scientific research center to study the beneficial effects of genetic modification on humans. My territory has expanded again. Chapter 443, Velisha Mainstar. Verisha Prime is a pearl among the crown worlds of the Terran Federation. It is a prosperous and beautiful world with lush forests, steep and beautiful mountains and rivers, and magnificent blue oceans. From the ground to the orbital habitation stations and satellites in outer space, it is dotted with highly modern cities with tall buildings and brilliant lights. Verisha has a very complete education system and sound infrastructure. Ambitious local intergalactic enterprises, leading scientific research institutions, and developed tourism and other pillar industries provide the vast majority of jobs. Verisha has a stable employment rate, and the happiness index of the immigrants has always been at an extremely high level among the many worlds of the Terran Federation. Just a few weeks ago, an unprecedented riot swept across Verisha Prime. From large cities on the surface to orbital habitation stations, the initial strikes, suspensions of classes, and demonstrations quickly evolved into a terrifying armed riot. When those young and passionate youths, college students, progressives, and workers took the lead in attacking factories and government management departments, a large number of police intervened in the riots, which evolved into a bloody conflict between the people and the security forces within a few days. People began throwing bombs at riot police and even armored vehicles, beating lone federal police officers to death. Groups of unemployed people attacked pedestrians and robbed the property of the elite. The initially extremely restrained Viridian security forces had to fight back, exchanging fire with the armed rioters in the city center and even in the streets. In a few weeks, the riots in Viridia had killed thousands of people and injured many more, some of whom were dragged into the streets and beaten simply for wearing federal uniforms. Later, the crazy anti-government activists and radicals had become bloodthirsty, and the people who started the riots were nowhere to be found. At the time of the invasion of the Earth UED Expeditionary Force, the Korhal rebels successively captured several important outer worlds and hubs. The incompetent Viridian government actually hoped that the riots would subside on their own, resulting in countless casualties and economic losses of up to 100 billion. Viridia Prime was in ruins, and the insurgents and security forces fought in the streets. The city burned, and order and economy declined rapidly. In the end, even the mobilization of the Federation Marine Corps was only a last resort. And in the third week of the riots on Velisha Prime, the riots had not stopped. On July 4, 2493, a large number of jump signals suddenly appeared in the Velisha system in the bright starry sky. Thousands of warships and spaceships emerged from the vortex of blow arcs, and the fierce battle extended from the synchronous orbit to the surface. Who is the leader of the Velisha Underground Revolutionary Party organization? Augustus was not on his flagship Hyperion at the moment, but in a forest outside the Victoria Administrative District in the southern hemisphere of Velisha. This is a forest of giants, with trees of eucalyptus species standing straight and tall, with crowns reaching the sky, and the tallest tree is 600 feet high. In a quickly built modular supply station and satellite orbital station, a towering command center is standing in the sun. The sky was a clean, flawless blue curtain, and the sunlight gilded the rolling clouds with a layer of golden light, which was extremely beautiful. Karen Shaw, he once studied at the Central University of Korhal City in Umajan. He is a very good young man, thoughtful, loyal and reliable. Karrigan was standing next to Augustus. I don't remember ever giving him an order to start a riot in Viridia. Augustus was dressed in a neat straw grey military uniform, and his power armor was leaning on the supply rack next to him. That was not done by Shaw, but by a leader of the Federation Resistance Organization Castametso, who single-handedly planned the uprisings in many places including Viridia Starport and the Neriferan Administrative District. Kerrigan reported to Augustus, "There may be hundreds of thousands of people following this man named Wanzo in Vilisha. Before we arrived, it was this organization that was fighting against the federal government of Vilisha. There are many such organizations in the Terran Federation. Their number is much greater than what the federal parliament knows, but most of them are inferior organizations, and most of them are losers, anarchists and other people of all kinds and society." Arcturus was holding a set of telescopes, observing the main city of Vilisha in the distance. Outside the capital administrative district is a large area of hills and rivers. Beautiful grey walls surround elegant garden-style buildings. The spherical hydroponic farms built of white glass are like a circle of jewels outside the city, just like pearls in a clamshell. The main city of Vilisha is a giant city built with glass curtain walls and fine steel frames. The huge sky train tracks are like silver grey halos above the city. There, high-speed maglev trains are running across the entire city, and huge screens are still playing advertisements. This city is somewhat similar to the stealing of Korhal, which inevitably makes the usually cold Arcturus feel a little more sentimental. In the distance, the sound of artillery rumbled, and long-range railguns and missiles passed over the sky above the main city of Vilisha, like a series of blue currents flying along the arc boundary of the horizon and the sky, and rows of fighter planes lined up like a flock of beasts in the sky. At this moment, two temporary revolutionary army groups commanded by Generals Pryor and Duke were heading towards the main city of Vilisha. The former was mainly a mixed force of the Serra Assault Division and the Antigua Marine Division, with 6 divisions and more than 80,000 people under its command, while the latter led 2 divisions of Alpha with about 30,000 people. After the Battle of Norris Guard 6th, the Alpha Squadron, which suffered heavy casualties, was able to replenish a large number of soldiers from the Norris resocialization factory. The Alpha Squadron was originally composed mainly of resocialized soldiers, and Duke was more willing to lead resocialized soldiers, rather than those revolutionary officers who might disobey his orders. In the Revolutionary Army, only Alpha Squadron and Nova Squadron have a large number of resocialized soldiers, and their acceptance of this kind of soldiers is obviously higher. I have heard of this person, Castor Wanzo. He is a famous leader of the Resistance Army. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Augustus has also been paying attention to potential allies in the Kaprulu sector and other Federation resistance forces. Where is he? He asked Kerrigan. More than 10 hours ago, Castor Wanzo appeared in public, calling on the people of Viridia not to give up the struggle, and vowing that victory is just around the corner. Kerrigan blinked his jade green eyes. Where is he now? This person has always been very cautious. He disappears completely every once in a while. It is said that he is used to using a stand-in to attract attention. Kerrigan replied, in the past few years, the Terran Federation has been hunting him. Point Angelini, bring him to me. Augustus raised his head. I need more information to locate him. Angelini was also wearing a blue and white ghost combat suit. His muscles were as hard as steel under the tights. Unlike Kerrigan, Angelini wore a helmet equipped with cutting-edge equipment such as mechanical assisted prosthetic eyes and level testers instead of goggles. I'm uploading to the microcomputer of your helmet. The target information and mission briefing are already displayed on your HUD display. Kerrigan said immediately. Our agents and intelligence personnel on Vilisha Prime have been keeping a close eye on this person. I have a suggestion. Arcturus said at this time, Lieutenant Angelini, you can start from the main starport of Vilisha. That's a good idea, Angelini said before disappearing. Sarko Angelini has proven his ability in many missions and emergencies. He is not only a powerful psychic agent, but also a leader with excellent leadership skills. As a powerful psychic who understands people's hearts, Angelini also knows how to gain the trust of his subordinates and command them to work for him. It is worth mentioning that Angelini refused to kill for the Terran Federation, but was willing to work for Augustus. This is a lonely, but extremely proud man who only does what he thinks is right. If this man is smart enough, he should have escaped long ago. Arcturus gently twisted his neck. At this time, there are many opportunists like him. If he really wants to save the people, why doesn't he come to us? Don't think the sign of the Revolutionary Army is too valuable. Augustus didn't think so. There are many people who want to work alone. They think they are the one who will eventually overthrow the Federation, and I'm just a lucky unknown person. I have seen Caster Wanzo's speech video and even read his book. But Wanzo gives me an unreal feeling. He turned to Arcturus and said, "This man has been shouting at the top of his lungs, constantly criticizing the atrocities of the federal government, but he never tells his followers what to do specifically. He tells people to fight the federal government with violence and achieve their goals through destruction, but disappears without a trace after inciting the riot. I want to see what kind of person he is," he said. Augustus, the uprising led by Caster Wanzo was a complete disaster. Even if he really wanted to save and liberate Viridia, he must be a complete fool. Since joining the Revolutionary Army, Arcturus, like Augustus, has become fond of summarizing the war they launched with liberation. But look at what he did. After inciting people's hatred of the federal government, he did nothing, neither providing weapons and equipment nor any military training for the rebels, letting them fight against the federal electromagnetic rifles and fine steel armor. How could they have a chance of winning? He said. Has he not thought about how many people he will kill? Without us, the uprising on Vilicia Prime will surely fail. Even Angus is 100 times stronger than him. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Augustus knew that, if he didn't have time to save his family and the tens of millions of people on Korhal IV, what Arcturus would do would be no different from what this Wanzo did. Vilicia was originally in our pocket. The local people's support for the revolution has always been high. Arcturus had already regarded Vilicia as a planet under his rule. Look at what this idiot has done. He is withdrawing money from my bank card. Haha. Augustus couldn't help laughing when he heard Arcturus' words and turned his head and sighed again. The uprising of Marcera has taught me many lessons. At this time, the sound of artillery fire from the main city of Vilicia became even more deafening. According to the report from the front line, the Revolutionary Army has already entered the city. As long as this place is taken, it is only a matter of time to capture the entire territory of Vilicia Prime. Caster Wanzo's uprising was still very useful. As early as a few weeks ago, there were rumors that the Revolutionary Army was about to reach Vilicia. As one of the main star worlds of the Terran Federation, the defense of Vilicia Prime is not weak. Augustus's Revolutionary Army also experienced a hard battle of dozens of hours before landing on the surface of Vilicia. The combat effectiveness of the Vilicia Federation garrison is not even inferior to the elite troops of Tarsinus. Vilicia Prime is a core world that Augustus must take. It is closer to Bront Prime and is near the attack route of the UED Expeditionary Force. Tarsinus is hundreds of light years away. In Vilicia, Augustus can closely follow the every move of the UED Expeditionary Force and formulate strategies in time. As long as the commander of the UED is not crazy, he will not attack the Revolutionary Army. This time, Augustus will not leave easily once he occupies Vilicia. The planet's economic level and large number of factories can provide weapons and supplies for the Revolutionary Army, and there is a large population that can be recruited. However, the relatively advanced and wealthy core worlds of the Terran Federation do not look forward to the arrival of the Revolutionary Army. If their worlds become the main battlefield in the war between the Revolutionary Army and the Federation Army, they may suffer the same fate as Korhal IV. Viridia is within the range of Tarsinus nuclear deterrence. Prior's headquarters has entered the main city of Vilicia. His troops are still advancing, and the defenders of Vilicia are retreating. Carrigan said to Augustus at this time, Duke's men also defeated the two main federal divisions guarding the city. This general named Prior is really good at fighting. Arcturus said, I heard that he was the governor of Marcera. I never thought that you would let a governor serve as a military commander. The governor is a rare talent who is both civil and military. Augustus thought to himself that in the game, the only invincible human player character, except for Governor Marcera of the Terran Federation, is the captain of the UED Expeditionary Force. Chapter 444 You Can't Learn. Viricia Prime, the capital administrative area. This magnificent city is like a chessboard between the forest and the ocean. The black and white transportation network and the elevator that goes straight to the sky divide Viricia Prime into pieces of exquisite grids. Numerous towering high-rise buildings stretch endlessly, and the steel and glass curtain walls reflect the crystal light under the bright sunshine, like an inverted crystal. Rising from the earliest landing point of the immigrants, Varisha Prime is both solemn, with densely packed high-rise buildings, and a developed transportation and railway network that tightly connects the two ends of the city 300 miles apart. At the same time, Varisha Prime has also captured the hearts of many travelers with its amazing beauty. Countless trams across the city, shuttle over the city. Travelers only need to take a slow-moving train to see the beautiful scenery of Varisha across the straight and golden beaches, as well as the colorful bubbles rising in the sun. Varisha is the best gift God has given to the Federation. The geology and temperature of each dimension are quite stable, and there have been almost no major natural disasters and extreme weather. The star at the right distance nourishes all things here. The warm sunshine is selfless, and will give whatever you ask for. This beautiful planet is just like a gentle and mature woman. Its warm arms are the paradise for human survival, and the gold scattered on the blue ocean is her long hair. Varisha's anger and laughter are just the ups and downs of the sky. It's so beautiful, Varisha. Will this beautiful scenery continue? Or will it suddenly disappear one day? Opposite this skyscraper, built by the sea, is a rippling ocean. The sunlight cut by the blinds is swaying on a mahogany table with a warm sea breeze. At one end of the table sat a middle-aged man with cold sweat on his forehead and a dark brown beard. He had an oily face that was obviously not taken care of, and even the old lapel long coat exuded a bad smell. His entire face was hidden in his hood, and his expression was as stiff as stinking bacon. On the other side of the table was a young man wearing a wide-brimmed military cap of the Venus Revolutionary Army. He was leaning back in his chair, tapping the table with his right index finger, and the amber Tarsinus brandy in the glass next to him was jumping and spinning with the rhythm of his tapping. I'm asking you, Caster Wanzo. Sacco and Jelani had just supported his head with one hand and stared at the ocean outside the window, and the next moment he suddenly turned to the middle-aged man opposite him who seemed calm, but had trembling calves. A few days ago, the city where Jelani was now was still in chaos, with people attacking each other and rising smoke everywhere. But as the Revolutionary Army entered the main star of Varisha and controlled all major cities and towns, places like the main city of Varisha quickly returned to their former tranquility. The frequency of various violent incidents was reduced to the lowest in the shortest time, and more than 100,000 people were imprisoned. The chaos on the streets was cleared up by the decisive and severe strike of Augustus Mengsk, the new governor of Varisha Prime, and the order of the city quickly stabilized. Under the golden and red flags of the Revolutionary Army, the Revolutionary Army soldiers replaced the Federation security forces and the Marines, and Varisha Prime quickly returned to its pre-war state. And Jelani was an ambitious man. He was determined to follow the footsteps of Augustus Mengsk because he really wanted to do something great. People think that ghost agents are twisted lunatics and mental patients, and are terrible murderers. But in fact, most of these sensitive and powerful seekers are kind. They look indifferent and melancholy, but it's just that the mental inhibitor is working, and they have lost their most ardent expectations for their lives. What? The man named Caster Wanzo was sitting and speaking calmly. In fact, as the leader of the largest Federation resistance organization in Viridia, Caster Wanzo was sitting in a shuttle and preparing to leave the planet more than 10 minutes ago. But he didn't know what happened, but he was hit by a club, and even a large part of his hair was pulled out. He was brought here in a daze. This was incredible. Wanzo's personal bodyguards had worked for important figures of the Terran Federation. They were all tough veterans of the Guild War. A powerful ghost agent who escaped the control of the Terran Federation was responsible for providing Wanzo with more powerful protection, and helped him escape the pursuit of the Federation ghosts several times. However, all these security measures were useless today. The blonde and blue-eyed man in front of him was just introducing himself to him in a friendly manner, saying that he was an ordinary soldier of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and later added that he was Augustus Mengsk's vanguard. The Korhal Revolutionary Army. Wanzo was certainly not unfamiliar with it. It was the largest federal resistance army at present. Compared with Augustus's Korhal Revolutionary Army, other resistance forces were just gangsters and bandits who took advantage of the influence and turmoil they brought. And it was because he heard that the Revolutionary Army was coming that he was ready to leave Varisha in a hurry. He claimed that he left at the most appropriate time, and just threw the credit to the Revolutionary Army that came to pick the peaches. It is said that the Revolutionary Army Marshal Augustus Mengsk has 6 million fully armed soldiers and a huge fleet that can't be seen at a glance. When such a person really stands in front of Caster Wanzo, he is only worthy of kneeling. I'm asking you, why were you about to leave the main starport of Valiscia on a private shuttle when I caught you? And Jelani lifted the golden hair covering his eyes. His cobalt blue eyes did not blink. 20 minutes before that, you just promised the workers and students who followed you to resist the Valiscia federal government that you would fight with them until the last moment. So, this is your way of fighting? His eye was like a crystal clear gem, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A long time ago, Angelini almost forgot how a person should laugh, but Augustus joked that Sarko should laugh more, because ghost agents who love to laugh will never have bad luck. Running away like a stray dog, he even managed to take the loot he had looted from the house of the noble Lord of Viridia. It can't be running away. How can you say that? Wanzo stressed firmly, as if he believed in this explanation. The reason why Wanzo was eager to flee when he heard the news that the Revolutionary Army had arrived in Viridia was because he had raised the banner of Augustus Mengsk when he started the uprising before. Otherwise he would not have received so many responses. The situation of Viridia Prime is very similar to that of Korhal IV. The people here identify much more with the Revolutionary Army than with the Federation Army. During the Korhal Rebellion, many Viridians hid their identities and joined the Umajan Volunteer Army to fight in Korhal. Now that the real culprit is here, no matter how perfect the lie is, it can no longer be hidden. I just want to go to other planets to launch a new uprising towards freedom. The sense of mission to save all Terrans has always been calling me. Wanzo looked at Angelini as if he had been infected by his words and was passionate. The revolution in Valiscia has succeeded. Now I must retire. Otherwise, those who admire me will certainly ask me to stay on this planet and continue to lead them. However, I, Caster Wanzo, a wandering, lonely revolutionary and unyielding fighter, must not stop here. I do not belong to Valiscia, nor to the people of any other region. I belong to the future. There are still so many planets waiting for my salvation, do you know? In places like Shiloh and Jos, there is a lack of the first person to shout loudly. Ha 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 ha. Angelini suddenly covered his mouth. He was laughing, but looked like he was about to vomit. What are you laughing at? Wanzo's thick dark eyebrows frowned suddenly. Over the years, every time he preached the revolutionary concept, no one was not listening attentively. Even those middle-level elites admired him. But the man in front of him was laughing at him. If he could not beat him, Wanzo would have taught him a lesson. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Angelini was almost laughing to tears. He kept pounding the table with his hands, almost making Wanzo across from him blush with anger. Bring salvation and freedom to those worlds? I don't like that term. I call it the Great Conquest. Then what about those artifacts and crystal hard currency worth tens of millions of credits? Operational funds. Those were given to me by the revolutionaries who followed me. Wanzo said, in times of war, interstellar travel is dangerous and expensive, and I had no choice. Ha 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 ha. Angelini was almost dying of laughter. This was the happiest time he had encountered in all these years, except for the time when he was rescued from New Folsom prison by Augustus. The world is difficult. Even a great man like you has to bow to life and the daily necessities of life. The other party obviously didn't know that he was a super psychic with a SEAL level of 10. Hypocritical people can never escape the psychic's keen eyes unless the psychic is unwilling to explore the true human nature. What's with the beauties on that ship? There are 12 of them. There are Tassinus, Verdona, and Virisha people, noble ladies, and beautiful young ladies. Among them are the bodyguards of the former federal congressman who are highly skilled in martial arts, and the beautiful farm girls. Angelini pushed a photo on the table to Wanzo, who was swallowing his saliva. It showed beautiful women in white nightgowns. Some were fixing their hair in front of the dressing table, and some were lying on the bed, swinging their legs, their round buttocks raised high, and the infinite scenery under their skirts. Is this the winner in life? A whole football team of confidants. There are all kinds of them. Look, look. Angelina's face was distorted with jealousy. Is this reasonable? I'm going to put 2 deuterium cluster explosives and detonators in your asshole. Haha, you misunderstood, Mr. Angelini. Wanzo smiled awkwardly. These are poor women who were illegally imprisoned by high-ranking officials and corporate executives of the Terran Federation. Alas, they happened to be rescued by me, and they temporarily lack the ability to make a living in this society. If I don't take them away, they will eventually have to sell their bodies to make a living. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Thinking of those suffering women who will be bullied, I can't abandon them. Angelini was stunned and speechless. He seemed to have heard similar words from a man named Titus Finley. This kind of person can easily make up all kinds of lies to justify his behavior. Titus was simply shameless and rude, but this man named Wanzo made Angelini feel really disgusted. Then, before you left, why did you sell out your followers to the pursuers of the Terran Federation? Just because they could delay your escape time. Angelini sneered, no longer hiding his contempt for Wanzo. So many people were killed by you. Don't you have a little guilt? You are worthy of borrowing the reputation of our revolutionary army? It's disgusting. How can you say that? They stayed voluntarily. The native people of Viridia are reluctant to leave their hometown. That's worthy of respect. Wanzo said, I begged them with tears, but no one was willing to follow me. So, you are really a respectable revolutionary leader. After a few seconds, Angelini handed the brandy on the table to Wanzo opposite. Please drink, high-end wine. We found it from the assets of the officials of the Viridia Federation that were seized. It is a very good wine even in a place like Viridia Prime. He stood up and handed the wine to Wanzo with a bright smile on his face. Wanzo took the glass of wine handed to him by Angelini and was surprised to find that the wine was warm and bubbles were rolling inside. It looked a little abnormal. Drink it, Wanzo. Angelini put away his smile. Gulp. Wanzo swallowed his saliva, thinking that if the other party wanted to kill him, he should have done it earlier. This should not be poisoned wine. Ah. Suddenly, Wanzo let go of the wine glass in his hand, and the glass of brandy that suddenly became boiling hot fell to the ground and splashed everywhere. Do you know what the ignition point of brandy is? Angelini shook his hand, and the wine on the ground immediately burned, and the wine that stuck to Wanzo made him jump in fear. Who are you? Wanzo had only heard that some special ghost agents had the ability to ignite fire out of thin air. I'm a partner of justice. Angelini pinched his knuckles and made them crackle. Guess how I will punish you. Will I whip you to death first or pull your skin and tendons, or switch the order of these two steps? Are you worthy of being compared with Augustus Mengsk? Sarko, the revolutionary army never has these tortures. At this time, a gray-haired man in a gray military uniform walked in. He was tall and mighty, and his aura and his gestures was far from that of the sloppy Wanzo. Wanzo deliberately pretended to be a miserable federal wanted criminal, but Augustus didn't have to do that. Augustus. Wanzo was surprised, as if he had just discovered that he had not zipped up his crotch. Amazingly young, amazingly handsome. Wanzo found that Augustus was young and promising and extraordinary. Compared with Augustus, Wanzo looked more like a revolutionary who had experienced hardships, but he was stunned by the arrival of the other party. He should have hugged Augustus immediately, saying that after so many years of revolution, he finally met a comrade with the same ideals, which made him burst into tears. What's going on? I didn't ask you to interrogate Caster Wanzo. Don't act on your own. Augustus walked straight to the soldier next to Angelini. It's my fault. Angelini immediately bowed and said. Augustus picked up the photo on the table, looked at the women on it, and then at Wanzo. Seeing the note on the photo, he couldn't help but tease. Are they all mistresses? Behind Augustus was a slender red-haired woman. She had a ponytail that was convenient for fighting and wore a military uniform. She was extremely beautiful, but the words she said made the serious-looking revolutionary marshal tremble. Augustus can't learn that. Thank you readers for your votes and support, and thank you Mudboat and Repairman for your award. Chapter 445 UED's Iron Fist. How can I have so much time to deal with so many insignificant and boring women? Augustus put down the photo in his hand, saying that he didn't envy such a thing at all. But he was muttering in his heart that Kerrigan was getting stronger and stronger with age, and her queen-like control was also growing. Don't you still believe me? Kerrigan walked behind Augustus gracefully and looked at him with only one eye open. Sacco, why are you still sitting here? She glanced coldly at Sacco and Jelani, who was still sitting on the stool, and had no sense at all. Her bright and moving emerald eyes contained obvious anger. Move. And Jelani's breathing stagnated, and he immediately stood up, and asked Augustus to sit in his chair. It's ridiculous. Marshal Augustus Mengsk has always been a clean man, and has never been interested in women. And Jelani was bound to speak well of his boss who took great care of him. Colonel Arcturus has recommended many innocent ladies from the Korhal nobility to Marshal Augustus, but didn't the Marshal reject them all without hesitation? Ha. Does he dare to agree? Kerrigan put her hands on Augustus' shoulders and pressed him into the chair, brushing the long hair off her cheeks. This kind-hearted woman was walking behind Augustus with a smile. The brighter her smile, the more Jelani trembled. That man is still as annoying as ever. Arcturus Mengsk, you will not die well. Marshal, I remember there is one more thing I need to deal with. There are still stubborn federal officials in the federal prison in Vilicia who want me to interrogate them. And Jelani made up an excuse and ran away. And Jelani had no idea what this beautiful red-haired woman was thinking, but she couldn't hide her eyes when she wanted to kill someone. In this world, even a tough guy like Titus was no match for Jelani. Only Kerrigan could completely surpass him in psychic power. It hadn't been long since Jelani joined the Revolutionary Army, and he found that there were people everywhere that he couldn't afford to offend and had to be wary of. Augustus had a group of heroes under his command, and it wasn't just talk. Actors also has good intentions. Marrying a daughter of a Korhal noble is an effective way to win people's hearts. Augustus originally thought that Kerrigan and Arcturus would get along better this time, but the tense atmosphere between them inexplicably returned to the original development track. Although Arcturus and Kerrigan still maintained a superficial harmony, the former still introduced to Augustus the person he thought was the most suitable for his brother's marriage without scruples, ignoring Kerrigan, which of course made Kerrigan feel that her position was threatened unprecedentedly. Arcturus is a man of rhetoric and disguise. He can be amiable to his enemies and play the most likable role when necessary. But for Arcturus, if he doesn't like someone, he doesn't like him. Few people can change his mind. Of course, Arcturus doesn't think Kerrigan is not qualified to be Augustus' wife, but he doesn't want to put his brother's life on a woman. This has never been his style. Augustus' brother is such a person. Even if this person is listening to your ideas and agreeing with them on the surface, he has already decided how to deal with this matter in his heart, and other people's opinions don't matter at all. Anyone who is against Arcturus will find that he is an extremely difficult person to deal with. Kerrigan has experienced this deeply. This is also the reason why Kerrigan has become so irritable during this period. She has gradually realized that Augustus's biological brother Arcturus Mengsk will be her greatest enemy in this life. Why doesn't he just marry those flirtatious women, the scum who abandoned his wife and children? Kerrigan walked behind Augustus and put her slender and soft hands into Augustus's open collar. Look at them, just wearing inappropriate clothes and saying inappropriate things and pretending to be frightened when they are still 100 yards away from you. It's been more than a month. Why are you still thinking about this matter? Augustus collapsed in the chair, distressed. He really didn't know what kind of person this woman was jealous of. It seems that Lisa Cassidy, who had quarreled with Kerrigan about this, had no idea what kind of terrible power this powerful red-haired ghost had. The other party could tear a person's limbs off with his bare hands. To be fair, Augustus hoped that his family could live in harmony, but let alone friction and quarrels. Kerrigan wanted to kill Arcturus recently, but she could only endure it. Kerrigan thought she had no right to blame Augustus' family for this. Since Kerrigan had carried out the mission to assassinate the Mengsk family, her relationship with her future husband's family was a nightmare hell from the beginning. Actors Mengsk, don't push your luck. Kerrigan suddenly clenched her fists in Augustus' clothes, causing the latter to scream in pain. It turned out that, after eliminating several threatening women, Kerrigan thought her position was stable, and her biggest rival in love was Jim Raynor, because Raynor still maintained the habit of mixed bathing in the army and often bathed with Augustus. This made Kerrigan wonder if there was any unclear relationship between them. Don't worry, I will always love you. Augustus felt the softness behind his head. I've already told Arcturus that I can't live without you in this life. If you do this again, I will never talk to him again," he said softly. Then Arcturus immediately stopped talking. "Don't look at him like that. He is a very gentle person. I'm very touched that Augustus Mengsk would say this." Kerrigan noticed the embarrassment of Augustus's old face turning red and smiled and put her face against Augustus' cheek. This person is sometimes too calm. He always hides his emotions very well and is very good at expressing his true feelings. Those who respect Augustus love him more, and those who fear him are more afraid. Marshal Augustus Mengsk, Caster Wanzo, who had been left aside all the time, watched Augustus and Kerrigan flirting in a daze. For a moment, he was at a loss and felt that he didn't know where he was. "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Oh, Caster Wanzo." Augustus then remembered that there was someone opposite him. He put his hands on the table and looked directly into Wanzo's eyes. "I have long heard of you, the greatest revolutionary hero of this century, the savior of Valisha Prime. You are not worthy of the title of hero. Now Valisha Prime is crawling at your feet. Augustus Mengsk, you are the one who makes the Terran Federation tremble." Wanzo opened his black robe and acted calmly. He was even able to face Augustus's cold gaze without losing face. There is no doubt that this was a sarcastic remark. But it doesn't matter. Wanzo can take it as a compliment. They should tremble. Augustus moved Kerrigan's face away from him. In an instant, he was as dangerous as a lion in front of Wanzo. Valisha Prime has been placed under the protection of the Revolutionary Army, and the people here will always have their freedom. He said, "This planet is by no means the first Federation settlement I liberated, and it will never be the last. I want to thank you on behalf of the people of Valisha, Marshal Augustus. You have saved the people here and relieved the oppression imposed on Valisha Prime by the brutal Tarsanis Federation government for more than a century. The people here will call you and your warriors heroes because you are freedom and justice. You are really a rare talent, Mr. Caster Wanzo. You are very good at inciting people, or you are an expert in this area." Augustus smiled and squeezed one of Kerrigan's hands. If he hadn't heard about the disgusting evil things that Wanzo had done, Augustus might have made good use of Wanzo's talents and arranged a position for him in the Revolutionary Proclamation Department. Just like Augustus would recruit capable miners from Kel-morian and hire highly educated management talents in Umagen, he always knew how to appoint people to the right positions and was not stingy in rewarding his subordinates. "Incite people. I didn't expect that you, as the leader of the Ka Revolutionary Army, would say the same thing to the Federation." Wanzo sighed to the sky, with a feeling that it is difficult to find a soulmate, and almost scared Augustus. "I'm just doing what I think is the most correct thing. Isn't Ka IV the only one who can do it? If a government cannot fulfill its duty to protect its people, it should be overthrown. This is the most unquestionable right of the people in this world. If the people in power in a government do not care about their people, then the people will naturally not help them." Wanzo has already memorized these words, and it is not the first time he has said this. There are 20 billion people in the Terran Federation who are about to drown, and the people in power in the Terran Federation are watching the fire from the other side of the river, living a life of drunkenness and despair. He said, "The Federation Council and the creation family of Tarsanis only care about themselves and only do things that benefit them. They swore to protect all the people of the Terran Federation, but they only fought hard in the war against the Kel-morian Combine, but tolerated the alien creatures. When the Zerg and the Protoss first appeared in front of people, the rulers of the Terran Federation only knew how to get promoted and indulge in pleasure, and once again casually abandoned their people. One day, the awakened Terrans will overthrow him. When the first person stands up and shouts, thousands of people will follow him." "You said it very well." Augustus listened patiently and felt that what Wanzo said was correct. There was nothing wrong with it. A few decades ago, if Augustus' father Angus heard Wanzo's words, he would definitely regard him as a confidant and entrust him with important tasks. "Mr. Wanzo, do you know how the first planet that raised its voice was destroyed?" His eyes flickered. "Of course, you are right. It is so right. You will also say that the first person to stand up will always face great danger and sacrifice is indispensable. But you are different from us. Everything you do now is for yourself. You said that only because it is not you who will be sacrificed. If it was for myself, I would not have to go to the most dangerous place in person. Wanzo reiterated. But in fact, you don't even believe what you said just now. Kerrigan looked at Wanzo. None of it. You don't even care who will succeed you after overthrowing the Terran Federation, because you will continue to fight against the new government, and that is your job, isn't it? She said. I want to remind you that I'm a telepath, and all your secrets cannot be hidden in front of me, including the man named Sacco, and Jelani just now is also a telepath, and no one will believe your lies. How could it be? Wanzo broke out in a cold sweat. Of course, he knew what a telepath was. Have you been teasing me? It turns out that this has been a waste of time. Augustus admitted, I have seen many people like you, Wanzo, and it is people like you who are ruining the reputation of the resistance. You are humiliating me. Wanzo wanted to stand up angrily, but found that his body was bound to his chair by a pair of invisible hands, and he could not do anything except speak. Aren't you doing this for yourself? Once you become the new ruler of the Terran Federation, the Mengsk family of Korhal will step out of that small planet and become the master of a federal regime spanning multiple galaxies. He said angrily. Before this, the Mengsk family was already the most powerful family in Korhal, so what you are plotting is not the entire Terran Federation? In the past, I never thought about it this way, and neither did my father. He really wanted to change something. That's why I admire him. Augustus remembered what he said when he first entered the Federation recruiting center. He once again began to think about what he could bring to the world. I will rebuild a new order and save humanity. Power is just a means, not the ultimate goal. If humanity no longer needs me, I will hand over power to my successor. Haha, who doesn't cherish power? How can there be such a great person? How is it possible? Wanzo said with a smile. You are not qualified to question Augustus. When Kerrigan's eyes were filled with golden light, the man with a thick beard immediately bled all over. Dear, you don't have to explain to him. Take him to the trial court. Someone must be held responsible for the unnecessary deaths and injuries caused by the riot. Augustus waved his hand. Take him away. Kerrigan shouted, and Corporal Faraday, who was standing outside the door, took Wanzo away with his men. I know you are just explaining to yourself. In fact, it doesn't matter what you really think in your heart. She then said to Augustus gently. Who else but you will lead us to establish a new order and move forward? But, suddenly, a call from Augustus' personal terminal device rang. Marshal, today the UED Expeditionary Force launched a full-scale attack on the Federation capital planet Tarsinus. Tell me more about it. Augustus stood up. The communication network in Tarsinus is in chaos, and we have completely lost contact with the Tarsinus Revolutionary Party organization and agents. The other side replied. We have contacted Umoyan, but they are also confused. Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Nova. The city of Tarsinus is a black dragon with silver blood flowing through it. Its majestic scales, claws and wings are shrouded in the morning mist. This incomparable megacity is the center of the Terran Federation, and should be the center of the world. No. Novambana Belterra woke up from her sleep with a start, and sat up from her bed in a cold sweat. A French window faced the gradually brightening sky, which was dotted with stars. Thousands of giant buildings and tens of millions of roads and streets were shining brightly under the night sky. Sometimes there were silver meteor showers passing by, which were traces left by spacecraft passing through the atmosphere of Tarsinus. The giant chandelier on the top of the room was 50 feet above the ground. Most of its parts were made of mirror-like natural crystal, which could reflect light of various colors, and create light and shadow like water. The shield force field device designed by Kel-morian Lars Technology and ATVX covers the entire Terra Sky Tower. Occasionally, a polygonal matrix network will appear to block all flying objects that are judged to be threatening, and larger ones will be immediately shot down by laser cannons. Terra Sky Tower is one of the buildings closest to the sky in the main city of Tarsinus. It overlooks the brightly lit urban buildings. Anyone who has been to Tarsinus will be impressed by this spectacular building. What is that? She turned on the wall lamp with intricate and gorgeous decorations beside the bed, stroked her aching forehead with her right hand, and looked around at her warmly dressed room. An intelligent drone servant driven by a VTOL turbofan and a vertical stereoscopic stabilization device automatically turned on, and a holographic projection screen with an indigo hue unfolded in front of it, showing the weather interface of the main city of Tarsinus. Nova's IAA 115 horsefly robot is a humanized and highly intelligent robot servant. It is the latest design of the robot manufacturing factory owned by the Terra family. Nova is the nickname used by Novam Vanderbilt Terra's family to call her. I saw blood and death. Nova opened her eyes wide, her pupils trembling. Scenes flashed quickly in front of Nova's eyes like a revolving lantern. Gunshots were heard everywhere in the darkness. One after another, Terra family security personnel fell in a pool of blood. The wailing of broken metal and the wailing of people dying seemed to still ring in her ears. At the last moment, she saw the face of her father Constantine. Dad. Nova got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked quickly to the closet. In the pale golden light of the morning sun, Nova was running in her nightgown. Her smooth and tight skin was as smooth as sheep fat, and her golden hair was shining with golden light. Nova is 10 years old. Her body had begun to develop, and the loose nightgown could not hide the hazy curves and beauty between a girl and a woman. The IAA horsefly robot servant was still following Nova, and the humming sound of the turbine blades was extremely faint and inaudible. The Terra family mostly employed human servants, but robots still occupied a place in the daily life of this family. Zebedia. Nova put on a beautiful wraparound sundress, and walked out of the room to the door of her brother Zebedia Terra's room, ringing the doorbell at a rate of 2 times per second. Little boy, what are you doing? After a while, a boy wearing a sponge-colored nightcap came out. The beautiful eyes inherited from the family showed a dead fish eye, because of the sleepiness and surprise in the past. It's only 6:30. Nova, what's wrong with you today? Zebedia poked his head out, but he was not ready to let his sister in. The Terra family's bloodline gave Zebedia an outstanding appearance and light golden hair. He was a few years older than Nova and much taller. In front of her brother, Nova was really a tiny thing, not even as tall as his chest. Zebedia was Constantine Terra's second child and the only boy. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become the heir of the Terra family. Someone wants to kill Dad, Nova said to Zebedia. Children shouldn't say that word. Zebedia raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes. Who would want to kill Dad? Are you having a nightmare again? He moved aside a little and motioned Nova to go in from the side. You can sleep with me. Nova pouted, her face puffed up like a balloon. What I said is true. I had a dream. I dreamed that many people died. Anna, Lacknock, Anson. I also saw servants. She said the names of many servants of the Terra family in one breath. It was a bit strange for a 10-year-old noble daughter to remember so many servants. How is that possible? Don't let your imagination run wild. That was a dream, and dreams are not real. Zebedia blinked. He knew that his sister was different from ordinary people. To be precise, her ability to perceive emotions was much stronger than that of ordinary people. In ordinary families, she would be called a psychic child. Generally speaking, even if children with such talents were not sent to the Ghost Academy in Tarsinus by their parents, they would suffer from exclusion and bullying during their childhood. Only the most loving parents and families could ensure that these children could grow up healthily. Fortunately, the Terra family was one of the founding families of the Terran Federation, and no one could take away Constantine Terra's most precious little daughter. Well, before you fall asleep, I'm going to tell you the story of General Augustus defeating the braggart Duke again, until you fall asleep. Zebedia never thought that Nova was different from others because of her telepathic ability. Zebedia was a fan of the revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk, and he had always condemned the atrocities of the federal government army against the people of Korhal. Occasionally, Zebedia would hear the servants at home call Nova a witch and a terrible child, but that would undoubtedly cause his anger. There is no kinder child in this world than his sister Nova. Zebedia's fate with Augustus came from the birthday party of Andrea Tagore, the leader of the Tagore family, a few years ago. At that time, they only met briefly. There is no doubt that Augustus is the most outstanding young noble in Zebedia's memory. Oh, Nova frowned when she heard Zebedia's words. I will go find my father myself. Nova doesn't like Augustus Mengsk. To be precise, Nova doesn't like death. Even those who live in pain can make her cry, and the scene of corpses everywhere is even more unbearable. Nova doesn't like Augustus, and doesn't like this person who brings war. 4 years ago, Nova had a chance encounter with the man named Augustus. Of course, Nova didn't have a deep impression of Augustus. What she remembered most was her mother Annabella's imagination of Augustus. What's good about that kind of person? Okay, let's go find Dad. Zebedia casually put on a coat and walked out. Although Zebedia has always been a humble and elegant nobleman in the eyes of outsiders, he is quite casual at home. Where's Clara? Nova just looked at Zebedia again. Clara is the eldest sister in Terra's family. She has reached the age to get married, but still stays at home. Clara has an ancient court etiquette class today. It is not wise to wake her up. Zebedia shrank his head, thinking of the scene when his sister beat him up when he was a child. Forget it. I swear I will never talk to her again in this life. He turned around coolly. Anyway, we will make up. Nova said. Not this time. Zebedia raised his eyebrows. I misjudged her. I thought Clara was a like-minded partner, but it turns out that there is an unbridgeable gap between her and me in our interpretation of Marshal Augustus. What does she think of Marshal Augustus? How could such a man marry a vulgar woman like her? Ever since she met Augustus Mengsk at the ball, Clara Annabella Terra could never forget him. Clara was not a love-struck woman. She had had many boyfriends before she was 20 years old, but she thought no one could compare to Augustus. That shouldn't have been said to her face. Nova sighed. Clara should have faced this fact a long time ago. She is willful and capricious, neither cute nor considerate. Zebedia took Nova away. Zebedia and her sister Nova walked through the white corridor of the house together. It took them several minutes to cross the huge rooms. The Terra family servants who got up early to clean the house bowed to Zebedia and Nova one by one to greet them, and they were used to it. Efresia, where is Dad? Zebedia found a tall young woman with curly red hair among the servants. She was a mistress of her father Constantine. He is in the reception room on the top floor. Efresia has always gotten along better with Zebedia and other children, and even cares about them more than their mother. Is he meeting the ambassador of Umoyan? Nova asked. She can read minds, so Efresia's thoughts can't be hidden. Don't tell others. 3 months ago, the federal parliament expelled the last foreign minister of the Umoyan United States, and announced that no Umoyan people can enter the country legally. If others know about this, your father will have a headache again. Efresia is a beautiful woman with a slight smile on her lips. I know. Nova said. You are such a smart little angel. Efresia bent down and said. Take us to find Dad. Nova said to Efresia. He's in danger. You're having a nightmare again. Efresia said with a smile. Yes, but many of my dreams have come true. Nova said. But there are many more that haven't happened. Efresia put her finger on her rosy lips. You're just too scared. The news now is reporting that the Earthlings and the rebels are invading the Federation territory in a large scale. Many immigrant worlds have been affected. But Tarsinus is absolutely safe. Nova, she said, as long as the moon is still shining, Tarsinus will not fall. Please, Efresia, take me to him. Dad is in danger. Nova's eyes were red, which made Efresia tremble. As long as this dream comes true once, the possibility of it happening again cannot be ignored. Zebedia looked at Efresia with green eyes. Efresia, when you see Dad, tell him that I asked you to do this. Okay, I'll take you to wait for him outside the reception room. Efresia took Nova's hand. But if the enemy really comes, you should worry about yourselves the most instead of your dad, who has a lot of guards and agents on duty. Okay, I want to know where Augustus's army has fought to. Is there any news today? Zebedia asked Efresia on the way to the reception room. You don't have to ask every day, but I want to tell you that Pride Water, Federation Edgeworld, fell today. Efresia sighed softly. When can they come to Tarsinus to take me away? Zebedia sighed. Your father is waiting for you to take charge of the Terra family. Efresia said sternly. Do you want to piss him off to death? Wouldn't it be enough to let Clara be the heir? Zebedia didn't care. I want to be a hero like Augustus. Many people don't regard that Augustus is a hero. A flesher said, don't you know that what he wants to overthrow is the founding family like the Terra family. He is a close friend of my father. Our family has been secretly helping the Car people and the Revolutionary Army. Zebedia revealed a shocking secret. Who knows if he will destroy the Terra family after achieving his goal. Even if he doesn't do that, Augustus will definitely take the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Terra family so that he can more easily control this family and its huge corporate assets. A flesher is obviously more than just a lover. She has a lot of inside information. Never trust a person who really holds power. Augustus is different. Zebedia said. Why is he different? A flesher asked. I don't know. Zebedia shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? I don't care. Suddenly, Nova grabbed Zebedia's pants with her right hand and almost pulled it off with such force. A twisted figure shrouded in black smoke appeared in Nova's mind, followed by broken limbs and the dead man's wide-eyed expression of fear. Don't take off my pants. Zebedia pulled up his pants. What happened? The next moment, a huge explosion came from the top floor of the Terra family. After that, several servants who were wiping the statues in the corridor tore off a rag, took out a miniature electromagnetic rifle from their work clothes, and ran towards Nova and Zebedia, while the other servants were frightened by the change. It's not that I want to break the chapter. I almost didn't finish typing. Before her family was broken up, Nova was really a kind-hearted noble lady. It can only be said that fate made her become so indifferent later. Chapter 447 UED Offensive. Protect Master Zebang Miss Nova. The people who came were not enemies, but family guards that the Terra family had trained for many years. After the assassination of the Mengsk family, the Terra family also strengthened the defense of the family mansion and strictly restricted those who could enter the Terra Sky Tower. The families of these servants have served the Terra family for generations. They have all received relief and help from the Terra family. In order to repay this favor, they sent their children to the head of the Terra family. Block the Sky Tower and contact the headquarters of the 4th Marine Division in Tarsinus to ask them to send a transport ship immediately. As the mistress of Constantine, the head of the Terra family, a Frischer is not a vase with only beauty. She held Nova's delicate little hand tightly while commanding the servants around her. More servants of the Terra family holding electromagnetic guns and mail guns came out from various complicated corridors and aisles. The maids tore open their skirts and pulled out the daggers and pistols from their boots, revealing their bright white thighs. There were staggered footsteps and orders from the supervisors of each floor everywhere. Without anyone's orders, they had already controlled all the main intersections. Ms. Everesia, all communication equipment has failed. A manservant holding a short-handled AGR rifle held a sophisticated handheld terminal, and the screen on it was full of snow-like garbled characters. The sudden strong static interference paralyzed many of the equipment and defense facilities of the Terra Sky Tower, and the communication channel was in a deeply disturbing silence. Point Fernando, you take Zebang Nova and leave the Sky Tower immediately to Terraport. It is no longer safe here. Everesia gritted her teeth. Lorenzo, go find Miss Clara. Fernando was loyal to the Terra family because it was Constantine Terra who brought him out of the swill-smelling Tarsinus slums, allowing him to escape from the family controlled by his drug-addicted and domestically violent father and the nightmare life. And Lorenzo grew up in the Terra Sky Tower since he was a child, so he naturally regarded it as his home. In an instant, a more violent explosion sounded from the upper floors of the Terra Sky Tower, knocking down the expensive paintings and precious porcelain statues hanging in the corridor. Damn it, this doesn't look like an assassination. It's clearly a forced attack. A flesher handed Nova to the family servant named Fernando. So far, a flesher has not been able to determine whether the enemy is the Terra family's enemy in the political or business circles of Tarsinus, or the rebels. I'm going to find Constantine. He must be the enemy's main target. She emphasized again. Remember your duties. Give me a gun. Zebedia Terra took an assembled AGR-14 electromagnetic gun from a servant and skillfully drew the gun and loaded it. And Nova just held her brother's hand and bit her lip. Although she was very worried about her family, she also knew that now was not the time to be willful and foolish, and staying here would only cause trouble. Zebedia not only knows how to use firearms, but is also proficient in close combat skills, which comes from the strict education of the Terra family to the heirs. He was a true federal noble, not like those self-depraved indies. At this time, the explosions gradually subsided, and the sound of hurried footsteps and fistfights came from the corridor leading to the main corridor. The servants looked over there vigilantly, but did not see any figures. But they could clearly see that the red carpet in the corridor was dented little by little, and from time to time, porcelain vases suddenly exploded, and even the walls had dents, as if they were hit by elbows. It was like two ghosts fighting. There was a flash of lightning, and a helmet that was almost smashed fell to the ground, revealing a face full of bruises, and it was almost impossible to tell its original appearance. Then, his body also trembled and appeared. It was a ghost agent wearing a brown tight combat suit. He was pressed under another ghost who was in stealth mode. He was still struggling and kicking, but his movements became weaker and weaker, until a diamond-shaped dagger pierced his chest. Under the dark muzzles of the many armed Terra servants, a ghost agent in a black ghost combat uniform appeared. His hands and legs had been replaced with mechanical prostheses to varying degrees, and there was a striking red Korhal Revolutionary Army logo on his shoulder. I'm Revolutionary Army Agent 24718, ordered to protect Constantine Terra's family. This place has been invaded by the UED, and the terrible monsters have landed in Tarsinus. He was wearing a breathing mask, and his voice was as far away as if it came from under the ice. The person I just killed was an Earth agent. He has no psychic power and relies entirely on equipment for invisibility in combat, so he didn't notice that I noticed him. The dead agent also had a clear golden eagle emblem of the Earth United Council on his body. Both sides obviously did not hide their identities. He is not an enemy. Afrisha said. 24,718. How many enemies like this are there? Her eyelids jumped a few times when she heard the UED. Where is Constantine? The UED should be thousands of light years away from Tarsinus. When did they infiltrate Tarsinus? In other words, Tarsinus' impregnable orbital defense network has a fatal loophole that has not yet been discovered. If the UED attacked the Terra family, then the Federal Parliament and the Operations Command, which truly controlled the Terran Federation, must have suffered a larger scale attack. Even if the Terran Federation's top leaders cannot be completely destroyed, their command system can be thrown into chaos. But even so, the UED cannot break through Tarsinus' orbital defense network. Constantine is protected by the Umoyan Shadow Guards, and no one can hurt him. Agent 24718 replied intermittently. Take Zebanova away quickly. When Afrisha urged the servants, dense gunfire and explosions sounded from the T-shaped corridor on the other side. After a sharp roar, the gunfire stopped instantly, and only some heavy and strange footsteps could be heard in the entire corridor. The strange scream came suddenly, causing the people present to have a dull headache and a desire to vomit. Nova's reaction was particularly strong, and her eyes seemed to be filled with golden light that opposed the sound. What is that? A flasher took an electromagnetic pistol from a servant and watched a man with his hands covering his mouth and nose tremblingly retreat from the corner of the corridor, blood gushing out from his hands. With a plop, he fell on his back, and even his eyeballs popped out of his eye sockets when he died. A two-toed giant foot covered with hard chitin scales stepped on the servant's body and walked out, and the flowing blood spread like a tide. Multiple pairs of tentacles with spikes on the tips pierced into the walls and floors, supporting the nightmare-like monster to climb the walls and ceilings like a leap. Its body is comparable to a heavy armored vehicle, almost occupying the entire corridor. It is hard to imagine how such a terrible monster sneaked into the heavily guarded Terra Sky Tower. It is simply incredible. Hybrid. Agent 24718 said, how can the UED have such a monster? Get out of here quickly. I'll cover you. Quick. A flasher said. Zebedia took Nova's hand and followed Fernando and the others to the direction from which Agent 24718 came. More people ran in the opposite direction to the hybrid monster that was staring at these humans with interest. This hybrid had more Protoss features, with only a pair of blood red eyes on its smooth face. What used to be nerve bundles now became tentacles with hooks, which were as flexible as its limbs. Anyone who saw this monster would feel fear in their hearts, even the bravest people. What a powerful force. I have ascended. The hybrid laughed directly to the heart. Crushing a bug makes me full of pleasure. Come, please me, use your blood and death to please a great ascender. The hybrid jumped up and jumped into the middle of a dozen Terra family servants with incredible agility and strength. Its huge feet crushed the two servants and crushed them into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed under the hybrid's feet, and the winding path of the blood flowed like a living snake, gradually converging into evil symbols with obvious malice. Bullets were useless to the hybrid. The large caliber weapons could only make it feel pleasant pain. It ran rampant among the crowd, crushing one Terra family servant and guard after another. Fear, wailing, anger, pain. The hybrid laughed wildly. Why fight to the end? All resistance is meaningless. It could have used its powerful mental power to kill everyone in an instant, but now it was just killing for fun. If the UED sent this hybrid to kill all members of the Terra family, then it obviously didn't care about these orders. In less than a minute, the hybrid killed more than 20 people, but more people appeared from the vertical ladder and corridors. They were all former Federal Marines wearing power armor and now served the Terra family. You monster, who let you out? Agent 24718 was not a psychic with strong psychic power. His power could only be said to have barely reached the standard of becoming a ghost agent. Agent 24718 had only seen the hybrid for the first time today. Before that, he had only known about the existence of this creature from a small amount of Revolutionary Army information. This monster that combined the genes of the Protoss and the Zerg had unimaginable terrible power and possessed the advantages of both creatures. He knew that he could never be the opponent of this monster, but the Terra family was an important ally of the Revolutionary Army. In the eyes of Agent 24718, the mission assigned to him by the Revolutionary Army Marshal was the meaning of his existence. Augustus Mengsk once saved 24718 and told him that there were other possibilities in his life besides becoming a federal killer, and that there was something more important than life that was worth his life. How pathetic, so weak, so brave. The hybrid killed one Terra family servant and guard after another before turning its attention to Agent 24718. To it was just a slightly stronger bug. I can take your life in a moment. You are trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. You are overestimating your own strength. Nova ran while holding her brother Zebedia's hand. After a while, she was out of breath, but this was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. She had never been so close to death, let alone such a tragic scene. The last memory of the deceased before his death poured into Nova's mind uncontrollably, making her feel miserable. This further stimulated Nova's telepathic ability. She could feel her psychic power rising under the suppression of pain. Catch me. Zebedia put the gun behind his back, leaned down and held the petite Nova in his arms, and ran straight to the elevator with the family guards. Nova had just started to grow, and her weight was too light, so Zebedia, who never slacked off in physical exercise, could easily hold her. Brother, will Dad die? Nova cried in fear, and tears could not stop falling from her beautiful eyes. No, Zebedia said, we will meet again alive. Many people died. Nova cried. Andrew was still thinking about his mother before he died. Raffi regretted not being able to see his child for the last time during the holidays. Romani died of pain. They died to protect us. They will not die in vain. Zebedia comforted his sister while walking through the corridor, always alert to whether there will be monsters as terrifying as before. When Zebedia walked through a corridor with huge windows, he was suddenly attracted by the scene outside and stopped in astonishment. At this moment, the main city of Tarsinus has ushered in dawn, but the scene in the sky is completely different from when Nova just woke up. In the prosperous main city of Tarsinus, the sound of anti-aircraft artillery fire came one after another, and thousands of missiles and red laser beams pierced the sky. Large numbers of fighter planes crossed the sky, and the roar of the fleet continued, casting large shadows on the ground. Thick smoke rose from all parts of the city, and even the prosperous commercial district became a mess. The streets were filled with the sound of hovercars honking their horns and the roars from electromagnetic rifles, city anti-aircraft turrets and rail guns, like thunder exploding in the ears. Huge steel giants appeared on the train's circular tracks and wide pedestrian bridges surrounding the entire main city of Tarsus, heading towards all the Federal Army bunkers and shelters they saw. The human army that landed in the main city of Tarsus at least cared about casualties and would not open fire on unarmed civilian targets at will. But when the terrifying monster slaughtered without scruples in the most crowded places, the blood quickly dyed the streets red. There were thousands of high-speed bright meteors in the sky of the main city of Tarsus, like falling flames. There were so many of them, and the speed was so fast that the sky seemed to be spinning. Among them, there was a particularly bright point of light, which quickly expanded to the size and brightness of the sun, and fell to the ground. What Zebedia didn't know was that it was part of the Theta Prime orbital defense platform. It was once a wide orbital space station, but now it has been transformed into an indestructible fortress. The 15-year-old boy just thought, Earthlings are coming. Thanks for voting. The Easter egg chapter Nova zip wallpaper has been blocked. What a pity. My birthday is at the beginning of the month, so I may have to postpone it for 2 days. Try not to do so. Chapter 448, Death of Constantine. The elevator to the bottom of the Terra Sky Tower was smooth all the way, and there were no unexpected changes. However, the war outside still showed no signs of abating. Zebedia Terra, who was holding his sister Nova in his arms, came to the spacious private underground hangar under the protection of the family guards around him, and walked quickly through dozens of land-based hover cars, flying cars, private yachts and larger spaceships that cost tens of millions of federal credits. The launch channel of the spaceship leads directly to the outside world, so even a quick to Kiev underground is not a problem. Among the many powerful founding families and big businessmen in Tarsus, such a hangar is nothing compared to the big ones. Constantine, the head of the Terra family, has no hobby for luxury cars. The family business he owns is the manufacturer of these cars. The underground hangar is full of armed security personnel and armed servants, and a loyal butler Sander is commanding them. At the same time, more people are coming in. Master Zeb, thank God, you are safe. The butler was wearing a tuxedo and black trousers, with a spotless white shirt underneath. He stood straight, and even his hairstyle was as meticulous as he was. Jacob Sander, or thin black-haired man, carried a gun and a dagger behind him, and his shiny leather boots were shining. Any news about father and mother? Zebedia put Nova down and wiped the tears from her eyes with the back of his hand. This little girl, who was only 10 years old and had not experienced much of the world, was heartbroken and hiccuping. The last time Zebedia saw Nova crying was when she was very young, and since she was a little older, she showed more and more maturity that did not belong to this age. I can't contact them, Sander replied. In the city center of Tarsus, especially near the Sky Tower of the Creation family, there are extremely advanced electromagnetic interference equipment, but the Earthlings easily paralyzed almost all communications. Master Constantine is meeting the distinguished guests from afar on the top floor. He is surrounded by the most trusted guards and agents. That is the top level of protection. No one can get close to him. He continued. Madam is far away in the Osborne automobile factory. She is protected by the most elite armed forces of the Terra family. Is this the Earthlings' attack method? Even Zebedia knew that this would be absolutely fatal to the command system of the Terra Federation army. If the Federation Supreme Command cannot figure out the location of their own armies, then they will not be able to know where the enemy is. Please board the ship immediately. The loyal servants of the Terra family will swear to escort you away. The butler bowed and said, taking the Galaxy Jumper is the fastest way to reach Terra Starport, but during the war, any civilian aircraft may become a target of the warring parties. The pilot is the best pilot, Andre, who has driven transport ships many times in the first full-scale war, to engage in thrilling aerial competitions with the Lassos, creating a miracle of survival. If we leave on this ship, what should father and Clara do? Zebedia could not admit that his father and sister had been killed by Earth assassins and hybrid monsters. You don't have to worry about this. There are definitely enough manpower and ships, and the alternative plans are enough to deal with all possible situations. The butler said. Then is this situation also expected? Zebedia's question made the other party speechless for a moment. The master said that, if he died at the last moment, you would be the leader of the Terra family. The butler hesitated for a moment. What on earth is he thinking? Zebedio's face changed. Constantine Terra, the leader of the Terra family, had anticipated the current situation early, and was fully prepared. 10 years ago, if someone said that Tarsinus might fall, Constantine would have thought it was a funny joke. About a month ago, when the UED Expeditionary Force first invaded, many founder families had secretly sent some family members and heirs to the planets affiliated with the family to temporarily avoid the attack, and at the same time, transferred and handed over their property, preparing to bring them back once the situation stabilized and the war was clear. The founder families of Tarsinus did so during the first full-scale war between the Zerg and the Protoss. However, there were still quite a few founder family members who stayed because Tarsinus had their accumulated foundation for generations, and it was impossible to leave it alone. The Terra family was originally prepared to do so. For example, another Hoth family that was friendly with Korhal sent its heirs to Umagen. But the eldest sister Clara was unwilling to leave, and Nova was too young, so her parents were naturally worried. Moreover, at that time, they did not expect that the offensive of the UED Expeditionary Force would be so swift and fierce. What's going on outside? Have the orbital defense forces and planetary garrisons in the outer space orbit of Tarsinus been defeated? Why did the enemy appear in the city of Tarsinus? Even before evacuating, Zebedia still believed that he had to figure out what happened. He had always been a person who made his own judgments and decisions, instead of leaving everything to his parents. Even if he fled from here, if he rushed to the center of the battlefield, he would really be courting death. Zebedia, who was only 15 years old, was already helping his father manage the family business. He was both an elegant nobleman and a very capable and courageous heir. No one would treat him as an ignorant child. We can't contact anyone. The communication channels of the Federal Parliament, the Tarsinus Police Department, the Federal Security Bureau, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the military have all been strongly interfered with. Butler Sander had a serious expression. Because the communication equipment had failed, even the floors of the Terra Sky Tower could not be connected. But even with the naked eye, it's clear that, no matter what the Federation's Tarsinus defense forces are doing now, the Earthlings have already landed on the surface of Tarsinus, and their army and captive genetically modified monsters have appeared directly in the urban area and even the city center of Tarsinus. He said, "I'm afraid that no place in Tarsinus is absolutely safe now. At this point, we can only hope that the Federation army can successfully repel the attack of the UED Expeditionary Force and defend Tarsinus." Oh my god, Zebedia. Joe told me that the Earthling assassins have infiltrated the Terra Sky Tower. Where's Dad? At this time, a young and beautiful blonde woman walked in through a heavily guarded door under the escort of servants, with an anxious and panicked expression on her face. She is Clara Terra, the eldest sister of Zebedia and Nova. Clara wore a creamy white boat collar silk shirt. The excess hem of the shirt was neatly tucked into the orange striped pencil pants, and the waist belt outlined a moving pear-shaped figure. Clara's high-heeled silver Oxford shoes were still clacking as she ran towards Zebedia, and her black woolen shawl was in a mess. It seemed that Clara had just dressed up to go to her private tutor's class, and was brought here by the anxious servants. Until now, Clara still didn't understand what happened. When the servants first told Clara that someone broke into the Terra Sky Tower and was about to assassinate her father, she just screamed and cried like an ordinary woman. "I don't know, we can't contact him yet." Zebedia also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her sister Clara. Although they often quarreled, they were family after all. UED Expeditionary Forces are besieging Tarsinus, and their troops have appeared even in the city center. "What should we do?" Clara asked in panic. "It's no longer possible to seek refuge in other families or the Federation military fortresses, and I'm afraid that even running to the port will be useless." Zebedia thought for a moment and calmly pointed this out. "The military port of Tarsinus must be the priority target of the UED, and then the large civilian ports will fall soon." He said, "The Galaxy Jumpers have warp engines, so it's not a problem to escape from Tarsinus directly, as long as they avoid the fleets that are fighting. Then what are you waiting for?" Clara turned around a few times, her high heels clicking. Dad will be fine, right? Let's go quickly. Zebedia gritted his teeth, knowing that he had to make a decision immediately. Dad is coming. Nova, who had been holding Zebedia's clothes tightly and buried her head in his back, suddenly said. Zebedia immediately raised his head and shouted, "Get ready for battle." Several more family servants walked quickly into the underground hangar, but almost everyone was injured. They had terrified expressions on their faces, as if they were avoiding some unstoppable man-eating monster. These people were Constantine's personal guards, and they were all familiar to Zebedia. "Where is Constantine Terra?" Zebedia grabbed one of them and said, "Monster, monster." But the other person was just pale, and his shaking pupils were never symmetrical. He was trembling all over, and could hardly say a complete sentence. He was a man with light blue eyes. He was a ghost fighter pilot who had made great achievements in the war against the Zerg. Logically, he should have seen many strange and twisted Zerg, but he had never been scared. "Who can answer my question?" Zebedia let him go with a gloomy face. "He's dead," said another person who just walked in. He was a captain of the Federation Navy. After retiring, he accepted Constantine's high-tech job to become an instructor for Terra's servants. That monster killed everyone. He cut people's arteries alive and used the flowing fresh blood to draw pictures of evil gods on the ground. He held Zebedia's shoulders and coughed up blood. "Run, or it will be too late. Run, little rat in the gutter." A huge shadow appeared outside the door, and then two arms covered with dense shells pushed open the door that was about to close. The collapsed door immediately crushed the family guards guarding there, followed by the sound of bones breaking. "If you want to live, then draw your sword against me." That was not the hybrid that Zebedia had seen. This one was obviously much larger. It walked forward on the blood-stained marble floor with a pair of extremely thick legs, holding a dead person in each of its arms. It had an extremely terrifying huge mouth, and its gaping mouth seemed to be big enough to swallow a car. How could it be? Clara collapsed to the ground when she saw the monster. She covered herself and couldn't stop crying. Her father, the man who had regarded him as a treasure in his hands for the past 20 years, was bitten in the mouth of the monster. Only half of Constantine Terra, who was powerful in Tarsinus, was left, and blood kept dripping from his drooping hands. Zebedia's hands and feet were cold. He was still hoping that his father might have escaped, but in front of such a monster, no human could be its opponent. Even human psychics seemed small and fragile. Hybrids were born for destruction. A piercing pain almost overwhelmed Zebedia. He just wanted to cover his sister's eyes, but it was too late. Zebedia was surprised to find that at some point, Nova's beautiful green eyes gradually lost their luster and suddenly turned completely golden. An unprecedented psychic wave was rising rapidly. For a long time, Nova had lived a life as a princess, and she had never seen real death. And now, she was watching her beloved father die in front of her. For a high-level psychic, strong stimulation can greatly stimulate its hidden psychic power, which is why the psychic plan of the Terra Federation always seems to be crazy. What a delicious delicacy. The hybrid almost immediately locked onto Nova in the crowd. It still held the remains of Constantine in its mouth, but it used psychic energy instead of its mouth to make sounds. Then, in the horrified eyes of the crowd, the hybrid exposed its neck covered with hard scales to the humans, and proudly raised its huge head with a pair of huge crowns on top. It opened its mouth like a snake, and swallowed Constantine directly. Is this the feeling of swallowing? This is the ascension. I have ushered in the ascension. It roared violently. This feeling, it's so good. Suddenly, the extremely terrifying psychic power frightened everyone, and everyone present knelt on the ground under the pressure of some invisible pressure. Even the seemingly extremely powerful hybrid could not move. Zebedia half knelt in front of Nova, and the bright red blood flowed from his mouth and nose, as if he was about to be crushed by gravity. He moved to Nova with difficulty, grabbed her face, and made her look at him. Nova, Nova, you and us. When Zebedia said this, blood also dripped from the corners of his narrow eyes. He hugged Nova with all his strength, and he comforted her, even if it was very painful to say a word. Zebedia knew very little about psychics, and he didn't know that a high-level psychic who lost control would release a terrible force comparable to a psychic storm, killing everyone here in an instant. However, the sense of responsibility as a brother still drove Zebedia to stay close to Nova instead of running away from her. Look at me, Nova. I'm back. I don't know why it seems that this chapter can't show it. Chapter 449 Revolutionary Army. It's okay, Nova. No matter what happens, we will always be by your side. Zebedia half knelt and held Nova in his arms. Tears mixed with blood were rising up along his cheeks, like water drops in a vacuum. Out of protection for Nova, her parents never tested her potential psychic level, which is the C-index of the ghost agent. Nova also did not receive the Ghost Project's telekinesis and mind control training aimed at enhancing psychic control ability, and a 10-year-old girl's mind was obviously unable to control the 10th level of psychic power. One of the 3 10th level psychics known to Terran humans so far, with the ability to destroy the world. Now Nova is in an extremely unstable state, and the psychic power condensed in her body is enough to wipe out half of the lives in the Terran Sky Tower. Once Nova completely loses control, she will set off a terrible psychic storm centered on herself, like a small human-shaped nuclear bomb. At this moment, Nova's overflowing psychic power was raging like a storm in the huge underground hangar of the Terra Sky Tower. The people around her were crawling on the ground, as if they were crushed by gravity. Even the hybrid monster that had torn nearly 100 people to pieces could not move. Zebedia, who was closest to Nova, was undoubtedly under great pressure. Even her clothes were soaked with her own blood. She was likely to be torn to pieces by her sister's powerful psychic power at any time. Nova. When blood oozed from the nails of Zebedia's fingers, his mind had already fallen into a trance, and the memories of his childhood reappeared in his mind like old film. Nova Terra was an unusual child. Since she was a child, she could always quickly find other children in the game of hide and seek, or defeat her opponents without any waves when playing chess. Later, Nova realized that not everyone was like her, born to be able to read other people's inner thoughts. Therefore, Nova was obviously regarded as a weird existence by the people around her. Although they didn't say it, Nova, who had telepathic ability, could read it. People are always afraid of things they don't understand. In Zebedia's heart, Nova is no different from an ordinary child. Brother. When the molten gold light in Nova's eyes slowly faded, Zebedia's face slowly reflected in her eyes. It was almost a younger and more handsome Constantine Terra. I'm dying. Stop it. Although Zebedia's scalp was bleeding, he was relieved when he saw Nova regain consciousness. Seeing Zebedia's miserable appearance, Nova woke up from a dream, and the pressure from the power of the mind was also cleared. I did this? What did I do? Nova was extremely terrified about everything she had done, and her eyes were already blurred by blood. It's not your fault. Zebedia just said. You just can't control the power you were born with. You're just in too much pain. After Nova woke up, Zebedia and other Terra family guards and servants were able to stand up again and move freely. Of course, this also included the immobile hybrid. How is it possible? A mere human. I'm already an ascender, and I have been awarded the honor of ascension. I'm the blade of the gods. The hybrid opened his blood-red eyes like car lights, and the tentacles on his back spread on the ground like snakes. It was roaring with extreme rage, and the terrifying roar shattered all the fragile glass products in the underground hangar. I'm the best in the chain of ascension. I was blessed by the Lord and ascended. I was the first to be promoted to this God-made body. I have gone through hardships and thousands of years to be reborn. A human. A human. The genes of this hybrid are obviously more inclined to Zerg than Protoss. He may have been a Tal'Darim ascender, but his psychic power did not improve much after the transformation. It was reasonable that it would be suppressed by Nova's psychic power, because there was no fourth psychic like this among humans. Xander, go and start the spaceship. Zebedia staggered when he stood up, and his bones and muscles seemed to swell and ache. Even so, he pushed Nova to the butler who had followed Constantine for many years. Take her away. Nova is in your hands. Zebedia just raised his head, and his hair stained with sweat and blood hung down to cover his grey-green eyes. Who wants to stay with me to stop this monster? At this time, all the Terra family security personnel, family members and armed servants gathered in the hangar. There were about 200 of them, and some of them were wearing heavy weapons such as power armor and heavy railguns. They were not completely powerless in the face of a terrible hybrid. It's time to repay the Terra family's kindness. Fernando, the servant beside him, shouted, and immediately received a response from the crowd. When faced with such a twisted and strange creature, fear will arise in the hearts of humans involuntarily. This kind of mental repression is particularly effective in frightening species with fragile minds. But at this time, except for those who were completely frightened, no one retreated. Mr. Sander, take the young master away too. We are here. Fernando shouted loudly. As long as Constantine's descendants are still there, the Terra family will still exist, and our family can still be protected. He said to Zebedia, you are the heir of the Terra family, the son of Constantine and Annabella, and you should not die in such an ordinary place. Let me go. Several servants carried Zebedia, who was covered in blood, and ran back. The rest of the people began to shoot at the hybrid that was approaching. For a time, the entire underground hangar was filled with smoke, and a large number of electromagnetic weapons, magnetic rail weapons and Avenger missiles rising from the ground were all fired at the hybrid. Protect Master Zeb. Although Sander looked thin, he was able to run while holding Nova, who had fainted due to excessive sadness and fear, and Clara, the eldest daughter of Terra, who was in a state of dismay. In front of them was a hangar that was being opened. Inside were 3 galaxy jumpers that were ready, and several crew members were standing on the gangway below. These galaxy jumpers were not the cheap ones commonly seen on the market. Their outer shells were as round and smooth as the skin of whales, and the warp engines they carried were enough to support long-term superluminal travel. Galaxy jumpers can start warp engines in the atmosphere to complete short-distance jumps. The technology and casting technology they use are top-notch in the human world. The servants of the Terra family maintained these spacecraft. They were professionally trained to ensure that they could quickly take off and evacuate Tarsinus when necessary. The heads of the spacecraft were all tilted high, and the cold blue light of the liquid nitrogen cooling device flashed on them. Above them was the track that was opening and connected directly to the ground. The lights in the track were lighting up one by one, casting large shadows on the ground. Hurry up, how long are you going to dawdle? A crew member kept urging him. Just hearing the hybrid's roar made him shudder. Even hundreds of yards away, the hybrid's malicious roar could be heard. It was unstoppable, and breaking through the human defenses, crushing their skulls easily like a giant. Only heavy weapons that could shake the Thunder Beast could penetrate its thick and dense shell. When Zebedia was loaded onto one of the galaxy jumpers and stuffed into the seat, he was really drained of all his strength. The pain of losing his father, the hatred of his own powerlessness, and the pain of being able to survive only by the sacrifice of others suddenly hit Zebedia. His 2 sisters were strapped to their seats with seatbelts. Clara was numb and couldn't speak, but just cried. A day ago, she was still a noble lady, but now she seemed to have lost everything. As for Nova, maybe it would be good for her to faint and not have to face the tragedy in front of her. As the galaxy hopper entered a launch channel leading directly to the surface, Zebedia could still hear the screams and cries of the hybrid as it went on a killing spree, like it had lost its mind. It seemed that the monster's mind was not very clear, and it was easy to fall into a state of violence, just like a twisted mind placed in an overly powerful body. Did the UED know what kind of monster they had released on Tarsinus? The galaxy hopper only made a slight hum when it started, and the process of flying up was as fast as a light spot. The bright blue thrusters burned the marble floor below, and sent the entire spacecraft into the sky. It seemed that it only took a moment to jump out of orbit and reach the ground. The galaxy hopper continued to climb, and when Zebedia reacted, it was already thousands of feet above the main city of Tarsinus. The once prosperous city was completely abandoned at its feet. The fallen orbital defense platforms and the wreckage of the warships ignited Tarsinus, causing a raging fire in the city. The skyscrapers lined up like dry straw were burning in the flames of war. Whole pieces of glass curtain walls were shattered in the roar, falling from hundreds of feet like deadly ice crystals. The great Tarsinus was burning, just like the Avenger Augustus Mengsk, who once brought deep memories to the Federation, did 4 years ago. It seems that there are more spaceships taking off than just the Terra family. All the nobles and wealthy people want to escape from Tarsinus as much as possible. The sky has completely become a battlefield between the Federation Air Force and the UED invaders. Rows of fighters are whizzing past under the galaxy jumpers. The pilots of these fighters will not focus on locking and shooting down civilian ships. Zebedia could still see the eye-catching and majestic spire of the Terra Sky Tower through the porthole. The place he once called home had completely become a slaughterhouse for monsters. The blood of people he knew was shed here, and they would never wake up again. Lock the jump coordinates again. Terran Federation territory, LV 555, the planet that appeared in the 0th issue of the StarCraft monthly comic, the system where the planet is located. The operator confirmed the second time. The pilot of this starhopper was indeed a former ace of the Federation Air Force. He shook off the firepower of multiple Federation fighters and anti-aircraft sentry turrets like an acrobatic, and decisively started the jump engine, while rising in altitude. The moment Zebedia held his breath, Tarsinus was instantly left behind him. At the same time, Zebedia, who had relaxed, finally fell asleep. When Zebedia woke up again, it was already 18 hours later. He was lying in the narrow medical cabin of the Starhopper, and the anesthetic was taking effect. Master Zeb, we are on our way to LV 555, where the Terra family owns a continent. Butler Sander was standing next to him, while Nova was sitting next to him, holding Zebedia's hand and sleeping soundly. All three Galaxy Jumpers had safely taken off and left Tarsinus. At this moment, the Galaxy Jumper has sailed out of the subspace channel, preparing for a longer distance jump. Outside the window is the endless Milky Way and bright stars. A huge gas galaxy is rotating far away, and the size of the Galaxy Jumper is not even as big as an asteroid on its halo. The Terra family has multiple accounts in the Umagen National Bank, and only family members can open them. With this money, you can spend the difficult years before the end of the war in LV 555. When will the war end? It will spread to LV 555 sooner or later. Zebedia's light cough made Nova open her eyes, and she didn't know what to say because of guilt. Don't worry, I won't die. He looked at Nova and said. Then we will go to the Umagen territory. The butler had obviously planned an escape route. How long can we escape? Zebedia asked back. The master of this family is dead, and you are the future heir. Regain the glory of the Terra family, and then avenge your father. This is what you should do, Zebedia Terra. Sander thought Zebedia was still thinking about it. The revival of the Terra family depends entirely on you. After I settle Clara and Nova, I will go to join the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Zebedia said shockingly. All the wealth of the Terra family will be used to support Augustus's revolutionary army, as long as they can help me deal with the Earthlings. Those damn monsters, those abominable freaks, I must eradicate them completely. It is conceivable that, if the Terran Federation is severely damaged, the next target of the UED Expeditionary Force must be the Korhal Revolutionary Army, that has occupied many Federation planets in the chaos. Unless Augustus Mengsk succumbs to the tyranny of the Earthlings, there will be a battle between the two sides. Based on Zebedia's understanding of Augustus, the latter must not be the kind of person who is willing to be inferior to others. This is your choice. The housekeeper just said. I hope Miss Clara will not have any objections, because she should also have a part of the inheritance rights. Brother. Nova's voice immediately made Zebedia feel that all the pain was not in vain. When they were young, they always quarreled constantly. It was not easy to hear the word brother. Mom is not dead yet. Please vote. Chapter 450, The Snipe and the Clam Fight. Crusader 3rd, New Babylon. Marshal Augustus Mengsk's breakfast today was a few slices of perfectly toasted bread, with butter and jam. At the same time, there were some eggs, bacon, and cheese, as well as a cup of hot coffee on the marshal's table. These were all from the Besgarden farm, less than 2 miles outside New Babylon. The owner of the farm drove them there personally, hoping that the respected marshal of the Revolutionary Army would accept his own products. As usual, all of this was prepared by the family chef brought by Augustus's brother Augustus Mengsk from Korhal IV, because he had some complaints about Augustus's minimalist diet. However, no one knew that Augustus still missed the simple soy milk and fried dough sticks. Good morning. Is it to your taste? Sarah Carrigan walked in from the open airlock door of the command center. She was dressed in a blue-gray military uniform, with red hair draped over her shoulders, and looked heroic. Since Augustus first met Carrigan, the arrogant girl has completely transformed into a sexy and mature woman, as sweet and fragrant as a ripe peach. The study and training at the Ghost Academy in Tarsinus shaped Kerrigan's strong and calm character, and the tempering of war also made her temperament more attractive. Today, Sarah Kerrigan is already an extremely outstanding soldier of the Revolutionary Army. She can complete a difficult mission alone, or take over a war in place of a commander. Very good. To Augustus, what he had in front of him was just a mediocre breakfast, which had no value, except filling his stomach to continue working. Augustus would not complain about food, clothing, housing and transportation in the war. After a long time, he had already adapted to twisted clothes and bad food. Augustus did not care whether his life was as hard and monotonous as an ascetic, because now was not the time to make higher demands on it. He believed that he must set an example among the officers in the Revolutionary Army, reminding those military backbones who were promoted from civilians rather than nobles, to be strict with themselves. In Augustus Mengsk's opinion, his brother always forgets his noble status and puts himself on the same level as commoners. This is precisely one of Augustus' excellent qualities, a noble character of a rebel leader. But to be fair, Augustus does not want Augustus to really forget this matter, forgetting that he was once a great noble of Korhal. You say one thing and mean another. Kerrigan rolled his eyes at Augustus and took away all the dishes on the table. When Kerrigan turned and walked past Augustus, he found that this woman was becoming more and more attractive. Kerrigan has grown up, is more feminine, and is much more confident. Augustus had to admit that he felt quite safe standing next to Kerrigan. Well, after eating, let's get to work. Accepting the administrative management department of Crusaders 3 is just the beginning, and reports on the latest developments of the UED must be submitted to you immediately. Kerrigan took away Augustus' empty plate. I'm going to check the newly arrived supplies in the command center warehouse, including some parts for repairing the facilities. See you later. Reliable, my dear Sarah. Augustus shook his head and stretched his arms. The holographic projector next to him slowly turned on. Before that, he opened the sunshade roller blinds on the huge windows of the command center. The gentle sunlight made Augustus feel comfortable and warm. Even at this altitude, there are still blue flowers blooming on the mountain peaks. This plant family can be found almost everywhere in Crucis. Of course, I can't imagine what I would do if you left. This command center was built on a ridge 3,000 feet high. It originally belonged to the federal garrison of Crucis Guard III, and is now used as the martial headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Compared with the flat old command center during the Guild War, the one Augustus is in has more parts and a stronger reinforced frame and fine steel plate armor, so the overall shape is more square, looking like a bulging apple. The large booster and support arm are firmly placed on the steep mountain. The shell after ablation and electroplating glitters in the sun. The support frame of the lower layer alone is as high as a 3-story building. At the same time, there is a complete T-280 space engineering vehicle production line in the command center, which can automatically melt crystal or to build machinery. To the north of the command center is a steep mountain range, and on the other side is a pure blue lake. New Babylon City is located under the peak, and its dense buildings are as majestic as the nearby Gatsis Mountains. In this area of the Kaprulu Star Zone, the sky is also clear and pure. A company of Revolutionary Army recruits who are undergoing climbing training are crossing the steep rocky path outside the command center. They are carrying guns and green canvas backpacks for storing ammunition and are panting forward in a single line. The sergeant at the front of the team holds a flag in his hand and constantly cheers up the exhausted recruits. When was I as motivated as they are, knowing nothing about their future? Augustus said this. His eyes seemed to pass through the steep mountains and fall on the vast New Babylon plain. It was a barren and dangerous land, ruled by a terrible insect race called carrion worms. Crucis V3 was not a unique planet in the territory of the Terran Federation. Early immigrants had to fight against the ferocious wild animals on it to survive. By now, the residents of Crucis V3 have established a self-sufficient society, and the magnificent cities and residential circles formed by the cities have begun to take shape. The technology and level of this planet are maintained at an extremely high level, and it is a planet that has been thriving under the rule of the Federation. The Crusavi III also tempered their tenacious and tough qualities in the struggle for survival, and their nature seemed to strangely carry a certain Terran nationalism and great unification plot, believing that they had the mission to unify and unite the humans in the Korhal sector, which also made Crusavi III provide a considerable number of soldiers for the Federation in the Guild War. In this huge war that affected the entire Terran Federation territory, Crusavis III stood on the side of the Revolutionary Army without hesitation. Just when it was confirmed that the Revolutionary Army was about to arrive at Crusavis, the local Federation officers launched a military coup to overthrow the Federation government of the planet. Its governor Alex Stant was tied to an arc tank to meet Augustus Mengsk. This was unexpected by Augustus. Crusavis III was not a planet keen on rebellion in the past. In other words, this planet has always made the Terran Federation government quite assured, because many high-ranking officers of the Federation army came from here. Augustus took Crusavis III without any effort, avoiding excessive losses and casualties, and also obtained tanks produced by Crusavis factories and more than 200,000 armored infantry, mountain infantry and excellent pilots. Not only that, the conscription department of the Revolutionary Army easily recruited 100,000 new soldiers in a few weeks. The soldiers Augustus was looking at were the young men from Korhal IV, who were determined to help the Korhal Revolutionary Army defeat the brutal and corrupt Terran federal government and the cruel Earth invaders. Crusavis were descendants of the Tarsinus, and the iron-blooded side of their ancestors was fully demonstrated in this nation in a corner of Korhal. And with Augustus's style of doing things, he would certainly not let these planets that supported him at a critical moment regret this timely help. When this team of new recruits gradually went away, Augustus retracted his gaze and looked at the dark green star map interface and the information uploaded by the intelligence department on the holographic screen. Augustus had handed over the internal affairs of Crusavis III to Arcturus for management, and he did not actually arrest or dismiss many key federal government officials, but simply remove the overly bloated administrative system and the departments that were not paid, as if removing the withered branches and retaining the essence. Considering that the governor's government of Crusavis was relatively clean, the assets that needed to be seized and recovered would not cause Arcturus's subordinates to be in a hurry. Moreover, Arcturus's political toughness was very different from his gentle father, and his ability in this regard made Augustus admire him. As for the war going on Tarsinus Prime, it was what Augustus was most concerned about now. With Tarsinus, the capital planet of the Federation, as the center, the core world had become a mess. The reason why the Crusavis people stood on Augustus' side so quickly was mainly because of the invasion of the United Earth Council. They completely regarded the Earthlings as more cruel abusers and tyrants. After several centuries, the Earthlings wanted to rule their long-lost colonies without any effort, which was not so easy. Augustus first read the intelligence that his subordinates considered the most urgent, among which the latest situation of Tarsinus was undoubtedly the top priority. Tarsinus has completely become the main battlefield between the Federation Army and the UED Expeditionary Force. In contrast, the rest of the Federation's core worlds have not been invaded on a large scale, because the commander of the Expeditionary Force, Jared Duga, obviously put the main force of the army on Tarsinus, and had no time to worry about other planets. In Augustus's view, this is an obvious gamble, because once Duga is defeated in Tarsinus, or fails to defeat the main force of the Federation fleet and capture the planet as soon as possible, the reinforcement from other Federation colonies will surround them. In fact, Augustus has helped Duga a lot. The chaos brought by the Revolutionary Army in the Federation world is quite beneficial to the UED's offensive tactics. But if the UED invasion had not brought great pressure to the Federation, Augustus would not have had the opportunity to avoid the main force of the Federation and see so many Federation worlds. It is difficult to say who has gained more benefits in this process. Not counting the worlds conquered by Augustus himself, the Revolutionary Army has 23 planets in its hands, most of which are those with strong economic strength. Such a fast pace of conquest brought many problems. Even maintaining control of these planets has exhausted Augustus, who is short of manpower. With the support of these planets, Augustus' army is expanding rapidly. Augustus Mengsk is worthy of being the person who overthrew the Terran Federation and established the Terran Empire. At least his strong ability to recruit soldiers is unmatched by Augustus's men. Augustus read the information on the holographic screen over and over again, his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. It was 48 hours before the UED launched an attack on Tarsinus, and the war was still spreading in the outer space orbit and on the surface of this planet. Tarsinus is unsurprisingly the most powerful one in the Terran Federation. Its population is more than 1/10 of the Federation's immigrant areas combined, and its economy is unparalleled. According to the latest intelligence, the agents of the UED Expeditionary Force had infiltrated Tarsinus long before the outbreak of the Battle of Tarsinus. They not only passed the sentries and checkpoints, but also did not arouse the vigilance of the Tarsinus Federation government. The UED hacked into the Federation's secure data network and completely destroyed the Federation's communications equipment, causing the defense platforms, sentry turrets and orbital defense artillery to aim at their own troops. The code and functions used by the Terran Federation computer came from the supercomputer Atlas on the colonial mothership pilot ship Najerfa 250 years ago, which has been almost stagnant for so many years. Because of this, the Federation's computer system is completely an antique from 2 centuries ago in the eyes of the Earthlings, full of loopholes, and shattered at a single blow. In this way, the UED's previous military actions were just delaying time, to buy time to crack the Federation's security network. If the Federation fleet was not stronger than expected, the Earthlings could have relied on the strength of the fleet to take Tarsinus directly after seizing the battlecruiser of the Dalarian shipyard. Having said that, it was just Augustus's guess, and he still couldn't figure out the UED strategy. Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov was obviously the planner of these plans, because Augustus believed that Jared might not have the brains. If so, Jared might also be advising the Earthlings. Hybrid. But what Augustus didn't expect the most was the hybrid monster that appeared in Tarsinus. Augustus would never forget the extremely evil image on the holographic screen. They were definitely not monsters that humans could easily deal with. A powerful hybrid could easily defeat an entire Tyranid company. They appeared too early 10 years earlier. I didn't expect Jared to let this thing appear on the front battlefield so soon. This was unreasonable. Could it be that Jared wanted to promote the hybrid, a terrifying weapon, or wanted to force the Protoss to take action against the UED? Report from the asteroid outpost and the L-220 system. They found the Terra family ship mentioned in the mission briefing on Crucis 8th. The holographic projection then cut to the screen of the staff of the command center control center. That's them. Augustus thought about it and remembered this incident. A few days ago, a man named Zebedia Terra contacted Augustus using his father Constantine's dedicated communication channel. He said he had just fled Tarsinus and was about to join the Revolutionary Army. Even if we ignore the strength of the Terra family and the importance of their support to the Revolutionary Army, Augustus could not refuse Zebedia. After all, Augustus and Constantine have a good relationship, so that they can be called uncle and nephew. Constantine originally wanted Augustus to worship him as his elder brother, but the latter refused to agree. Adjutant, contact the Bravo Wraith Squadron of the Sons of Korhal stationed at the central starport of Crucis, and ask them to escort the distinguished guests from afar. After a few days of rest, I finally adjusted the update time back to the world of the living. All the replies to my comments were deleted by the system. It's not that I don't reply, I just can't see them. Since I can't read the comments, I can only post Easter egg chapters. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.